انت بدك تعمل ايه؟ تعمل ببيروت الاثنين تقعد بالاوتيل شو بدك تعمل؟ الليل أول يوم راحوا نزل بيت الحديدة ضل في تحدث بالثاني أنا اشتريت من 2004 ركز كانت قبل السنة كانت عادي أنا ما فكرت شيء لحد هلا عنا ما في شيء يعني شوف بالنسبة للصفات بس طلع من البلد من مرة يشي لما أحسن صار من البلد عم بسوي أنا عم يعمل جزء طلاب بسوي كيف الأمر؟ أنا بالغلط بس كنت مجلس تعطي السرعة.
Agora a gente fala sobre o conflito no Oriente Médio. O presidente dos Estados Unidos, Donald Trump, afirmou hoje que o Irã quer voltar a negociar um acordo nuclear, porém, segundo Donald Trump, é tarde demais. Numa rede social, o republicano declarou o seguinte: a defesa aérea, a força aérea, a marinha e a liderança deles acabaram. Eles querem conversar, eu disse, tarde demais. E mais cedo, durante entrevista coletiva, Trump sugeriu nomes para a sucessão de Ali Khamenei e como ele enxerga o futuro no Irã.
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me that somebody that's there, that's currently popular, if there's such a person. But we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate. You know, these were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people.
Bom, hoje é o quarto dia da guerra entre Estados Unidos e Israel contra o Irã. O conflito começou depois de bombardeios em Teherã que eliminaram o ditador Ali Khamenei e outras autoridades iranianas no último sábado. Desde então, o Irã tem realizado ataques de retaliação contra Israel e contra países do Oriente Médio que abrigam bases americanas. Ontem, o Departamento de Estado dos Estados Unidos orientou que cidadãos americanos deixem 14 países do Oriente Médio por causa de riscos à segurança. Hoje mais cedo, o exército de Israel fez um ataque aéreo no prédio da Assembleia dos Peritos do Irã, órgão responsável por escolher o próximo líder supremo do país. A informação foi divulgada pela imprensa israelense e pela agência estatal iraniana. Até o momento, há informações conflitantes sobre o número de presentes no local. O jornal The Jerusalem Post informou, com base em fontes do governo israelense, que os 88 ayatollahs que compõem a Assembleia estariam presentes no momento. Ana Paula Henkel, muito boa noite. Seja bem-vinda. Conflito no Oriente Médio chegando aí ao seu quarto dia. Donald Trump disse que essa guerra pode se estender por mais 4 a 5 semanas, vários pontos, porque a cada momento temos atualizações em relação a esse conflito que está se espalhando pelo Oriente Médio, Ana. Mas eu queria te ouvir em relação à popularidade de Donald Trump. Como é que os americanos estão enxergando essa ação militar? Há apoio ao governo em relação a essa ação contra o Irã, Ana? Boa noite.
Boa noite, Paula. Boa noite, meus queridos amigos aí em São Paulo, no estúdio. Boa noite à nossa audiência. Paula, vamos lá. A grande preocupação que a gente sempre fala é em relação a boots on the ground, em relação à população americana, ou seja, soldados, tropas nesses lugares, operando em guerras longe daqui dos Estados Unidos. Mas é impressionante, cada dia que passa, é o que você falou, a cada 5, 10 minutos é uma informação nova, é uma coletiva do Donald Trump, é uma coletiva do Pete Hegseth, é uma coletiva do Marco Rubio, coletivas também dos generais que estão comandando essas operações, falando também de alguns pontos que eles podem falar sobre a inteligência. E aí você vê que há uma superioridade, assim, absurda, absurda. Então, o Donald Trump fala em 4, 5 semanas, mas que eles já estão à frente da agenda de operações, do plano que eles tinham em mente, e pode ser que isso acabe antes, né? Por exemplo, a marinha iraniana já não existe mais. Os 11 navios iranianos, todos já foram eliminados, né? Já estão todos afundando para o fundo do mar. Agora, é preciso acompanhar o desenrolar, Paula. Uma guerra, a gente sempre tem que ter a honestidade intelectual de fazer a leitura do momento, da leitura de ontem que se junta com hoje, dos últimos 4 dias, desde os ataques de sábado até aqui. O que pode acontecer amanhã, a gente realmente não tem como a gente adivinhar, até porque na guerra depois, aquela guerra dos 12 dias entre o Hamas e Israel, logo depois em que Donald Trump entrou para tentar aquele acordo de paz, Israel tentou cruzar um pouco a linha do que havia combinado com Donald Trump, e Donald Trump ficou chateado com Benjamin Netanyahu e disse numa coletiva aberta para todos os jornalistas: eu já falei que não é para fazer isso. Ou seja, para todos aqueles que sempre disseram que Donald Trump é um senhor das guerras, é um senhor das armas, é o contrário, ele demonstra força para evitar outras guerras maiores. Até agora, Paula, a popularidade, para responder a sua pergunta, a popularidade e a aprovação do Donald Trump nesse contexto Irã está impressionantemente alta para o contexto bélico como um todo, né? A possível entrada em um conflito que pode demorar muito mais. Uma pesquisa recente de ontem de manhã, hoje é terça, ontem, segunda-feira, uma pesquisa mostrou que 54% dos americanos aprovam até aqui essas operações do Donald Trump. O que está ajudando, Paula, é esse número não cair, já que os americanos não queriam mesmo que a nação entrasse em novas guerras, é a quantidade de entrevistas do Rubio, do Pete Hegseth, de generais do próprio Donald Trump, mostrando uma transparência. Eles não deixam de responder nenhuma pergunta, a não ser aquelas perguntas relacionadas com as operações. Então, isso está deixando a população americana mais tranquila. Eu estava, desde ontem, na verdade, desde sábado, já montando o programa especial de sexta-feira, o de leste a oeste, que nós vamos fazer um especial sobre o Irã e essa primeira semana, e já tem coisas de ontem que já ficaram para trás, que já estão velhas. Então, imaginem vocês até sexta. Tudo está desenrolando de uma maneira impressionante. Agora, para finalizar, Paula, o recado de Donald Trump é muito enfático para o mundo. Eu avisei, eu conversei, eu avisei, eu chamei para a mesa, eu avisei novamente, eu conversei mais uma vez, não tem acordo? Então eu vou decidir, porque, como o Piotr muito bem colocou no artigo dele, é um xerife hoje do mundo necessário. Para um mundo multilateral que tentou o apaziguamento através de acordos diplomáticos que não chegavam em lugar nenhum, o xerife chegou.
Pois é, segundo Donald Trump, agora é tarde demais para sentar à mesa de negociação, Piotr, pelo lado dos iranianos. Agora, queria te ouvir também sobre essa questão da sucessão. A gente trouxe um trecho ali da coletiva de imprensa do Donald Trump. Hoje houve um ataque ao prédio onde ali seria escolhido o sucessor de Ali Khamenei. E esse é um ponto importante. Qual vai ser esse nome, né? Quem será o sucessor, de qual ala ele vai pertencer? Porque é isso que vai dar o tom também dos próximos passos, né, dos cenários possíveis no Irã, porque o Ayatollah foi eliminado, mas o regime ainda permanece, né? Isso é uma incógnita nesse momento, Piotr.
Porque também, né, é um regime que está lá desde 1979, tem laços, tem raízes. Vamos só olhar para o Ocidente, e aqui as coisas até que são bem diferentes. Você tem, por exemplo, esse pensamento woke de progressismo enraizado nas universidades. Você não muda. Imagina um lugar em que você tinha, assim, uma teocracia violenta. Você cooptou muita gente. Claro que se tiver uma mudança de regime, talvez você perceba que muita gente só estava lá porque estava cooptado, porque tinha ameaça, porque toda ditadura faz isso. Mas até pelos sinais que a população tem dado, ou deu recentemente naquela série de manifestações, onde o regime teve que recorrer à violência extremada de matar os seus próprios cidadãos por causa de manifestação política. Mas sobre este momento, a gente precisa lembrar, você vê que as reações do mundo ao que faz, a aprovação americana é um detalhe muito importante, porque é difícil um presidente americano ir muito além numa guerra se não tiver apoio interno. Mas externamente também as reações são o quê? Na Europa aquela coisa tímida, tá? Os ingleses não queriam ceder algumas bases, depois pensaram um pouco mais, os franceses falam o que falam, ou seja, não tem lá grande coisa. A Rússia tem um problema para resolver na Ucrânia que ela não consegue resolver, ela entrou num buraco que ela não consegue sair. superestimou a sua competência dentro de uma guerra convencional, tanto que não raro o próprio Putin recorre à retórica nuclear, porque é o que sobrou da então União Soviética ou da Rússia de hoje para ser uma ameaça ao mundo, porque não tem absolutamente mais nada. A China faz um discurso um pouco mais tenso ali, mas também nada. Por quê? Porque tem uma mecânica nesse governo Trump que é impossível não reconhecer. Ele começa com diplomacia. Há uma paciência que provavelmente, talvez, outros mais afoitos não teriam. Ele deu tempo, por exemplo, para o Maduro. O Maduro hoje podia estar, digamos, exilado em alguns dos países aí aliados e não ia acontecer mais nada. Ia sair do governo, mas não sairia da forma como saiu. Hoje responde a processos nos Estados Unidos. O caso dos ayatolás, por exemplo, quantas vezes houve nessa conversa e oferta de conversa e por aí vai? Houve diplomacia que precedeu. Quando você tem diplomacia precedendo, você dá um recado ao mundo. Olha, estou tentando negociar, mas para tudo há um limite. Recentemente, os ayatolás pioraram a imagem deles em relação com o mundo ao atacar a própria população. E quando você mata seus próprios cidadãos, o nome disso é genocídio. Simples assim. Aquele grupo eu não gosto, então eu vou lá e mato. Então, quando você vê agora uma ação desse tamanho, a inteligência israelense é muito sofisticada nesse aspecto e conhece bem o terreno. Junta-se isso com a força militar, a capacidade de mobilização do que é a máquina de guerra americana, que não tem precedentes no mundo, mais esse lado diplomático que antecedeu os ataques. Então, quer dizer, você tira o argumento até dos seus críticos. Não por acaso, a gente também tem essa resposta das próprias pesquisas americanas que dão suporte à Casa Branca às decisões do presidente Donald Trump.
Hey folks, today is March 3rd, 2026, and I have to pre-record Politics Chat again today. A little bit early, so I don't know what's going to happen this afternoon, but you had a number of questions about the military strikes that the U.S. and Israel launched against Iran 3 days ago. We're now going into our 4th day of that military engagement, and I thought I could help maybe clear up some of the confusion about what's happening. So there are a number of words you asked about, the most important of which that you're seeing in the news a lot is the word imminent. Why does imminent matter? And did Donald Trump need to have the approval of Congress in order to attack Iran? And in order to tell you about that, I'm going to untangle a little bit some of the issues at stake in order to understand that question. And one of the most important of those is the difference between a state actor and a non-state actor. So a state actor is the government that has been recognized as legitimately in control of a country. Now, just as a little bit of a rabbit hole here, it is also possible, and there exist in the world today, countries that are being run by governments that are not recognized by other countries as being the legitimate government of that country. There is what is considered a legitimate government in exile, but the country is being run by somebody else. And that affects many things, but certainly the finances of that country. That's a question that was just a little rabbit hole. I'm not going to go into that more now, but a state actor is a government that has been recognized as the legitimate governance structure of a country. Now, we also have in the world today non-state actors, and those are organizations that are militarized and that can get involved in hostilities, but are not legitimate rulers of a nation or of a country. So you have, for example, Hezbollah in Lebanon or the Houthis in Yemen. Those are both non-state actors. All right. That matters for the United States and military engagements in a really crucial way. So when you talk about the United States going to war, the U.S. Constitution says that the only part of the U.S. government that can declare war is Congress. And the reason for that is actually multifold. I actually happened to be reading the Constitutional Convention minutes the other night, sort of to dig into what they said about the war power and why it should belong to Congress and not to the executive. And the obvious is that the framers of the Constitution had no interest in giving an executive power over the military. That just, I mean, they really barely discussed it. They're like, this ain't happening. We're not going to do this. But their reasoning was multifold and really interesting. So part of their reasoning was, of course, that you didn't want to give that kind of power to one man or even a group of men. There's a brief conversation about whether you should give it to the Senate alone. And they're like, no, we're not doing that either. But their reasoning for that is that, first of all, what they were mostly concerned was about a standing army at home. They were worried about how expensive armies are, and they thought that a strong executive would act like a king had acted in Europe and basically impoverish the people in order to feed his military, in order to support a military. So that was one of the reasons. But the other reason, of course, is that the people who are going to die were going to be the citizens of the country. And they thought that those citizens should have a say in how that both use of money and lives was going to work, considering that that you didn't want just one guy to decide that. You wanted the representatives of the people to have a say in that. And what they figured was that if Congress had to decide whether to go to war, that would mean that there would be opposition that would say, no, you really shouldn't go to war. And that would guarantee that there was a pretty fair airing of the decision to go to war. So there's this really structural reason that Congress was the center of the war-making powers. Or the war declaring powers. Actually, they make a difference between making war and declaring war in the Constitutional Convention. But they wanted that in the Constitution to go to the representatives of the people rather than to an executive. So when people are talking about now, well, Congress really should have a say in this, it's not a turf war. There's actually a philosophical reason that you want the representatives of the people to be deciding whether their money and their lives should go into a war. And that is the larger question here. But the trick to this in this particular operation against Iran is that the United States, when it declares war, or really anybody when they declare war, I suppose, is declaring war against a nation state. They're declaring war against a state actor. It is one country against another country. So the exigencies of warfare, really since the 1970s, have dictated a kind of different approach in the United States to military operations. And what that means is that often, especially recently, the people against whom the United States wants to initiate military action are non-state actors. So if, for example, and I you know what, I'm not even going to use a name because I run the risk of starting a rumor that we are going to war with a non-state actor. If, in fact, you have country A and it's got a non-state actor, B, you can't really declare war on B without declaring war on the entire state, which is something that, you don't always want to do. You want to take out the terrorist actors, for example, and not the government of the country, which probably doesn't like the non-state actors either. They're trying to get rid of them as well. So what has come from that is a number of things. First of all, most recently, Congress has been getting involved in passing what are called authorizations for military force. And that is, again, military force, usually against a non-state actor. And you saw that, for example, when George W. Bush got an AUMF, they're called, authorization for military force, an AUMF for his operation in Iraq, which just, again, not really a rabbit hole. Afghanistan and Iraq are really very different wars. We tend to think about them together, but their justification and their support was dramatically different. And, someday if you want me to, I'll talk about that difference there. But he did have an authorization for military force to go into Iraq from Congress. Not a declaration of war on Iraq, because we weren't going to war with the government of Iraq. We were supporting the government of Iraq, but an authorization for military force, right? So that's one way in which in the modern era, presidents have been able to get Congress to sign off on military action without a declaration of war. But now there's something else, and why there is the issue of the word imminent. There is yet another way that a president can get involved in a military action. And that is simply to start one. And if the president starts one, he has to notify Congress within 48 hours in writing, and Congress has to vote to continue that kind of military action for longer than 60 days, if it's going to go on longer than 60 days. And by the way, one of the problems with the AUMFs is that they tend to, nobody wants to stop them. So they tend to be hanging out there. We actually have a number of AUMFs out there right now. Congress does sometimes stop them, but they often just, hang out there. So the reason we have that system is because in the Nixon administration, if those of you who remember your Nixon history, remember that he decided to start bombing Cambodia without telling anybody, the secret bombing raids that went into Cambodia. And just again, to sort of fill out your light bright screen, it's the Cambodian bombings that lead to the protests that lead to Kent State, because, people wake up in the morning and go, wait a minute, what did we just do here? It actually wasn't in the morning. He gave a press conference, not a press conference, gave a presentation a few days after it. And people are like, wait a minute, we're bombing Cambodia? Like, how did we start bombing Cambodia? So after Nixon did that, Congress passed the War Powers Act of 1973. And the War Powers Act said that, okay, maybe there are times when the government does really have to answer an immediate threat without talking to Congress. When that happens, the president has to notify us in writing within 48 hours and so on. But the trick to the invocation of the War Powers Act is that the threat has to be imminent. That is, we have to know that government is about to launch missiles at the US or whatever. It has to be an imminent threat. Otherwise, if it's not an imminent threat, the president needed to go to Congress and talk to Congress about this. And somebody else asked, does informing the Gang of Eight, is that the same thing as informing Congress? Or I'm sorry, is that the same thing as getting congressional approval? And the answer to that is absolutely not. The Gang of Eight is the top leaders of both the Democrats and the Republicans in the leadership of the House and the Senate. So that's 4 people. And the both Republican and Democratic leaders of the Senate Intelligence Committee and the House Intelligence Committee. That Gang of 8 gets informed at times when there are things Congress is supposed to know, but for one reason or another, it's classified. But telling them is not at all the same thing as saying to Congress, I want authorization to do this. All right, so in this moment, you have seen a real fight over the word war, because if indeed it's a war, then there's no doubt that the president needed to make a case before Congress. But for him to have simply done it without telling anybody requires there to have been an imminent threat. And all of our intelligence says there was not an imminent threat. I mean, for all that Trump is saying, well, they were going to get nuclear weapons, our intelligence assessed that was at least a decade out. Similarly, he started to say, well, they're going to get ballistic missiles. That too was supposed to be a decade out. There was no sense that unless Trump did something in that moment, that the United States was going to be at risk. So you're seeing the fight over the word imminent because on the one hand, the administration is trying to say, oh, yeah, this was really problematic. But at the same time, you've got Trump sometimes screwing up and saying, well, we were about to have a threat. Well, about to have a threat is like me about to run a marathon, right? You don't know if it's going to happen or not, but it's not going to happen tomorrow. So that was a real problem when he said that. So right now we're kind of dancing around all these words as people are sort of, you can almost watch the counters in people's heads going, wait a minute, that's not imminent. Or could you make that argument? Or because at the end of the day, the question of whether this is even a legal action, let alone a smart one, but even a legal action is going to matter a whole heck of a lot, both in terms of internal domestic politics, but also in terms of how this action is regarded and dealt with by the rest of the world. So that question of whether it's a war, whether whether the president needed an authorization for military force, or whether he could simply have done this on his own under the War Powers Act. That's what you're hearing about. And that's why the word imminent is running around. And that's why it's such a big deal when Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth kept saying we were at war, and Trump keeps saying we are at war. And then you literally on that same day had people from the administration going and talking to reporters and saying, no, it's not a war. It's not a war. It's not a war. Because if it's a war, they needed to go to Congress. And the bottom line is, I don't know if they're afoot or horseback. And I'll talk a little bit now about why it appears that Trump got involved in this war. And I actually think this is almost a window into certainly the administration, but also into a certain kind of American politics that's been building for a really long time. So while this military action is itself problematic in so many different ways, I actually think historians will study it for what it means even outside the war angle of it. So what do I mean by that? Okay. The administration began to bomb Iran alongside Israel in the middle of the night on a Friday night, as you know, early Saturday morning, quite unexpectedly, because there were negotiations underway at the time. And immediately, I mean, at first there was a lot of chest thumping that, we've done this and this is just, ducky. But immediately there was real pushback, in that it appeared that there was no clear justification for why to do it or for what an end game was. That is, normally when the United States gets involved in a military action of any sort, it's got a plan. We are going to get rid of this group of people who are firing missiles at this target, and that will mean that, there'll be this end result, and this is how we achieve our goals. I mean, you just don't want to start fighting somebody. You want to have a goal at the end of why you're fighting and how you're going to get there. And that just doesn't appear to have been there. And you can see that in a number of ways. And the primary one is that, again, after a lot of celebration of the fact that Trump had started striking Iran, they started to falter almost immediately when they tried to talk about why he had dropped the bombs. So there was sort of this vague, well, they were going to get nuclear weapons. Well, of course, Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, that Obama and a number of other countries had negotiated with Iran in 2015. Trump pulled us out of that in 2018. And the consensus in the intelligence community was that JCPOA was working, that Iran was using its nuclear capabilities to develop energy, to nuclear energy, but that it was not enriching its uranium for weaponry. So that actually is sort of a historic problem of Trump saying, well, they were going to get nuclear weapons. Well, yeah, thanks to the fact that he pulled out, and within a year, the rest of the countries that were supporting JCPOA did not have the power to force Iran to adhere to it any longer. And within a year, it was no longer agreeing to those protocols once the US pulled out. So and yet as well, especially even to give some credit to the bombing of Iran in June, their nuclear program was behind where it had been in June. Now, no, Trump did not obliterate everything. Remember how angry he got when people would say, well, you didn't really completely obliterate everything. He insisted he had. Now he's saying he didn't. But this was not a tomorrow problem. This was a down the road problem. And similarly, then they said, well, it was the fact he was going to use conventional weapons to give himself a shield so then he could have nuclear weapons. There too, intelligence says that they were at least 10 years out from being able to develop a missile that could have reached the United States. So then they turned into talking about other things as well, that, all of a sudden they started talking about the Navy, and they were going to sink the entire Iranian Navy. Well, I don't know about you. I'm not sure I've ever heard about the Iranian Navy before that in my entire life. So this is obviously something they're just like, crap, let's find something else. And they pulled out the Iranian Navy. There are also reports that came originally from the Washington Post that Trump got sort of goaded into going into Iran by Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu and by Saudi Arabia's MBS, or Mohammed bin Salman, both of whom have been, are pretty close to the Trump family, especially through Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. And that is another reason that the administration has offered for having gone into Iran, was that, and I believe I'm getting this straight, but it's a little convoluted, that because they knew that Israel was going to attack Iran, that would mean that Iran would then attack U.S. bases, and therefore the United States had to attack first in order to make sure that Americans didn't get hit at American bases. That just doesn't hold water. Obviously we are not supposed to start military actions because another country is going to do something, and that's a big problem. The other piece here, of course, is that MBS has been publicly advocating for negotiations, while apparently also wanting Trump to use the might of the American people in order to hit Iran. So they have all these different reasons. And the other reason that you're starting to see a lot today, it started yesterday afternoon, but you're starting to see it a lot today, is the idea that somehow Trump has ended a 47-year war, that the United States has been at war with Iran since 1979. And this is, he's the first president who had the guts to do something about it. And this is completely manufactured. This is, of course, only the U.S. side of the war, and conveniently not mentioning the fact that the real problems between the U.S. and Iran began when Eisenhower and members of the American government, as well as other governments, overturned a popularly elected leader in Iran in order to put in place the Shah whose son, I think, or grandson, I'm not sure I've got the genealogy there right, is one of the people they're talking about putting in place now in Iran. A very, very unpopular leader, and we could go down through the history of that, but this idea that somehow there has been a war going on between the U.S. and Iran since 1979 is very much reverse engineered to make it look as if Donald Trump is a great hero who's doing something that nobody else dared to do. And that, I think, is a really important way to look at what's going on. That is, it certainly looks as if the administration had no real plan other than the bombing. And I'll talk a little bit more about why we don't have, why I would say something like that, and why we don't seem to have a plan to do anything after the bombing. Because it certainly seems as if at a time when the Epstein files are heating up really dramatically, in that it, again, I think I would say it appears as though, although I think this is established now, that the Department of Justice withheld allegations that Trump had sexually assaulted a child, a 13-year-old girl, and possibly more than one, is very much in the news, or was until this bombing. And that is important, obviously, because of the allegations. But even if the allegations are not true, and I'm not saying they're not, there is another reason for the administration to be very, very worried about that, and that's that the Epstein Files Transparency Act was very clear about what the DOJ had to do, and the fact that the DOJ withheld this document certainly looks as if they're openly breaking the law. So this would be a cover-up. That's illegal. That's one, it's one of those things it's like they got Al Capone on tax evasion, and that really frustrated a lot of people because he had done so much other damage. But when you have a paper trail like that with the law says do this, and here's proof that you did not do it, it's just a much easier case to make than, anything that relies on human testimony, so which can be impugned and all sorts of things. So that issue with the Epstein files is huge. Then you also have, of course, Hillary Clinton's testimony, which was pretty devastating to Trump and the people trying to turn her back into a story. But then you also have this story that is being highlighted by Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon, that there was also in the Epstein files a breadcrumb trail that led to the realization that the Federal Bureau of I'm getting my investigations confused. That the Drug Enforcement Agency, the DEA's major investigations arm, the people who do the Russian mafia and drug cartels and all that, was in fact conducting an investigation into Epstein for drug trafficking, prostitution, and money laundering. And that investigation was operative when Trump, before Trump went into office. It was operative at least as late as 2015, and then it disappeared. And that's the first we've really heard about that. And Wyden has demanded that the DEA produce documentation of that investigation and information about when it was disbanded and why it was disbanded, because, of course, as late as 2015, it was still operative. Trump takes office in early 2017, and it went away. And so there's real questions there as well. So in some ways, it looks like the bombing of Iran was simply a way for Trump to demonstrate strength and to say to his people, remember, all these other presidents, all the way back to Jimmy Carter, they were wussies and they wouldn't do this. But me, I dared, I dropped the bombs, right? And that, I wrote about last night, that ties into some real right-wing American tropes that go back, through our history. But there is this sense that what he was really doing was responding to sort of the Fox News drumbeat of, we want our strong president to drop a bomb on Iran. And there was no, here's what's going to happen next, and here's what the end game is for that. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about that. But you've all asked about this report that senior members of the American military have told their troops that this is a religious war, that there's, where Christians are on their way to starting this religious war in the Middle East. And what I would say about that is that report has come from a reliable reporter, but it is not confirmed. So I'm skeptical about it. You'll see I haven't written it yet. And skeptical doesn't mean I don't believe it's true. It means that we need, before we say this is really what's going on, even though it certainly seems plausible out of this administration, we need somebody else to confirm that. And we should know if there's confirmation of that within 2 days. So before you jump to the oh my God, they're really trying to turn this into a religious war, which is certainly possible. Let's wait for some confirmation on that. Although again, that reporter is reliable. So that's where I would stand on that one. But in terms of whether or not they were really prepared for what they were getting into, and this actually is why I started to think about Trump going in just to look strong. Like, he's the cowboy and this was the shootout and now we're done. And, the movies all stop after the shootout. And they don't deal with the fact that somebody's got to get the bodies off the streets and somebody's got to do treatment. And then the town is traumatized. And, we're in that stage now. And we know for a number of reasons that this was really, really half-arsed, as it were. First of all, one of the things that you are seeing in places like began again in the Wall Street Journal, which is interesting because the Wall Street Journal, of course, is a Murdoch newspaper, and they're clearly not happy with Trump these days. Murdoch being a major right-wing financier and media mogul. It appears that there is a shortage in the American forces and others as well of the interceptors that they need to stop the missiles and drones from attacking the places we're trying to protect. And the reason, the Wall Street Journal called attention to that, but then last night you had Trump coming out and having that long screed on social media saying, I have enough interceptors to last forever. And so now people are talking about being a forever war. But what I read in that was, in fact, if Trump comes out and says something is absolutely true, the opposite is true. And that they are concerned about not having the kind of protection that they need over there. And you're also seeing in the news today an attempt to blame this on Ukraine because America has helped to provide interceptors to Ukraine as well. And this, the advent of drones and their capabilities in the Russian aggression against, or the Russian invasion of Ukraine has really brought drone warfare, and you've heard me talk about this a lot. This has dramatically changed world warfare. So that means that the tools that we have to stop missiles are useful for drones, but there's a lot more drones, and those supplies are low. So obviously this is something that one normally would have looked at before one launched a major war. But Trump actually said to a news outlet that he was surprised by the fact that Iran began to attack other Gulf states, which is like Middle East 101. The fact that he didn't know that that was going to happen. I mean, I could have told you that was going to happen. And I'm not a Middle East specialist by any stretch of the imagination, right? You just have to read the news and know that that was going to happen. That suggests he really did not understand what he was getting into. But also, we have, the last I saw, lost 6 American military personnel in this war, lost their lives, and we have many more wounded. We don't really know how many that's going to be. And it turns out at least the 6 that were killed were in a relatively unprotected structure that they actually talked about evacuating because it was so relatively unprotected. And they ultimately decided not to do it. And of course, obviously they should have. But then you also have the fact that the United States apparently made no attempt to get any Americans out of these Gulf countries, where the airspace is now closed in a number of them, or the airports are shut down. And while other countries are evacuating their people, their citizens, their civilians from those areas, the U.S. basically just said to them, "Good luck. Get yourself a commercial flight out." When the commercial flights aren't going any longer. And if you think about the United States of America, this is what we always did so well. We were the ones helping other countries get their people out, and now the Americans are just absolutely flat-footed. If they were in, Israel on, touring, or in another country, they're sheltering in place because they don't know how they're going to get out of the country. And this is in part a reflection of the fact that the United States government under Donald Trump cut the funding for the State departments across the country, the embassies across the country, by half last year. So they don't have the personnel to get people out. They don't have the money to get people out. And the United States basically just said, good luck with that, which is, it's just beyond astonishing. Like I say, if you think about it, the United States has always been the country that helped everybody else get their people out because we were so good at it. We were, we had the paperwork. We had the people who knew how to do that. There's that old saying about how what a military really runs on is the person in the back room making sure the trucks have tires. That was us. And that's what they have decided is unimportant in a military, because what they want is the Pete Hegseth, we're going to go bomb people. But in fact, that creates enormous risk for people who are involved. So I don't think they knew what they were getting into. And they also don't have any kind of an end game. I mean, when people say to Trump, "What are you looking for?" He's like, "Well, they need to satisfy us, but they haven't been able to yet." What does that look like? There's no ultimate end game here. And you can see him sort of shopping around ideas about maybe why we went in. Maybe this sounds good. Maybe that sounds good. And that is a really, really big problem down the road, because how do you get out of that? And one of the things we might see, and this is a might, is that he might simply declare he won and walk away. But the question is whether, I'm sorry, I've just gotten a message here with somebody saying important. That's not as important as I thought. He might just simply say, I won and walk away, which is what he tends to do. He tends to try something, and then if it's unpopular, he just says, "I won," and he walks away. And this war did not get him the rally around the flag bump that a foreign war almost always gets for an American president. It was a very unpopular war going in. He has not gotten a bump, making it more popular. It's gotten less popular, less than, about 25% of Americans think it's okay to do this, which is a real problem when 75% of people at the beginning of the war, before things get bad, start to say they're not, or say they don't want it. He's clearly starting to flail, and I don't know what's going to happen this afternoon, but the stock market this morning is starting to react to the extraordinary jump in oil prices because of the fact that ships won't go through the Straits of Hormuz, which opens out of the Persian Gulf, which is where about 20% of the world's oil goes through. And the rise in oil prices, by the way, is dramatically going to help Vladimir Putin, who needs money extraordinarily. But it's really going to hurt us because we are already seeing this morning an 11-cent jump in the price of gas. So as that happens, it's possible Trump's just going to say, oh, oopsie poopsie, never mind, I won, bye. But this is not like doing that over, some of the stuff he's done domestically. There's a lot of people that are now embroiled in this war. And whether they will all say, oh, phew, we didn't really have to do that, we're done. It's not clear at all that that's going to happen. And I think at least I feel like I'm seeing increasing panic on the part of administration figures who recognize that they have just absolutely kicked a hornet's nest, and it's going to be really hard to walk away from. And they don't have a plan at all. That you can't rally people when you don't have a plan. Again, another interesting thing, the United States had no allies with them going into this. Even the UK, which tends to go along with the US just because of our historic friendships, going into this, the only partner it went in with was Israel. And that's, again, think of George W. Bush when he launched the war against Iraq. He had a coalition, right? It was not the kind of coalition we had in the past, but it was a coalition. We have nobody on this one. So all of those things are part of this. But I wanted to speak to a few other things around that right now. I did manage to get to a lot of them. But somebody asked a really interesting question that actually applies here. Somebody asked me to talk about Thomas Nast's cartoons of Boss Tweed in the late 19th century and how that brought Boss Tweed down. And the simple answer to that was that Thomas Nast is a cartoonist, really interesting history I won't go into right now, but he's a very famous cartoonist in the late 19th century. Even if you don't know his name, all of you would recognize his drawings because they end up in every textbook everywhere. And they're just everywhere. He was kind of Mr. late 19th century. But when Boss Tweed, William Tweed, who was the head of Tammany Hall, was in trouble with the law, Nast began to draw cartoons of him, and they were not exact likenesses by any stretch of the imagination. They were cartoons, but they were very recognizable. And Boss Tweed actually said to somebody, I'm not worried about the lawsuits. I'm not worried about the politicians. I'm really worried about these cartoons because my people can't read, which was true in the time. My people can't read, but they can understand a cartoon. And it was, in fact, a cartoon of Tweed that got him arrested when he tried to skip out of the United States. Somebody at the depot recognized him from a cartoon and arrested him, and that's part of the Boss Tweed story. But the reason it matters here is because it looks to me like what we are seeing is this regime in the United States has done the unthinkable in so many ways. But the potential for this war in the Middle East expanding really dramatically is very much there. There are, Lebanon is now involved, and, other countries are starting to say, well, we're going to have to fight back if you bomb us. And, it has the potential to become a world war. Now, before you, go hide under your bed, everybody knows that. I'm not saying something that is unheard of, like I've got some secret. And everybody is working to make sure that doesn't happen. And by everybody, I mean the leaders of countries that have been our allies in the past, the European Union, the UN, but also countries that have not been our allies in the past that look at this and they're like, the world does not need this right now. Thank you very much. So there is enormous pressure for it not to expand as well. So this is not a done deal. But the fact that Trump and this regime have completely disrupted world trade and now have completely disrupted world peace, and this isn't even putting the United States into this equation, means that they are under enormous, enormous pressure right now. And in terms of getting them out of power, which is crucial, the group that we need to engage are those people who are not reading the news and who are not paying attention to anything perhaps than the Fox News channel or far right-wing channels. And they are not going to recognize the argument that I'm making here. They're not going to listen to me. But if you draw a parallel between that and Thomas Nast, they do recognize cartoons. And I don't literally mean cartoons, although that works too. There have been fabulous cartoonists that have been illustrating what's going on that are great. But what I mean is that there are things happening in this administration that they will recognize as bad, even if they don't care about whether or not Lebanon gets involved in a war in the Middle East. And what I mean by that is something that happened, for example, today in front of Congress. And that is that Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is being grilled while I'm talking now today. It'll be in the past by the time you see this, by senators in Congress about the behavior of federal agents in ICE and Border Patrol and others as well, and about her own use of American tax dollars. And she is being grilled by members of both parties, which suggests to me that the administration is looking for a scapegoat. And, they don't like women anyway, so she was a pretty obvious one to go after. But that idea that our tax dollars were used to funnel money to her cronies, but also, speaking of cartoons, to buy her a private plane with a luxury bedroom in it, where she has been flying with an advisor that the Wall Street Journal recognizes as her affair partner, that's a Thomas Nast cartoon, if you will. That's an image that people who don't care about Lebanon and don't care about wherever, or think it's great that Trump dropped a bomb, might look at that and say, wait a minute, my gas just went up 11 or 12 cents a gallon in a single day. And she spent, was it $70 million on a flying bedroom? Where, the Secretary of DHS has never had a private plane before. So that making sure those things reach the people that Thomas Nast's cartoons reached is part in this moment of continuing to put pressure on this regime. And, I've been saying to people, starting to pick away at the people around Trump, and Noem has always to me been the obvious one, but many of them are vulnerable for one reason or another, is going to be important now. Well, everyone's so mad at Trump for what he's doing and some of the other major figures. There's some low-hanging fruit here that getting rid of would weaken Trump. And that's a place really to keep up the pressure, certainly about the war, certainly about the Epstein files, certainly about cuts to things you care about, certainly about education, which I won't have time to talk about now. But keeping pressure on right now around in the cabinet is going to be important, because I think you can already see the fact that so many Republicans went after Noem today is a reflection of the fact they recognize that this regime is really unpopular, and they're looking to collect some I can't think of the word. They're looking to make sure some people pay a penalty for it, so they look better in this moment to the American people, who, as I say, are really unhappy about a lot of stuff going on. So that brings me to a final place here in terms of where we are, which is frightening. I mean, it just is on every front. Believe me, I'm aware of that. So I was actually working when the news came of the bombing, and I saw it at 1:51 that morning, and I was just like, really, like all the expletives that you think I don't say, I said at that moment. And I just, every day it's like, what's coming next? And I totally, believe me, I get it. I'm exhausted like everybody else is, but I have a really hard time looking at this regime itself and seeing strength here. I see a bunch of people who are absolutely flailing. The fact that they have left tens of thousands of Americans in the Middle East with no way to get home is just this extraordinary indictment of their approach to foreign policy, certainly, but also to governance in general. And, you think about the things that the Republicans were so eager to hit Democrats on, the people are making the comparison that 4 people were tragically lost in Benghazi. 6 people have already been lost with this attack on Iran, and it appears as if, God help us, it's going to get worse. And don't even start me on that. The fact that we shouldn't have our people in harm's way for people who don't have skin in the game is always my take on it. I told you Jason Crow was great on this. Representative Jason Crow from Colorado was great on this the other day because he spent 3 tours of duty as a paratrooper and as an Army Ranger, and he was just beside himself. Anyway, I see an organization, a regime that is flailing, and they're trying desperately to land on a story that makes Trump look heroic. We've been at war for 47 years. We have not been at war for 47 years. We just haven't. They're trying to make fetch happen, as the saying goes, and that's harder and harder under these circumstances. At the same time, as I say, there are places where the regime has taken real hits of late. And the obvious ones, I'm going to throw Minnesota in here again. Just a reminder, the federal agents have not left Minneapolis. What they have done is they've gone into less visible places, into the suburbs and into the rural areas, for example. And similarly, they've done the same thing in Maine. But the stand against them in Minnesota, and crucially, the stand against these detention facilities, these giant concentration camps they're trying to purchase, that's getting really bad press, and a lot of those purchases are falling through. Now, if you are in an area where there was an attempt to buy a place that then got scuttled, don't look away, because they're going to try and build another. They're going to try and find another one and hope people are not paying attention. And there are organizations that are tracking that. But there is increasing pressure on this regime, and every minute. That's why I actually looked at my phone when someone said, you need to see this, because you just don't know what's going to happen next. But in that, and I keep saying it's going to get worse before it gets better, and it is. I mean, we're losing Americans, and we're disrupting the world, and we're disrupting world trade, and all of those things are true. But we are also seeing what happens when this ideology of the MAGA Republicans that people like me have stood against for so long for exactly these reasons, what happens when it actually gets into power. You know, they've been screaming, we got to bomb Iran. Well, Trump did it, and that made him really happy. And now we're standing here holding a hornet's nest, which is exactly why we didn't want to bomb Iran. And the more that we emphasize just how destructive these long-standing right-wing policies are, now that they're putting him in power. What is that saying of Mencken's? You know, the American people deserve to get what they voted for, good and hard. Now, I don't believe that. I'm not I don't believe that people really wanted this. They didn't think they were voting for it, most of them. But now that we're getting it, this gives those of us who want to really emphasize American democracy and the importance of world trade at stopping world wars and the importance of collective security, to really emphasize how those things matter. They kept us safe for 80 years. They kept us prosperous for 80 years. We used to be the country that evacuated other people's individuals who were left behind in a war-torn area. And now literally our people are saying, yeah, you got me a rowboat because I got no other way to get out of this country. And I had no idea there was a war coming. I mean, it's the other thing. Usually if there's a war coming, you give people a little bit of warning so they don't go there. And the United States didn't do that. So we're hanging our own people out to dry. And that is not going to age well, I don't think. And it didn't start well. So, you know, this war started with very low popularity. But in this moment, now is the time really to grab a hold of that and to keep pressure on, and not to throw up your hands and go, I just can't with this. In fact, this is the time really to keep kicking and saying, you did this and your ideology did this. And the ideology that worked was the one that protected representative democracy and protected collective security and that protected world trade, exactly what you're trying to tear apart. So for all that this moment is terrifying for sure, it is also potentially the end game of weakening this regime enough that it can be really dismantled going forward. All right, so there was a mess in here, and I don't know how long this ended up being because a lot of it's going to have to be cut, but thank you for being here, and I will be back, I think, on a normal schedule on Thursday. I don't know the answer to that. If I'm on the road, then I'll do this Friday, and then I'm back on a normal schedule for Hey, folks. From Minneapolis, Minnesota, Lexington, Kentucky, I saw above somebody who is from the hometown of Thomas Ewing and William Tecumseh Sherman. And I wanted to do a little bit of a shout out to you, because if you read my President's Day letter about that talked about corruption, the idea for that was actually something I was going to do for Valentine's Day, because Valentine's Day is the anniversary of the death of William Tecumseh Sherman. And shortly before he died, somebody wrote this really salacious novel about the corruption in government, and the centerpiece of it was his brother, John Sherman. And so I was thinking about doing a whole piece on sort of when we turn to exposés of corruption. So I had all that stuff at my fingertips, but I couldn't really work it in for Valentine's Day. And it was kind of tenuous. So it ended up being in the President's Day letter. So I was thinking of your William Tecumseh Sherman, and the reason that he married Ewing's daughter. And she was Catholic and he was not. And that was always an issue. Someday I'm going to write, I always wanted to write a book about the Shermans. And, so far it hasn't taken off, but I know an awful lot about the Shermans. All right. So we have Kenosha, Wisconsin, Spokane, Austin, Texas, Punta Gorda, Florida. Just came back from Florida, where it turns out alligators are real. I was there on work. Rochester Hills, Michigan. Minnesota, Longmont, Colorado, Kirby, Vermont. I also wanted Eau Claire, Wisconsin, Frederick, Maryland. I want to give a shout out to the man who sent me a fidget spinner. He loves you all. He got tired of listening to me fidget with pens and stuff. So I am now the proud owner of a fidget spinner, which already has about 6 million miles on it since he sent it to me. Thank you very much for that. Arthurdale, West Virginia, Minneapolis, South Carolina, Idaho. I don't know why we're not seeing Facebook on here, because it's been 2 minutes. London, where I lived for a year. You got to go see the Cabinet War Rooms if you have not done so. Warrenton, Virginia, Helena, Montana, home of a wonderful bar. Glassboro, North Carolina, Boston, Massachusetts, Ottawa, Canada. I don't know why Facebook is not here, but perhaps we should get started nonetheless. Oh, Janet says she's on Facebook. So I'm just not seeing any of the signs. All right. So I'm going to start right in. Today is one of those days when there was so much news that normally that overwhelms me, but for some reason today, it just seemed to go bang, 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 bang into a certain kind of order. And you've asked a lot of questions about it, and I will do my best in the next half hour to get to all of them. I mean, maybe not all of them, but to get to all of the major ones that you asked. People started out by asking about Marco Rubio's speech in Munich. And while to some people that may sound like, why do I care? You actually care a lot. That Secretary of State Marco Rubio gave a speech over the weekend at the Munich Security Conference. Now, the Munich Security Conference started in 1963, and it's a really interesting organization because it's not a place where they do deals. It's not a place where, partners go off for side conversations. It is really a forum for different countries to talk about security issues around the globe, not to cut deals, but to hash things out. So it's a place where there's a lot of signaling that goes on. Now, coming out of World War II, the United States and its allies and partners, so that's allies from the war and people who later on become allies and partners, proceeded with foreign affairs with a set of principles that said that it was possible to achieve world peace so long as you based it on 3 things. The first of those was representative democracy. Everybody should have a say in their government. The second of those was free trade. And by that, that's not nobody ever has tariffs. That means that essentially you're going to work to have fair agreements around the globe with regard to trade. And you know what, I'm not gonna explain to you the ways those tariff systems worked, because it didn't mean there were open borders for trade. But what it did mean was that we had freedom of the seas, which was a principle that Churchill and FDR laid down in the Atlantic Charter before the U.S. even got involved in World War II. And the freedom of the seas is really important because it means you can have container ships go around, and it means that you can move grain if a country is starving and so on. So they called for representative democracy, free trade, relatively free trade, and international agreements. And by international agreements, they meant things like NATO. They meant things like the financial agreements we have around the world. They meant things like the World Health Organization, a number of, I'm sorry, my guy says I haven't left room for captions. Sorry about that. I hope that's better. A number of different things that the idea was that this would sort of create a web around the world that would create norms. It would mean that people visited each other's countries and people would understand in the United States what life was like in the Czech Republic and so on, so that people felt more like they were part of a global world rather than the idea it was their nation against others. Now that has been wildly successful. It has lifted more than 1 billion people out of poverty. It has prevented a world war. It has spread human rights around the countries that adhered to these principles. It has been wildly successful. However, and I don't really have time to go into the reasons why that system began to break down in the 1980s and the 1990s. But suffice it to say that with the fall of the Soviet Union taking away sort of the other side of that, in the United States and also in other allied countries or partnered countries, they started to believe that simply by spreading capitalism, you would also spread democracy, that those two things would go hand in hand. And we now know that's not true. But what began to happen in the 1980s and in the 1990s was that this system started to move money dramatically upward. So in the United States, for example, between 1975 and about 2000, you see 2018, you see more than $50 trillion moving from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. And that creates real instability in a number of the countries like the United States that are behind this idea of a foreign set of organizations to create this world that could avoid a world war. So this is the thing that has fueled the rise of right-wing parties, is the economic and therefore the cultural instability that is in those societies because of the system that they have, that populists, right-wing populists, have blamed on migrants, for example, or some kind of other, rather than on the policies that were enacted in places like the United States that enabled that money to move upward. Anyway, when Trump took office, he quite volubly, he was quite loud about the fact he was going to get rid of that international system. And last year at the Munich conference, you may remember J.D. Vance gave a really in-your-face speech to European allies, essentially saying that the United States was going to be throwing its weight behind the idea of autocracies, that the democratic system hadn't worked, free trade hadn't worked, international organizations hadn't worked, and we were going to pull away from all of those things. And instead, we're going to ally with countries like Viktor Orban's Hungary or Vladimir Putin's Russia, where they really strongly believed in nationalism that kept out people of color and black people, and that reinforced Christian hierarchies of race, for example, of gender, of race and gender, but also of class. And J.D. Vance was very in your face about that. And Europe has been sort of reeling since then, Europe and our allies going, what is this even going to look like? And Trump piled on to that with his tariffs, saying, we're no longer going to have free trade. The U.S. is going to use its economic might to force you to do things based on our ability to say, no, you can't send anything to us and we won't buy it. We're also not going to promise that we're going to protect you. You're kind of on your own. So, and we've pulled out of the World Health Organization. We've threatened NATO. We've pulled out of the climate change initiatives and all those pillars that had balanced that foreign policy and reflected domestic policy at home. All right. So over the weekend, Secretary of State Marco Rubio gave a speech almost exactly a year after J.D. Vance's speech, and everybody was like, what are we going to see coming here? Because, you haven't pulled out of NATO, but you're also really cozy with Russia, and these tariffs are bonkers because some days they're on, some days they're off, and the difference seems to be who pays Trump when. What is this going to look like? Rubio gave a speech that essentially reinforced what Vance had said last year. And what he said was that America, the United States of America, believes that it shares a Western civilization, those are his words, with Europe. And that civilization, as he would call it, is under siege. And he didn't specify in that speech that it was under siege by any particular country, but he did talk about migration and how migration was undermining the very nature of that Western civilization. Now, I've written about this a lot. I've talked about this a lot. This is sort of a far-right fantasy that has been part of American society since at least the beginning of the 20th century. The idea that somehow immigration is going to destroy what America really stands for. But when Rubio talked about that Western civilization, it was really kind of bizarre, because there were no indigenous people in it. And anybody who studies indigenous history will tell you that the very nature of the United States of America and what became the United States of America is dramatically impacted by relations with indigenous Americans. So there are none of them, no Black people, even though, of course, Black Americans or Black settlers, Black people, I should say, were the first Europeans to set foot on what became the the land that became the United States of America. There was a Catholic and a Muslim who came in the late 1400s, early 1500s. But of course, Black Americans have been part of the polity that became the United States of America since 1619. Muslims have been here, part of the United States. They fought in the American Revolution. Enslaved people were often Muslim. And certainly there's simply no way. There's no way to do American history without Black Americans in it. Many of us actually think that the Black experience is really the central experience in America. And curiously, Rubio tied his own history not to his parents' arrival from Cuba in 1956, part of the same kind of migration from Latin America that the Trump administration is currently trying to criminalize, but rather he tied himself to Spain, to 18th century Spain. I mean, the whole thing was just really weird. But what it showed was that the administration is now firmly committed to the idea of turning the United States of America into a white Christian nationalist nation. And if you think about the kind of advertisements you're seeing for candidates running in 2026 who are openly embracing white nationalism, or the way that the Department of Homeland Security social media accounts are talking, or the things that J.D. Vance is saying, or the things that Donald Trump is saying, the idea that, that migration from what he called, I don't know if I can say it on YouTube, blank hole countries and all that is destroying America. That's a complete reversal of what the United States of America has always stood for. We've always had that strand in the United States, but it's never determined who we are. We are a nation of immigrants. That's just fact. And this idea that there is some kind of special modern day whiteness is also, it's just so completely ahistorical. It's hard for me even to articulate all the ways in which that's wrong. Maybe someday I'll do a talk on that. But it is also a demonstration that the administration has embraced fascism. And I talked to you about what that ideological system was. And I'm going to do a little bit of a rabbit hole here. And that's that there are people in our country who seem to get upset when you use terms that are accurate. So, for example, there's been pushback on the use of the term concentration camp for what is happening to detainees that are being put in the camps, for example, in the camp at Fort Bliss in Texas, for example. I think it's called East Montana. That's just what it is. It's not a death camp, but it just meets the definition of a concentration camp. And that's how I'm using the word fascist here. The United States of America's government is now a fascist government that is different than the Nazis were, different than Mussolini's government was, different than Spain was, but that still has the hallmarks of fascism. And, I split hairs on that for a while because of the difference in the economic system between Trump's personalist system and a normal fascist system, but that's been resolved. So we're there. But from there, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, went on to try and prop up Viktor Orban, who's facing an election on April 12th, if I'm correct, in which he's in real trouble because people in Hungary don't like what he has done there, overturning their democracy and grabbing all of it into his own hands. So the reason that you care about that speech is, first of all, because it demonstrates very quickly how the United States government is taking a very different position than the United States has ever taken before. I mean, this is new and it's big, but also because our former or our allies and partners, if you will, want no part of it, and what has happened is really from there is really interesting. So let me see if I can call up these numbers for you. Trump made the assumption early on that if he simply put really high tariffs around the United States, that somehow money would pour into this country, which was a model that he was using from the late 19th century. And it didn't make sense at the time. If you listen to me, you know that I was like, this just isn't going to work. And this is what economists all said as well. But somehow he got it in his head that if he put high tariffs on things, that he could get rid of income taxes. And that the costs for running the United States government would come from other countries. Somehow, I don't know if he believed it or not, but he insisted that foreign countries pay tariffs. They do not. People at home pay tariffs, and this has become very clear since he has been putting these tariffs on to other countries. But there was an assumption in that the might of the economic system of the United States of America, which is very, very strong, would enable Trump to do whatever he wanted to do. And that is not what we have seen. So with the United States essentially advertising to the rest of the world that we're going to go it on our own now. Now, that's not entirely true. We're not ripping up all of our agreements by any stretch of the imagination. But those people who used to be able to count on the United States to respond with NATO if they got attacked are suddenly not so sure about that. And so one of the messages coming out of Munich, out of the Munich Security Conference, was that other countries need to be able to protect themselves without the United States of America as quickly as is humanly possible. And that's going to do a number of interesting things. So first of all, you are starting to see other countries making alliances without us and starting to develop their own military capabilities. So Canada, for example, has recently, Mark Carney, the leader of Canada, has recently said that Canada is going to start really beefing up its defense industry as quickly as it can because it doesn't want to rely on the United States anymore. Well, of course, this is a problem for the defense industry in the United States of America, unless the Trump administration covers for the business it's going to be using by throwing more and more and more money at it, which is what it currently seems to be doing. But that's a real problem for the rest of us, and I'll explain why in just a minute. So you're seeing countries decide that they're going to create their own militaries that stand on their own intelligence systems, because they don't really trust the United States intelligence systems any longer. And they're going to work with each other in ways that exclude the United States. Now, one of the things about these partnerships that we've had in the past is that you're much stronger together. That's always been the case. And this is one of the things that a number of people said to the Americans in Germany, in Munich, was that you're going to be weaker, you're not going to be stronger. And you can already see that. I mean, one of the things that you're seeing in Germany is that Germany has just inked a deal with Ukraine to start being trained by Ukrainian veterans on the use of drones and anti-drone capabilities. Because I've talked to you about this before, the Ukrainian use of drones has revolutionized warfare. And I made a huge deal about that when the Ukrainian drones took out a whole airfield of planes, and everybody was like, "You're a warmonger, why are you talking about this?" Because as a historian, you look for technological changes that dramatically alter some aspect of human society. And the Ukrainian use of what are wildly cheap drones, they're about they're less than $1,000 a piece for the initial piece of hardware, that can turn around and take out an $800 million plane or whatever they're worth, or ship, is a kind of asymmetry in the expense of weaponry that we just have never seen before. So it's going to revolutionize warfare. Well, Germany's going to be trained in that. And so far, anyway, the United States does not have a similar deal. So you can see other countries beginning to depend on themselves for defense. And Europe, of course, has now stepped in, where the Trump administration has walked away from funding Ukraine's defense against the attacks by Russia. Europe has stepped in to make up that difference, because they're extremely concerned about Russia's potential invasion of other European countries in addition to Ukraine. But there's a trade aspect of that as well. If the United States is going to pull out of all these agreements, at first other countries tried to appease Trump, right? They tried to work with him. But then when it came clear that there was no working with him, that he basically wants his own payoffs, but then he changes his mind, and you don't know what he's going to do next, they have started to make their own major agreements with each other without the United States. And there again, Canada has led the way in starting to create a deal between the European Union, which is a huge economic bloc, and parts of the Indo-Pacific, another huge economic bloc, without the United States of America. And what you're seeing here is the increasing isolation of the United States from the world order. And Trump just yesterday, I guess it was, it gave a big social media tweet saying, America's stronger than ever. We have higher income. We have all these things better than ever. And that's just simply not true. We're being, I think of it sometimes kind of like a railroad track, where we're getting pushed to the side and the rest of the trains are going faster and faster, and us pulling out of the attempt to move forward into new technologies for energy and instead moving backward into fossil fuels. All the things that he's doing to prop up his own cronies is really, really setting the United States backward going forward. Similarly, the United States removal of itself from the World Health Organization and our refusal now to continue to pursue the investigation of a certain branch of vaccines is mind-boggling. I mean, Americans are going to die because of these decisions, while the rest of the world is going to continue to move forward. So that's the story in Munich. But there's a story about Munich, but there's a story at home as well. And that's one that has been a little bit hard to see, I think, with so much going on with ICE and with Border Patrol and with the federal agents that are putting in place this draconian policy that goes along with the white nationalism, trying to get rid of as many brown and Black Americans as they possibly can, and to treat them as cruelly as possible. I don't think you can any longer look away, obviously, from the concentration camps, but also from what seems to be a deliberately cruel system designed to get people to leave on their own and to make sure other people don't come. All being done in our names, by the way, and all being done by the people we elected to put in office. At home, these policies that Trump has put in place, the tariffs, the backing away from world trade, the backing away from international agreements, and including U.S. aid, and the deportation or detention or threats to so many of our workforce has created real stagnation in the economy. And those numbers are starting to come out today. So one of the things that has become clear since we're starting to see numbers from 2025 is that while Trump has been yelling about how great the American stock market is, it has lagged significantly behind stock markets in other developed countries. That is, while the US stock market has grown, it has not grown at the same rate as other countries did, even though while Biden was still in office, we had the strongest economy in the world. That has really stopped dramatically. We also have found that in 2025, US stocks compared to stocks around the world is down. We have the worst year comparatively in that ratio since 1995. So you can see the US economy starting to slow down, starting to really kind of sag a little bit. One of the other things that we have learned very recently is that in 2024, the United States added about 1.5 million jobs, 1.46 million jobs. In 2025, it added only 181,000. So you can see hiring is falling off. And you're also seeing frustration on the part even of places like the editorial board of the Wall Street Journal, who pointed out, I think it was last week, that when Florida put in place a system that was designed to make sure that undocumented immigrants couldn't work in the state. I don't know if you remember that, it was in 2023. What it essentially did is it's absolutely stopped job growth in Florida and made it so that there aren't farm workers and there aren't construction workers really to be had in the state of Florida. And in order to combat that, today, I think he's the Attorney General of Florida, reacted to that piece by the Wall Street Journal by saying the answer for Florida is to get high schoolers working in those professions, which I promise you is not what a lot of parents dream of for their children, that they will go onto construction sites. He didn't talk about working in the fields, but the idea that getting rid of undocumented immigrants is going to mean child labor is something that when people suggested it before Trump took office was dismissed as being absolutely scare tactics. And yet on the Fox Business Channel today, that's what Florida's Attorney General suggested. You're also seeing something else here and that is related, and that is real panic on the part of a number of agricultural leaders that the agricultural sector in the United States is in danger of collapse because it's lost its markets at the same time that it's lost its workers. And there's been a real push on people in Congress to do something because when the Republicans passed their July 2025 One Big Beautiful Bill Act, they did something kind of sneaky that has kind of fallen under the radar screen. And that's that normally Congress passes what's called a farm bill. And it passes, I think it's every 5 years. I don't remember, I haven't been reading about it lately. But what's in the farm bill is a mixture of things that both Republicans and Democrats wanted. So Republicans get subsidies, for example, and things that they want, and the Democrats get things like the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which for very weird historical reasons sits in the Agriculture Department. That is a weird story. And they get U.S. aid, which bought billions of dollars of food from American farmers. But what the Republicans did with their July budget reconciliation bill is they peeled off the things they wanted and did not pass any of the things that traditionally the Democrats pass or the Democrats want. And those are the things that support the agricultural sector by putting surpluses into supplemental nutrition assistance, for example, or into USAID and into some other programs as well. So there is real concern that the agricultural sector is going to take an extraordinary hit. At the same time, we are seeing real problems in the commercial real estate sector, not probably because of anything Trump has done so much as the fact that since COVID, people really didn't go back into offices. And so while real estate in general is pretty stable, commercial real estate, which is highly leveraged, is in enough trouble right now that people are starting to send up real warning signs. There is also the issue that and this is something that has been very hard to pin down. There was finally an article about it today. But remember, Trump, for all that he talked about not getting involved in foreign wars, has in fact struck, I think it's 8 countries: Iraq, Somalia, Iran, Yemen, Syria, Nigeria, and Venezuela. And now, of course, after having a huge buildup outside of Venezuela, he is moving the fleet over toward Iran. This is really expensive. The kind of strikes that he is doing. He's launched at least 658 air and drone strikes against those countries that I named. And we are continuing to attack small boats in the Caribbean and in the Pacific, although it remains completely unclear that this is anything other than illegal and perhaps a war crime. That stuff's expensive. At the same time that the Republicans in their July 2025 bill extended the tax cuts on wealthy Americans and on corporations. So earlier this month, the Congressional Budget Office, which is nonpartisan, and you often see them referred to as the CBO, and they're very good. They piss everybody off, so you know that they're doing what they should do. They projected that the deficit for this year, which ends on September 30th, 2026, the deficit, and remember, there's a difference between the deficit and the debt. The deficit is the difference in a year between how much the government takes in and how much it puts out. And this year, the deficit will be $1.85 trillion, which means that for every dollar that the U.S. takes in this year, it will spend $1.33. Now, remember, back in the Clinton years in the 1990s, we were operating in the black. But since then, we've had the George W. Bush tax cuts, and we've had the Donald Trump tax cuts, and we've had the unfunded wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and we have had Trump's new military adventures. The mounting problem of both the deficit and the growing debt because of that means that we're spending an enormous amount of our tax dollars simply servicing the debt, simply paying the interest on that debt. And the Republicans claim that their tax cuts are going to so dramatically increase economic growth that that's going to take care of this economic dislocation here, but that's never happened so far. So and there's no sign that it's going to. So we've sort of got all of these things mounting. That is, this white nationalist project, this idea of getting rid of that post-World War II world that created this stability and prosperity and more human rights. Getting rid of that, instead of bringing this wonderful golden age that Trump is talking about, certainly appears to be tearing up the U.S. economy, as well as human rights in the United States, and as well as our security, as we have fewer allies and as other countries start to say, hey, maybe we should get nuclear weapons too, because we can't trust the U.S. to be on our side with their nuclear weapons the way we have done since World War II. So that thing right there, the idea that this project of the Trump administration is more and more obviously creating a dramatically poorer and weakened United States is the real story of this moment. And yet I'm not quite done yet today, because one of the other things that you're really starting to see that you asked about is that the Trump family is making money hand over fist, and it's making money with merchandise, of course, with things like, I think you saw that Trump's lawyers have applied for trademark rights on his name if it goes on an airport, so that, you know, theoretically any airport that becomes the Donald J. Trump International Airport will have to pay him a licensing fee, which is what he has done with his Trump buildings all over the world. And today, I don't know if you saw it, but the head of the Commodities Futures Trading Commission, or the CFTC, has said that he is not going, he's going to work hard to make sure that states can't regulate the prediction markets, which are essentially betting on basically everything that isn't sort of established sports betting, for example, because the argument he is making and that Trump is making is that this is essentially like a stock market. So they're saying, well, you can bet on what you think electricity prices are going to do. But the kicker to that is you can bet on anything nowadays. And one of the things you can bet on is what the president is going to do next. And here's a news flash. The Trump family is opening its own prediction company. So, I mean, the ability for self-dealing there, again, is off the charts. You're also seeing the money that the Trump family is making in cryptocurrency, and that too is off the charts, including with the purchase by one of the heads of the United Arab Emirates, the guy who's in charge of one of their big sovereign wealth funds, buying 49% of the Trump cryptocurrency company, World Liberty Financial, days before Trump went into office. He did it with an upfront payment of part of it of $500 million, of which $187 million went directly into the Trump's pocket, and another about 31%, at least 31 million went directly into the pockets of the Witkoff family, which helped to start World Liberty Financial. That's Steve Witkoff, who is Trump's special envoy to the Middle East and special envoy to Russia. So you're seeing that that Trump family making more and more money. So you've got, and I'm going somewhere with all this. You've got Trump, his magical economy that was supposed to help out all those people who were mad at the time at Biden. That economy is not delivering, and it doesn't look like it's going to deliver the way Trump promised. You're also at the same time seeing extraordinary corruption, both for Trump and in Trump's cabinet officials like Kristi Noem, for example, the Secretary of Homeland Security, who is all over the news for her egregious behavior, her insistence on private planes that are extremely expensive that we are paying for, as well as the fact that she's essentially splitting control of her department with a person who is allegedly her affair partner, Corey Lewandowski. So there is this tension building up against the Trump administration. And that is what I am describing to you is showing itself in, I think, real fear on the part of the administration that they're not going to be able to swing the 2026 elections their direction, no matter what they try. Now, you asked a lot about the SAVE Act, and that's this act that is designed in such a way that it's going to throw a lot of people, especially women, transgender, and somebody pointed out to me, adopted people off the voting rolls, because you're supposed to have a birth certificate that matches your current name or a passport, at the same time that they've closed a lot of places where you previously could get passports. I mean, this is really obviously a voter suppression attempt. But before you panic about that, you should definitely be worried. But before you panic, do remember, first of all, that this is unconstitutional. But second of all, it passed the House of Representatives, yes. But right now, anyway, it does not have even a majority vote in the Senate, let alone the 60 votes it will need to get past a filibuster. That is, even all the Republicans aren't on board. And one of the things that in part, for all the reasons I just listed, but also in part, it's not clear that the people that they knock out of the polls are not going to be Republicans, because this year Democrats are really motivated to get to the polls. Republicans are not. So if it's a question of going down into your basement and finding your birth certificate, a lot of Republicans might just be like, no, I'll skip it this year. But one of the people that you can watch on this is Susan Collins, the senator from Maine, who came out today to say she's in favor of the act. And that's a sign to me that it's not gonna, that she doesn't ever think it's even gonna come up for a vote, because in the state of Maine, at the last election, voters overwhelmingly rejected a voter suppression measure. So she knows at the state level, the SAVE Act is gonna be really unpopular. And yet she came out and said she was for it. That says to me she doesn't ever plan to have to take a vote on it. She wants to play it both ways. She can say to Trumpers, yeah, I was for it. But then when it never comes up for a vote, she hopes that other Mainers won't notice that she said she was for it. So that is, I think, a sign that, well, we definitely need to worry about SAVE. You got to make sure you're registered, your friends are registered, that you have the right paperwork and so on, that does not seem to be moving as quickly anyway as the Trump administration would like it to. But there are other things to look at as well for why I think it's reasonable to think that the Trump administration and the MAGA Republicans are really worried. The first of those from today happened in Iowa. And that's that in Iowa, the lawmakers in the state are starting to try to pass measures that will dramatically curtail the ability of the governor to do anything. Well, if you expected there to be a Republican governor and you were a Republican, would you take those abilities away from him? Of course not. This is pretty clearly a sign that even in Iowa, they are very concerned that the election is going to swing to the Democrats in Iowa. That was something to watch. But here's another thing. Have you noticed that the actions of federal agents with ICE and with Border Patrol are so unpopular that there are absolutely knives out for Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem? And those knives are not only in the people that you would normally consider opposed to what she is doing. That is, the people on the streets, the progressives, the Democrats, the independents. The people who have been out in front on going after Kristi Noem are the people at the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal is owned by Murdoch. It has a number of really terrific writers, and they are certainly not ideological writers. But it's hard to imagine that Murdoch's paper would be first out of the box attacking Noem the way it is without some kind of positive nod from somebody farther up the food chain. And they've been all over Kristi Noem with this expose that came out, I think, over the weekend. Now, today, there is yet another expose, this one in NBC News. And this one is from within the Coast Guard. People in the Coast Guard are talking about how Noem has taken away their primary mission of search and rescue and interdiction of drugs, and has replaced it with deportation flights. And they're like, we're not getting our job done. We're losing people because we can't be out there in the water the way we're supposed to save people. That's significant, not only because it indicates disapproval within the Coast Guard, but also of all the law enforcement agencies that you know and have relationships with. Like, is there one that's more popular than the Coast Guard? The Coasties around here, like, how many people do you know who at some point in their lives have been rescued by the Coast Guard? So it's not a good thing for the Coast Guard to come out and say, we're really unhappy with this particular cabinet member. Today, Kristi Noem's own spokesperson, Tricia McLaughlin, the one who always says the totally outrageous stuff, there was a story in Politico that she is stepping down. She is leaving DHS. So you can see the pressure of the American people on this administration, as they are, as I say, doubling down on white nationalism. But now to end with another question that you asked about that I think really embodies a lot of that. And that is why the Federal Communications Commission, under Brendan Carr, who is an appointee of Donald Trump, pressured CBS to refrain from airing an interview that Stephen Colbert did with Texas Senate candidate James Tallarico last night. Think about where we are right now in this country with the Epstein files. So, people were surprised, I think, that the Epstein files had got the kind of legs that they did to get Congress to force or try to force the Department of Justice to release them, and that they've just had staying power. And I think the real reason that they have had staying power, and by the way, I just mean this politically, the stories, even the ones we know already, are horrific, and more power to the survivors. And I'm going to say more about that in just a second. But politically, nothing has stuck to Donald Trump. And there's a lot that we are now hearing about again because of the Epstein files that people just blew over in the past because it didn't catch. The Epstein files caught. And the Epstein files caught because this was an issue that MAGA cared deeply about. They believed, because of things Trump had said, that the Epstein files were full of Democrats. Remember, this is when they were going to finally get Bill Clinton, who, by the way, has been out front saying, release them all. Anything I've got to tell you, I'm happy to tell you. Same with his wife, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. A lot of MAGA people voted for him because they truly believed that there was a group of extremely wealthy, well-connected global elites that were raping children and perhaps doing even worse things. And when the Trump administration, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, at the FBI, Pam Bondi is at the Attorney General, Kash Patel's at the Director of the FBI. When they came out and said there's nothing to see here, MAGA smelled a rat. Which, by the way, if you've ever smelled a rat, a rotting rat, there's a reason they talk about smelling a rat. Let me tell you, I had one on my walls once. That has caught, and as it caught, and as Congress said, yeah, release them all. And as Clinton said, yeah, release them all. And as we're starting to see them come out, and we're starting to see things like that incredibly petty and threatening act of the DOJ not to redact the names and addresses and sometimes the sexually explicit photos involving survivors, but instead redacting the names of people saying things like, I loved the torture the torture video. That issue has only heated up. And the more we know, the more it looks as if MAGA was right to believe there was an elite global group of extremely wealthy people who were sexually assaulting children and perhaps doing other things as well. The trick is it was people around those like Donald Trump. It was not people around those like Bill Clinton. And that right there threatens dramatically to destabilize any possible coalition that Trump could put together for 2026 and for the MAGA Republicans beyond. All right, so why James Tallarico? That's the second time the FCC under Brendan Carr has gone after somebody who does an interview with James Tallarico. Now, James Tallarico is a representative from Texas. He's a state representative from Texas, and he is running for the Democratic nomination for senator in Texas. And his competitor in the primary is Jasmine Crockett, who is currently a national representative, U.S. representative from Texas. And they're both terrific. And I'm not even going to pretend to endorse either one of them. I think they are both absolutely shining lights. They're very, very different people, and they bring very different things to the table. This is one of the things that I always say about this kind of a period in American history, is that we're going to see a lot of good people, a lot of good names doing really cool stuff. Both of them we're going to continue to see for the rest of their lives. They're both that good. But what Tallarico has, I think, and why the Trump administration is far more concerned about him than they are about Crockett, is less about the Senate seat than it is about the fact that James Tallarico is a seminary student. He's lived in Texas for, I think, 8 generations. He is himself studying to become a minister. And what he has done as really kind of his hallmark is he has taken on the Christian claims of the white nationalists, of the white Christian nationalists, to say that they are not only un-American, but that they are un-Christian. He insists on the separation of church and state because he says that the use of the Bible, the use of Christianity for politics, perverts Christianity. And I grabbed a thing here that he said earlier on the Stephen Colbert show. He said that politicizing Christianity distorts politics and cheapens faith. The only true way in which Christianity should be inserted into politics is by adhering to the fundamental principle of Christianity that you should love your neighbor, love God and your neighbor, and that you should therefore feed the hungry, welcome the stranger, and heal the sick. And this is a quote from him. He says, "There is nothing Christian about Christian nationalism. It is the worship of power in the name of Christ, and it is a betrayal of Jesus of Nazareth." If the Trump people lose the support of evangelical Christians over Epstein, and somebody like James Tallarico gives them an off-ramp to get off of this Christian nationalist project that the administration is on, the MAGA will collapse. What is the only people who are still behind Donald Trump are the white Christian nationalists in the Republican Party. We know that from a new poll that came out today. That's it. That's their base. If they start listening to James Tallarico, and if he shows up on he doesn't have to be in the Senate for them to listen to them. If he shows up on The View, which is where he was, or if he shows up on Stephen Colbert, or I interviewed him as well, the more places that people hear the idea that intervention in politics of Christianity perverts both, which, by the way, takes us back to the way people thought about putting Christianity in politics before 1980. It's really Ronald Reagan who brings in the evangelical Christians into his coalition in the 1980s. The more people who say, let's go back to the world where we kept our churches and our politics separate, the less chance that the administration has of staying in power. So I think if you end up there with the attack on anybody giving airtime to James Tallarico, with an argument from a rule that it's called it's not it's not the fairness doctrine. It's called the equal time rule, that says that if you are giving during an election season, if you're giving time to one candidate, you have to give equal time to all the other candidates, unless you are a news show. And that has always been interpreted to include talk shows. And Carr is saying, no, that's not the case. But so far, he's only saying it with regard to James Tallarico. So he's trying to change the rules to make sure people don't listen to James Tallarico. And to that end, I think it is worth noting that when I last looked today, which was at about 3 o'clock, more than 2 million people had watched that segment. And I would urge you to go do it just so that you add your numbers to it. But so what does all of this add up to? I think what it adds up to is the idea that the Trump administration has really doubled down and is making very clear its determination to create a white Christian nationalist nation that walks away from representative democracy, that walks away from international trade agreements, and that walks away from international security, defense agreements, but that is pretty obviously making the United States weaker and turning it into a place where cronies and people like Donald Trump's family can get really, really, really rich off the rest of us. Because we're the ones who are going to be holding the bag for all of this, the debt and the deficit and, the unfunded airstrikes and all those sorts of things. That's going to be us paying for that. And I think what you are seeing is a recognition on the part of the government with the pushback against federal agents from ICE and Border Patrol, with frustration over the corruption, certainly over the Epstein files. You're seeing real concern that the fever that has gripped the United States for at least 10 years, but I would argue all the way back to the 1980s, is starting to break. All right, that's a lot more than you bargained for, I think. But again, it was one of those days, I always talk about the light bright, but it was one of the days where all the light brights seemed to me to just make up this pattern. I mean, they were little lights, like the thing about the prediction markets, but it was kind of obvious once you started putting it right in place in the light bright. I did want to leave you, as usual, with something you can do, a number of things you can do. There's the obvious things I always talk about, right? Call, run for office, and so on. I do want to reiterate that what we really have seen around the country is that it is taking care of your neighbors that has broken federal agents, that has forced Americans or has forced the government to say Americans don't want what we are serving, and to at least pretend to pull out of places like Minnesota. But I had a conversation today with a candidate a candidate from North Carolina. And she said something that I really loved. And she said she was talking to a Tibetan religious leader who said she was concerned that she had insulted him. She spoke right before she did, and right before he did. And she apologized for her. She had spoken profanely, and she apologized right before a religious leader. And she apologized. And he said, no. You and I are doing the same thing. We're just doing it differently. And he said to her, everybody in the world has one torch to pick up, and everybody's torch is different. And you can't carry somebody else's torch, but you have an obligation to pick up your torch, whether it's to run for office, or whether it's to help out at the schools, or whether it's to, make books available to children whose schools have had to take them off the shelves, or whether it's to feed people, or whether it's to fight back against the concentration camps, or whether it's to write letters, I hope. Each one of us has some kind of a torch to carry, and nobody but us can carry that particular torch. And it's our job to pick that torch up and carry it as long as we can. And I love that idea. It's what I've been trying to say when I'm like, sometimes delivering flowers matters. That's a really weak way to say, whatever your skill is, offer it to the world and it'll find a home. And in this moment, there's going to be so many places that we need so many people. Now is the time to make sure that you are carrying a torch. Part of that for me going forward, and I'm trying to start doing this more, is thinking about what I really want on the other side of this. Because there is going to be another side, whether it's tomorrow or in 50 years. What kind of a world do we want to have? And putting your mind to work, trying to figure that out, where your lane is, where you think you can contribute. That is going to be really important when that moment comes, because then we're absolutely going to have all hands on deck. But that part of it's going to be fun. So give a little bit of thought about, what matters to you. What do you want your community to look like? What do you want your government to look like? This is the moment we're in where we are getting to start to define that. And part of carrying a torch for the United States is trying to figure out what we want of it. All right, I went way over today. Sorry about that. Tons of stuff to cover, but I will be back on Thursday. And if you are watching on YouTube, or if you're following me on YouTube, I've got a lot of really good interviews coming up, and all the interviews lately have been really terrific. So, and I've got a real surprise, to me, a very surprising one coming up. I'd give you the dates, but I don't remember. We do list them. It's probably worth keeping an eye on the interviews that I've got coming up, because I learn a lot, and I suspect you will as well. And it turns out a lot of our elected officials are pretty human and pretty good at what they do, which is always nice to hear. All right. Thank you for being here, and I will see you on Thursday. Hey, folks. It is February 26th, and this is another one of those days when I have to pre-record Politics Chat, because I've actually got an engagement coming up in a half an hour. And I didn't ask for questions because what's on my mind is something that you could very well have missed, but that I really want to call out. And that is that as of the State of the Union, it's very clear that the White House has gone into full-on campaign mode. And I wanted to call your attention to that in part because if you remember, what this administration does is it really doubles down on disinformation, on lies, and on attacks on marginalized people when it goes into campaign mode. So remember, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, and all that stuff that we heard in 2024. So what you're going to see now, everything you see now coming out of the White House, you're really going to have to take a look at and judge whether or not this is something that's real. And the reason that I say that in this particular moment is that this administration is historically unpopular. People don't like anything that they're doing. That's not to say all people don't like it. Trump's job approval rating is in the high 30s. So there are some people who either aren't paying attention or do in fact like what he's doing. But these are numbers for a political character are really in the toilet, as we would say. So they really can't get out there and tout his accomplishments, because for all the fact that the State of the Union, he kept insisting we're in a golden age, most Americans don't think we are. And objectively, we're not. We've lost ground in the economy. We've lost ground in foreign affairs. We've lost ground in society. We've lost ground in all sorts of programs that they've cut. The national debt is skyrocketing. If you're somebody who cares about that, I happen to be one of the people who does. Not getting a lot of play, but it's all out there. And all of those things weaken the constituency that's behind Trump. So they can't really get out there and talk about the things that they've been doing because nobody likes them. So instead, there are a couple of things going on. One is that they are reversing victim and offender. That is, and this is a playbook that the Republicans have used for a long time. The Republicans take their real weaknesses and they attack the Democrats for doing those things. And the reason for that is that then when a Democrat says, oh, but you did this, then they can say, well, everybody does it, even though the Democrats haven't done it. So that's one thing, that reversal. And I'm going to give you some examples of this. But then there are also real ways in which the administration is covering up major stories. And that's one of the things that interests me most right now. For some reason, this appears to have gone black. I have no idea why. So there are a couple of things in which this really shows right now that have not necessarily gotten the attention that they warranted. So one of the things you might have heard in the State of the Union address was Trump talking about how he is creating a fraud commission and putting Vice President J.D. Vance in charge of that fraud commission. And then he went on to say that the Somali community in Minnesota, and then he said in other states too, and he threw in Massachusetts and Maine and one other, I don't remember which. He claimed that they had committed $19 billion worth of fraud. And that's simply a made up number. There's a history to where that made up number is from, but that's not real. In fact, there was fraud in the Minnesota Somali community. People have been charged, they've gone to prison. It's happened over the last 5 years. It's not just Somalis that are involved in that and so on, but that number is completely made up. And then Trump went on to say that if the new fraud commission catches all that fraud, we can balance the budget immediately. That's what Trump said. And that's kind of an odd construction, right? So what's he going on with there? Partly he's going on with the fact that his excuse for the One Big Beautiful Bill Act's extraordinary explosion of debt was that the tariffs were going to make up the difference. Well, now, of course, the Supreme Court has said he can't have those tariffs. So now he's obviously trying to manufacture a different reason for the exploding debt that isn't the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. So it's partly that he's trying to say, well, I can't make it up with the tariffs. I'm going to make it up by saying it's the Somali community, which, by the way, brings in, I think it's $67 million in taxes annually to Minneapolis and is behind about $8 billion of economic activity in Minnesota. So this idea that somehow they're drags on society is, again, part of this vision he's trying to sell the American people. But there's something else behind it that really jumped out to me because of everything else that went on this week. A lot of people didn't see it. And that's that on Monday, the Congressional Budget Office, the CBO, which is a nonpartisan institution, which has the job of taking a look at the economic effects of any legislation that's put up, because there's rules about how much money you can spend and where the money has to come from and so on. So the CBO takes a look at the economic costs of different bills. And on Monday, they produced a study that said that Trump's policies, primarily the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, although some others as well, but Trump's policies have cut more than 10 years off the solvency of the trust fund that funds Social Security and more than 10 years off the trust fund that funds Medicare. So, according to the Congressional Budget Office, in March of 2025, the CBO predicted that the trust fund that cares for that pays for Medicare Part A, that's the sort of the base of Medicare, would be solvent until 2052. Now it says those funds are going to run out in 2040. And similarly, it says the Social Security Trust Fund will run dry by the end of 2031. So this is a huge deal. The fact that this administration is just running through our finances in such a way that it's going to hit Social Security and Medicare and hit those things soon is the only reason it hasn't been a headline story, I think, is because, and it has, some people have reported Fortune. I read it in Fortune is where I found it first. But then, the story is, you can go online and find the CBO story, is because so much else is going on. But I think already the administration is trying to say, oh, if people hear about this, it's the Somalis who did this. I promise you, it is not the Somalis in Minnesota who have taken more than 10 years off the solvency of Social Security and Medicare. And that's a really big story that I wanted to call out. But then there are other ways that you can see the administration trying to spin things ahead of time. So the other big thing that you may or may not have seen today is that the House Oversight and Reform Committee, the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee, that's the one chaired by James Comer, a Republican of Kentucky, who is not a rocket scientist, is obviously trying to distract from the drip, drip, drip from the Epstein files. And so today they had a closed door hearing interviewing former First Lady and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Now, both of the Clintons are going to be testifying. Hillary Clinton was today. Her husband, former President Bill Clinton, will be tomorrow. But they have already given sworn depositions, where they swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth and all that. And the committee already has that. But they clearly were trying to get sound bites and pictures for right-wing media. So what's interesting about this is, first of all, you probably don't remember, but the Clintons wrote a letter to Comer, and I've lost track of time, a month ago or so, but something like that, I don't remember, sometime in January, in which they said many things, but basically the message of it was, dude, we're so much better than you at this. Drop this because you're going to regret it. And that's when when he didn't, they said, okay, we'll go ahead and we'll testify. We want it open. We want cameras. We want the whole thing. And then all of a sudden you could see Comer and people backpedaling because they didn't expect that. And once Bill Clinton has sat for testimony in front of the House of Representatives, the gates open for any president. And already the Democrats are saying we have every intention of having Donald Trump in that seat, which of course, Donald Trump has no intention ever of being in. But so this morning, when Hillary Clinton went to testify, she released a statement that I really urge you to go find and read. It's been circulated on all social media platforms, but you can find it easily simply by Googling Hillary Clinton's statement. And that's probably enough, actually. I did that and it came up. I could click on different social media places where it was shown. Even if you're not a member of those social media platforms, you can click on it. You don't get a feed, but you can read whatever is there. You don't have to be signed in. I urge you to read it because it was really a beautiful letter in that what she said is like, listen, I told you under oath, I had no idea about the criminal activities that were taking place. I never met Jeffrey Epstein, as far as I know. I never went to the island. I never flew on the plane. I was never, I had nothing to do with this. And I told you that. But I would like to point out that, in fact, the committee compelled the testimony of 8, I think it is. Here we go. I'll find it. 8 the law enforcement officials who were directly involved. And 5 of them simply said to the committee, I don't know anything. And the committee said, okay, that's fine. And when they did have one person who was associated with Clinton come in, that was Les Wexner, who testified last week, and he is deeply involved with Epstein from the very beginning, none of the Republicans showed up. So it's a little hard to say, like, we care so deeply about this when they literally didn't show up for his testimony. So she went on to point out that, one of her hallmarks as Secretary of State was she was very, very prominent in her advocacy for women and girls. And she was instrumental in getting the passage through Congress of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act. And that Trump, in fact, has been gutting all of that stuff. He threw away 70% of the career officials at the State Department's Trafficking in Persons Office. So this idea that somehow they really care about human trafficking is crap, where she actually has quite a long record of that. It was one of her hallmarks as Secretary of State. She was an interesting Secretary of State, I think. It's a rabbit hole I won't go down. Anyway, she openly said that the committee was compelling her to testify, quote, fully aware that I have no knowledge that would assist your investigation, in order to distract attention from President Trump's actions and to cover them up despite legitimate calls for answers. All right, so the proof that this is simply what they were doing is in the fact that while she was in a closed hearing, which was closed by the choice of the committee, right? Comer didn't want cameras in there. Clinton said, sure, bring on the cameras. And he said, no, we don't want that. Lauren Boebert, who was in the room, shared a picture with a right-wing podcaster, Benny Johnson, who put it on social media. So they had to shut down the hearing I don't know what took place after that in the hearing, but it's pretty clear they're just trying to use the Clinton testimony and all that as a way to distract from Trump. What does that mean, to distract from Trump? Okay, here's another blockbuster story that did get attention, but again, there was so much happening this week, which is part of the plan, of course, right? It makes us look away and say, I can't deal with this anymore, which is, by the way, one of the reasons my letters are getting longer, but I don't even know when I've taken a day off at this point, because I'm sort of determined to be like, You're trying to exhaust me. By God, I'm not going to let you do it. I'm going to keep up. So some nights I sit down and I say, I'm only going to write a paragraph or two just to let people know I'm here, and I'll get to stuff later. And then it always ends up being really long because I'm like, no, I can, you can dish it out, but I can take it and I can throw it back. So anyway, this story has been out there a while. But there are so many stories in the Epstein files that may or may not be true that people have been really delicate about picking them up. Like nobody wants to trumpet a story only to discover that it was false, because then anything you say after that, people are going to be like, yeah, right, you lied about that, you lied about everything, right? So, and I'm not going to get the right date on this. An independent journalist named Roger Sollenberger reported that he was looking through the files, and it sure looked like there were a number of pages missing in a certain category. And then he cross-checked them with another set of files related that should have been the same, that were in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. And he said, whoa, boy, sure looks like there's pages missing here. And NPR picked that up. A man named Stephen Fowler at NPR picked up Sollenberger's report, and which is, by the way, why I always name journalists, because this is not a solo game. Like you're constantly listening, you're constantly trying to add new information, digging a little bit more, and that's okay so long as you say where your information comes from. And people are doing that a lot now, which is really nice because it shows that there's this information web to which we all belong. Anyway, Fowler picked up the story and he dug some more. And what they have discovered, and what other outlets have now confirmed, is that it appears that there are 53 pages missing in the Epstein file upload that they are pretty certain are believable accusations that Donald Trump in 1983-84 raped a 13 or 14-year-old girl. And this was, the FBI took this seriously enough that it interviewed this survivor 4 times, and apparently considered the person credible. And then there was another story as well that also suggested that Trump had raped a minor. That was hidden in a different way, but. This is, that story's been out there. You've probably heard about it. I'm not, because of the algorithm, I'm not going to repeat to you what she said, but it is graphic and it is not hard to find. And as I say, it's been out there, but many things have been out there that people were nervous about. Now, these different journalists, starting with Sollenberger and then going to Fowler and now other people, have put together what I would call the space around the elephant, the places where these numbers, each document is numbered. So the places where those documents were and the places where they were taken seriously, and noted that, at least in the case of the second survivor, this was a key piece of the evidence that put Ghislaine Maxwell in prison. So they're like, this is a really big deal. And people are picking it up and treating it like a really big deal, but it's maybe not getting heard as much. Like I say, because there's so much out there, this is different than just an accusation. And I use the word just there in the sense of not that you don't believe people and all that, but that when people recount stories, like sometimes they're never 100% accurate, by the way. That's one of the things they teach you when you do oral histories, but which is itself a really interesting rabbit hole. But there's either accurate material or there's not. And so the way that you ascertain whether or not it's accurate is you get other people to say what they saw. This story appears to have legs, and it appears to have other witnesses, and it appears to have been taken seriously. One of them appears to have been taken seriously enough in the Ghislaine Maxwell case that it was instrumental in putting her into prison, and it was taken seriously enough by the Department of Justice that they held it back, which is illegal. By the way, this isn't by choice. They were supposed to put everything forward and they did not. Now they're saying, well, we're going to do an investigation to see whether or not we should have put more material up, because they're afraid of the cover up at this point, because that's quite illegal if you if you did that, you broke a law. So now they're backpedaling and saying, oh, we're going to look and make sure no laws are broken. But come on, like, again, I'm not speaking from a court of law. I'm not, any of that. But like, just by chance, you happen to pull the two most damning pieces of evidence in this particular document dump, remembering, of course, that we still don't have at least half of the Epstein files. So that's another place where all of a sudden you might be able to say to a true believer, Clinton again. So there is that. There is, and as I say, there have been there are more and more drips and more people resigning over Epstein. That is coming. There is also, what is the other big one? You're also seeing all of a sudden a real push again for war with someone. Seemingly, it doesn't matter who, so long as they can get a war, which I don't really have time to go into now. But then there is also one of the things that the administration tried to do, or that Trump tried to do in the State of the Union, was to set a trap for the Democrats. The actions of ICE and Border Patrol agents are enormously unpopular everywhere in the country. Nobody likes them. Because again, Trump told people who voted for him that he was going to go after criminals, rapists, and murderers, basically, right? And it's turned out that fewer than 2% of the people that they are rounding up and incarcerating now, because they changed the rules so that once you're picked up by Border Patrol or ICE, you're going to internment, to a concentration camp until they can deport you, which is brand new. The country has not done that in the past. People expected they were getting rid of criminals, and it's turning out, of course, that they're taking anybody who is undocumented, but also a lot of people who were documented, and they've changed the rules. And the courts have been stopping that as much as they possibly can do. But this is really unpopular. Americans do not like this. They do not like what's happening on their streets. They do not like the things they're seeing about beatings and all that. They certainly did not like the shooting of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, which are really big deals. Obviously, I've talked a lot about both of them. So at the State of the Union, set up probably by Stephen Miller, who's been really pushing this story, who's the deputy White House chief of staff, who's the guy who believes in the Great Replacement theory, and he's a real white supremacist. I mean, he's really open about this. Trump tried to say that he tried to make everybody stand up who believed that the U.S. government should, I forget exactly the language, but here it is. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. Well, it's totally a trap because, of course, what the Democrats are saying is you need to protect the rule of law. We actually have laws about how one deals with everybody who is on the ground, who's on the soil or under the jurisdiction of the United States of America. It's not a question of you got to take care of all the citizens and every non-citizen can go hang. There are rules about how all of those people should be treated. It's a real no-brainer. It's not to say that you shouldn't take care of citizens. Of course you should. But you also shouldn't be incarcerating 5-year-olds or 2-year-olds or, doing all the things that the government has never been allowed to do before. And you certainly should not be getting rid of the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution, which protects American citizens from having their homes invaded by federal agents without a warrant from a judge. I mean, and it's not that hard to get a warrant from a judge, I have to say. But they are now saying they don't need a warrant from a judge. They simply should be able to sign off on those raids themselves. And this is how you're getting these sweeps of people's homes. And remember the citizens who are getting taken out, poor guy in his underpants and slippers that they pulled out into a van and drove around for several hours. And that's not America. That's not what we do. So they were trying to set up the Democrats, and they've been really, 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 really pushing that today. This is, Stephen Miller's like, this is stunning that the Democrats are so crazy. They won't stand up for this. I'm sorry. The word crazy came from Trump, and the word stunning came from Miller. I put those two things together. And they're really hoping that it's going to fire up that base again, that the Democrats are the bad guys here. We're the good guys. They're the bad guys. But, I don't know if you saw this story that came out, again, in the midst of all this. And to me, this is well, I guess they're all bad, but this one's a biggie. So there was a man in Buffalo, New York, who was a legal refugee from Myanmar, where there's a genocide going on, and he came with his children. He was blind, and did not speak English, did not read or write, and could not use electronic devices. And he got picked up by the police because in the past he used a curtain rod to make his way along, and somebody called the police on him because they thought it was a weapon, and the police came, so we had a record, but that was the record. I mean, somebody called the police on him because he was, tapping the sidewalk with a curtain rod. And the police released him, and the Border Patrol picked him up at the police station, and they found out he was in the country legally, and that they couldn't therefore put him into detention. And so this is Buffalo, New York, lake effect, bitter cold, the whole thing. This guy he doesn't speak English, and he's blind. And they dropped him off miles from his home, near a Tim Hortons, which is, for those of you who don't know, it's like a coffee shop, Canadian-based coffee shop. And they didn't tell either his lawyer or his family what they had done. And the family's frantic, right? They go to the police and they say, we can't find our father. And the police checked and they said, well, he's with Border Patrol. So they closed the missing persons case. And you know where this is going. They dropped him off on February 19th, and the police found him dead in the street on February 24th. Now, this is a man who came to the United States because he was fleeing genocide, being cared for by his family, obviously, and he turned to America, and his family turned to America as a place where they could be safe. And nobody's really safe, right? We could all step in front of a bus tomorrow, but our federal agents took this older man, loved by his family, who were desperate, and they freaking left him to die on the streets in the cold. And I, that's right up there for me with Little Boy in the Bunny Hat, and who at least was with his father, right? And I'll stop. But when you think about what the Republicans were trying to do with that, we've set a trap for the Democrats. At the same freaking time, that guy was dying in the streets. I think that trap, political traps suck anyway. I'm sorry, I don't use a lot of words like that, but it's just, that's not, our government's supposed to be working for us, not working to keep people in power. And I hope that people remember in that moment that while Trump is sitting there and the Republicans are cheering on how evil the Democrats are, how crazy they are and all that, what they were trying to do was simply to make sure that people like this guy could go home to his family, which is what the legal system said, rather than Border Patrol officers dropping him in the street to die over 5 days, And a spokesperson for the Border Patrol said, Customs and Border Protection, which is the parent agency of Border Patrol, said, and I quote, "Border Patrol agents offered him a courtesy ride, which he chose to accept, to a coffee shop, determined to be a warm, safe location near his last known address, rather than be released directly from the Border Patrol station. He showed no signs of distress, mobility issues, or disabilities requiring special assistance. Aside from the fact he was blind, couldn't speak English, couldn't read, couldn't write, and couldn't use a cell phone." That's what Trump tried to set a trap for Democrats over. Anyway, I'll stop editorializing about that because I do want to point out that what they're trying to do here is they're trying to change the way people are thinking about reality. And the reality is this is a fascist government. And they're trying to convince people to back that by selling them this kind of disinformation and lies. And it infuriates me, of course, because I traffic in truth, right? But if and when this doesn't work, the other thing that you are seeing is the real attempt to change our voting system. And as of today, there are two major developments in that. One is that the Trump administration is floating ideas that Trump will declare an emergency to give the federal government control over voting. It looks like the Republicans even won't try to pass the SAVE Act through the Senate. And then there is also, on the part of the state of Kansas, they are invalidating driver's license for trans people, which of course will make it much harder, or not much harder, make it impossible for most of them to vote. But also, it means that it will be very hard for them to leave the state of Kansas and get to a safer state for trans Americans. And that, as we go into this, somebody asked me just a few minutes ago, what does the rest of this year look like? All of this is going to ramp up. All of it is going to ramp up. So find your torch, like Kate Barr told me to do, told us to do. Find your torch, because this is going to be really rough. And you're all going to find, I suspect, things that, like me, you find so abhorrent that you want to tune out. And just remember that they are doing this because their only hope right now is either to convince people that their lies are truth, and they're not, and we can reinforce the reality for each other. The guy in the street versus the ha-ha trap we set for Democrats, or by stealing the election. And that's something we all have to focus on too. But in that, at least, there are a lot of people working behind it, to protect our right to vote. The war for our minds, which is literally the tagline for InfoWars, which is what has souped up a lot of the craziness on the right. That's Alex Jones's media channel, in which called InfoWars, in which he says there's a war on for your mind. There is definitely a war on for your mind, but you have the ability to listen to what the administration is putting out and to say, wait, this is going to take some context. What's really going on here? And to make sure that's what people hear, and not the gotcha crap that's coming out of people like Stephen Miller, or the lies about the immigrants causing the real problem now with Social Security or Medicare, and all the things that I just outlined here. All right, I have 4 minutes to get dressed for this event. You think I'm going to make it? Thank you for being here. I should be back on a regular schedule soon. I don't know exactly when, but please keep the faith, and I will talk to you soon.
La 1 de la tarde en punto, y ya estamos aquí en una emisión más de Astillero Informa. Gracias por acompañarnos en este día, como siempre, con el gran gusto de saludarle, de recibir sus comentarios a través del chat y de que tengamos el acompañamiento para ir analizando, compartiendo información, teniendo las referencias que podamos aportar para ir entendiendo lo que sucede en nuestro país, en el mundo. Hoy es miércoles 4 de marzo de 2026 y tengo la gran satisfacción de poder platicar con ustedes, de agradecerles el que estén presentes a lo largo de esta transmisión. Gracias por todo. Miren, dice Fernando Andrade Hernández, Julio, de las pocas veces que veo de 1 a 3 en vivo. Gracias, Fernando Andrade, por estar viéndonos en vivo. Lo apreciamos mucho. Y desde luego, Aurora Chávez nos envía saludos desde Santa Clarita, California. Gracias, gracias como siempre. Super Oscar dice saludos desde Irapuato, desde Coacalco, Estado de México. Mónica Tavares. Bueno, desde San Antonio, Bombanó, Berriozábal, Chiapas, Juan Chanona. Desde San Antonio, Bombanó, en Berriozábal, Chiapas. Bueno, pues muchas gracias por estar presentes, gracias por estar atentos a esta transmisión. Recuerden que mucho apreciamos y agradecemos el que nos ayude con el me gusta, el like, que nos ayuda a transitar de mejor manera por los caminos de los algoritmos y la tecnología, que siempre tiene sus trucos y sus circunstancias, y vamos remando en contra de esa corriente que luego no es muy propicia para lo que deseamos plantear y presentar en nuestro programa. Bueno, hoy es un día cargado de información, particularmente, bueno, dentro de las varias noticias que vamos a ir analizando en el curso del día, tenemos el hecho de que ya se ha anunciado que ya está terminada la propuesta presidencial de reforma electoral. ¿Qué va a suceder en ese terreno? ¿Cuál va a ser la reacción específica del Verde y el Partido del Trabajo? Lo iremos viendo, iremos analizando, pero me parece que es importante el que analicemos, el que veamos exactamente cuáles son las propuestas. La presidenta de la República presentó un decálogo por la democracia, es decir, los 10 puntos sustanciales que están incluidos en esta propuesta presidencial de reforma electoral. Una propuesta que implica la viabilidad de que sea aprobada. Bueno, hasta este momento pareciera que no. El Partido del Trabajo y el Partido Verde mantienen objeciones, señalamientos y, al menos en el discurso, pareciera que no estarían dispuestos a votar a favor de esta propuesta, con lo cual no se alcanzaría la mayoría calificada en el Congreso de la Unión y no pasaría esta propuesta presidencial. Pero la presidenta dice que además de todo hay un plan B. Hoy en la columna esa astillero de un tal Julio Hernández López, en La Jornada y en otros medios, el título de mi columna es precisamente eso, que si es que se viene no un plan B, como ha dicho la presidenta, yo le puse el plan E, plan electoral, porque aun cuando no se aprobara esta reforma, esta propuesta presidencial, pues la verdad es que Morena y la presidenta tendrían ya bandera electoral para 2027, impulsando que hubiera un voto mayoritario para Morena para poder sacar adelante esa reforma electoral, como en su momento se hizo con el plan C relacionado con la reforma judicial. Pero vamos a escuchar lo que al respecto dijo hoy la presidenta Sheinbaum. Adelante.
Este es el decálogo por la democracia que estamos presentando el día de hoy en la reforma electoral. Y como lo he dicho, es una propuesta que envía la presidenta, que tiene que ver con un compromiso que dio con la gente y que esa solicitud de la gente, sobre todo los dos primeros, es una solicitud muy importante. El tema de las listas de plurinominales y el tema de tantos recursos que se destinan a las elecciones. Entonces, yo estoy cumpliendo y ya depende de los diputados o del Senado si se aprueba esta idea de que la presidenta va a ser su primera derrota. No, nada que ver con eso. Para mí es una victoria porque estoy presentando una propuesta que me pidió la gente que presentara, completa. Y ya quien la quiera aprobar, pues será visto por la gente, y quien no. Y ya, así de sencillo.
En este sentido, en caso de que no se logre la mayoría calificada para su aprobación, ¿tiene pensado algún plan B?
Sí, pero ya sería después.
Este plan B sería hacia leyes secundarias.
Ya sería después. No nos adelantemos.
Bueno, no nos adelantemos, pero la verdad es que la turbulencia el torbellino, el agitar de las aguas electorales está ya desbordado. Recordemos que este sábado hay Consejo Nacional del Partido Morena en el cual se van a fijar las reglas para la competencia interna y se va a plantear cuáles son las políticas que va a mantener el partido dominante respecto a las elecciones intermedias del año que entra. También se espera que se den a conocer los nombres de los coordinadores de Morena en circunscripciones territoriales. Se habla de Adán Augusto López Hernández, que ya dijo que él va a la 4ª circunscripción, desde hace semanas atrás lo dijo. Aquí le hemos dado un adelanto de que Ricardo Monreal sería quien se iría a otra de esas circunscripciones, la que tiene su base, su sede en Guadalajara, Jalisco, pero bueno, son más lugares, son más espacios, más estados de esa circunscripción, y también delegados o comisionados específicos para distritos complicados, para distritos a los cuales enviarán a diputados, senadores, e incluso se habla de servidores públicos en función que en su tiempo libre lo dedicarían a coordinar los trabajos de su partido en determinados lugares. Bueno, ¿qué onda con los pagos de Televisión Azteca, el litigio, el concurso mercantil que presentó? Bueno, pues ya cayó el primer abono, ya cayó el primero. Ahora sí que dígase lo que se diga, y retórica, discurso. Bien dicen que dato mata alegato, y aquí en este caso, pues el dato concreto es que ya pagó el primero de los 18 abonos a los que se comprometió la empresa de Ricardo Salinas Pliego. Sobre este tema habló la presidenta. Vamos a escuchar.
Son 2 adeudos, uno es de TV Azteca y el otro es de Electra. TV Azteca ya se pagó completo, en efecto, y Electra ayer se depositó el primer pago mensual. Entonces, se depositaron alrededor de 10,000 millones de pesos, completo TV Azteca, hace pues más de un mes, ¿no? O un mes más o menos, y completo el adeudo de TV Azteca, y en el caso de Electra, que el adeudo es mayor, el acuerdo, bueno, no el acuerdo, el esquema de pago que se planteó de acuerdo con la ley fue un pago inicial de Electra y después pagos mensuales. Se hizo el pago inicial y el día de ayer ya se pagó el primer pago mensual. Entonces, en total son 32,000 millones de pesos lo que van a pagar, y los pagos mensuales son de alrededor de 1,200 millones de pesos. El juicio mercantil de TV Azteca no afecta el pago de impuestos, ya pues es interpretación de cada una, ¿no? El caso de por qué se van a este esquema que ellos definen, pero ya no tiene que ver con el adeudo del fisco que tenía. No es que se esté declarando en quiebra, es distinto. Lo otro es un tema político, con el presidente de ese grupo, que ya asumió un rol político. Pero en lo que tiene que ver con sus obligaciones fiscales con el Estado, en ese sentido, hoy por hoy en TV Azteca están cubiertas.
Bueno, pues eso es lo que dice la presidenta sobre este tema de Salinas Pliego, que ya adoptó un rol político, el cual es evidente. Salinas Pliego está convertido en alguien que de una manera muy clara está buscando participar políticamente, y es su derecho. Finalmente no hay ningún impedimento para que un ciudadano en pleno ejercicio de sus derechos cívicos pueda aspirar a ser votado, no solo votar, sino ser votado. Hay otro tema que abordó hoy la presidenta relacionado con las pensiones millonarias, con la reforma que propone disminuir estas pensiones millonarias, pero exactamente qué, como lo hemos dicho aquí, no puede haber y no habrá retroactividad, es de aquí en adelante. Pero escuchemos exactamente lo que ha dicho la presidenta Sheinbaum.
Nadie les va a pedir que regresen el recurso que recibieron, pero a partir de la aprobación, pues ya van a bajar sus pensiones.
No van a tener que
Pues sí, imagínense una persona que gana, o sea, que recibe 1 millón de pesos mensuales y que lo ha recibido por 15 años, 12 millones de pesos del erario público para alguien que fue director general un área de Comisión Federal de Electricidad o de Pemex o de Luz y Fuerza del Centro. Pues ya recibió 12 millones de pesos por bastantes años, ¿no? Pues ahora ya recibirá 70,000 pesos, que es bastante,
No,
comparado con lo que es la pensión de cualquier persona, pero ya por lo menos es la mitad de lo que gana la presidenta.
¿prevén amparos?
Bueno, como es reforma constitucional, lo único que puede haber, recuerden, es inconstitucionalidad, ya no puede haber amparo.
Presidenta, también.
Y es nada más porque es importante, no es para los trabajadores que llamamos de base, que están sindicalizados y que su pensión está reconocida por un contrato colectivo, ahí no se toca.
Bueno, pues eso es lo que se plantea. Efectivamente, no puede haber retroactividad. Y aquí el punto concreto es saber si de aquí en adelante los que recibieron ese millón de pesos mensuales van a dejar de recibir eso y van a recibir solo 70,000 pesos, o si la retroactividad, la no retroactividad implica pues que ellos tendrán que seguir ganando eso mismo y seguramente habrá objeciones legales. Digo, es un derecho de todo ciudadano el poder presentar las objeciones o impugnaciones legales que crea que beneficien a su interés. Ya se irá viendo. Bueno, en la misma conferencia mañanera de prensa, la presidenta habló del avance de la lucha de mujeres por la reivindicación de sus derechos y su presencia en general en la vida política, económica, social, y también dijo que es probable que se blinde Palacio Nacional por la marcha del próximo 8 de marzo. Escuchemos lo que dijo.
Hay muchos avances en nuestro país para las mujeres. Obviamente falta más. No es suficiente lo que hasta donde hemos llegado. Las mujeres necesitamos todavía mayor protección del Estado y avance en la autonomía económica de las mujeres. Entonces, feminicidios han disminuido y hemos avanzado este año en los protocolos para la investigación de feminicidios.
¿Se va a blindar Palacio Nacional como otros años?
Es probable. ¿Por qué lo hacemos? Porque muchas veces, como ustedes han visto, participan el llamado bloque negro o grupos que pues buscan dañar Palacio Nacional y entonces pues para proteger hasta las mismas mujeres pues evitamos que haya una confrontación entre la policía y estos grupos. Entonces, de otra manera, pues tendría que ser las mujeres policías quienes se enfrentaran a estos grupos que traen artefactos y demás para generar, pues, en fin, ya los hemos visto en varios lugares.
Bueno, ya en unos 30, 45 segundos estaremos con el doctor Lorenzo Meyer para hablar de varios temas, sobre todo el petróleo, la guerra a nivel mundial, lo que corresponde a México, en fin. Pero mientras tanto le voy comentando que el Poder Judicial de la Federación, a través de un juzgado, ha ordenado a la Secretaría de la Defensa Nacional que entregue 853 folios militares generados en 2014 por el Centro Regional de Fusión de Inteligencia. Estos documentos están relacionados con la desaparición de los 43 estudiantes de Ayotzinapa. Es una instrucción del Poder Judicial de la Federación. Podemos ver la nota que nos comparte, nos permite utilizar la OEM, específicamente el Sol de México, y dice aquí que esto es ante una demanda de amparo y es una resolución del Juzgado Quinto de Distrito en materia administrativa en la Ciudad de México, que resolvió el pasado 19 de febrero un juicio de amparo a favor de los familiares de los 43 estudiantes. Esto ha sido informado, comunicado por el Centro de Derechos Humanos, el Centro PRO de Derechos Humanos. Dice que el Ejército debe proporcionar la totalidad de la información generada durante 2014 por ese Centro de Fusión de Inteligencia con sede en Iguala, Guerrero. Son 853 folios que no han sido puestos a disposición de nadie, que siguen ahí perdidos tras la muralla verde que es la que ha frenado todo en materia de verdad y justicia en este caso. Bueno, es la 1:16 p.m. Vamos de inmediato con el doctor Lorenzo Meyer. Lorenzo, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, Julio.
Oye, Lorenzo, siempre tú estás de muy buen humor, muy optimista. ¿Es porque antes estuviste bien sumido en tus papeles, tus escritos y estás con una visión de lo que estás tecleando y demás? ¿O tú eres así de optimista?
Bueno, sí, en general sigo metido en mis papeles, viendo y escribiendo. Trato de salir mentalmente de mi casita aquí en San Nicolás Totolapan y andar por el mundo.
Ajá. Oye, Lorenzo, pues la verdad es que te iba a decir que empezáramos hablando de México, pero yo creo que podemos hablar primero de las otras partes del mundo y luego de México, porque pues recordé aquellos versos famosos de Ramón López Velarde en La Suave Patria, que dijo a México, le decía a la Suave Patria, le decía: el niño Dios te escrituró un establo y los veneros del petróleo el diablo. Pero sí, antes de entrar al terreno mexicano, ¿cómo ves la situación internacional? Estados Unidos actuando, Israel actuando directamente contra Irán, Estados Unidos apretando, algunas potencias europeas acomodándose, unos sí, otros no, pero pareciera que el petróleo está al fondo de todo esto, Lorenzo.
Sí, están en el fondo, pero ¿cómo lo veo ahora? Caramba, podría titularse, a lo mejor escribo algo titulándolo esto, el imperio está desatado.
Sí.
Realmente está cambiando la configuración política del Medio Oriente y en cierto sentido del resto del mundo. Aquí uno de los hilos para desenredar la madeja puede ser la promesa que hizo Trump en su segunda campaña para conseguir la presidencia, que no se metería a intentar cambiar el régimen de ningún país, que eso era una tontería, una muy mala decisión de gobiernos anteriores y que él lo dejaría a un lado. Y sin embargo, estamos viendo cómo su actuar es exactamente lo opuesto al que se había comprometido con sus electores. Y aquí un pie de página. ¿Por qué hizo esa promesa tan clara? Fíjate, para un imperio, decir, piensa en Roma, hace 2000 años, que un César hubiera dicho: bueno, yo no me voy a meter nunca en los gobiernos, en los problemas de los gobiernos de las provincias que manejo. Pues no, los imperios se meten siempre, pero él había hecho esa promesa. Ahora, la mayor parte de los norteamericanos, y eso se ve hoy en las encuestas, no están de acuerdo con la intervención en el Medio Oriente de la manera como se hizo. Eso no le trae un apoyo de las bases de Trump, y él lo sabe, o debería saberlo por lo menos, sino que al contrario, se le está ahí haciendo bolas el engrudo en sus bases. Pero el apoyo, la presión es raro, pero la presión de Israel es evidente, porque ¿a quién le conviene este desastre del Medio Oriente? Pues realmente a Israel, que es mantener toda esa región en lucha unos contra los otros, Irán contra Arabia Saudita, antes lo de Irak, y con Arabia Saudita están pues Qatar, Yemen, etcétera, Bahrein, un montón de pequeñas estructuras políticas, pero muy ricas en petróleo en esa región. En cada uno de estos conflictos, el que sale más fortalecido, pues es Israel, porque se le divide, ha dividido y sigue manteniendo dividido el mundo del Medio Oriente, y es la potencia más poderosa de la región, y con el apoyo norteamericano, bueno, ya está tiene asegurado todo. El ataque de Hamás a los civiles israelíes de octubre, creo que fue, ¿no? 7 de octubre de 2023 o 24, que llevó a la represalia de Israel contra Gaza.
Sí.
Bueno, fue el detonador. Y ahora, ¿por qué existe Hamás? Bueno, pues porque Israel se apropió del territorio de Palestina. ¿Y por qué se apropió de ese territorio? Bueno, pues por la Segunda Guerra Mundial y el Holocausto. Y ahí hacemos una explicación larguísima, pero ahora la explicación corta es que quien sale ganando en todo esto, pues es Israel. Realmente es un conflicto endemoniado, endiabladamente complejo, pero Israel es el que lleva la batuta y Estados Unidos le está siguiendo. No creo que le vaya a salir bien en relación a su base política, la de Trump, pero es una de esas circunstancias en las que ya nadie sabe. Sí puedes decir cómo empezó, porque si podemos registrarlo, como digo, quieres de la Segunda Guerra Mundial acá, de el Holocausto acá o de antes, podemos sacar la línea de sucesos que llevaron a esto, pero lo que no está claro es ahora qué va a quedar de ello. Estados Unidos sigue siendo la principal potencia del mundo. China, ahí le viene, pero China no se va a meter en esto. Rusia realmente no puede meterse en esto. Entonces, por el momento, la fuerza está en Estados Unidos, pero quien está alentando a Estados Unidos no es su base social, no es el grueso de los americanos. Son muy pocos los que en Estados Unidos apoyan esta idea de andar metiéndose a cambiar regímenes en el Medio Oriente. Incluso yo creo que tampoco tiene mucho apoyo lo de andar descabezando el chavismo en Venezuela, ni el andar intentando estrangular económicamente a Cuba. Me parece que no es esa la mejor política desde el punto de vista interno de Estados Unidos.
Lorenzo, sobre esto nada más acoto mucho se ha hablado de que la decisión de Trump de sumarse al ataque a Irán proviene de la presión de Israel y de Arabia Saudita, y que particularmente a quien le atribuyen a Netanyahu el haber sido capaz de presionar y empujar a Trump.
Arabia Saudita, yo creo que la verdadera presión es Israel. Pero lo interesante es que dentro de Estados Unidos no hay una fuerza que explique esta decisión del presidente de Estados Unidos en función del interés de Estados Unidos, según lo ve una mayoría de la población norteamericana. Es una minoría la que está en este rejuego, y según puede uno ver por la prensa internacional, incluso el ejército norteamericano, el conjunto, el Joint Chiefs of Staff, no están de acuerdo con esto y han dejado a través de unas leaks, como les llaman, de dejar saber, sin asumir la responsabilidad de que son los autores de la afirmación, que no están de acuerdo, que no es que Irán no amenazaba a Estados Unidos. Irán no estaba cortándole el petróleo al mundo, no estaba dejándolo sin petróleo, pues, que es lo más importante ahí en esa región. No había nada que objetivamente pudiera llevar a pensar que la afirmación de Trump, en el sentido de que está amenazando el interés nacional norteamericano, el Irán de los ayatolas, que no hay ninguna base. Sí, los ayatolas están ahí porque derrocaron al Shah allá en los 1970s, y el Shah lo habían apoyado los Estados Unidos y los británicos, ahí sí por el petróleo, después de la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Pero ya en la coyuntura actual, sí, el petróleo sigue siendo muy importante, importantísimo, pero no había una amenaza de cortar los suministros, y desde luego no había una amenaza de la capacidad militar de Irán para causarle daño a los Estados Unidos de una manera que se pueda decir: mi interés nacional me lleva a dar un golpe preventivo contra Irán. No era eso. Entonces la única explicación es Israel, y luego sí, Arabia Saudita y todos los países como Arabia Saudita, que son países porque tienen petróleo, no por otra razón, y que están alrededor de Arabia Saudita, tienen como enemigo a los chiitas de Irán. Pero quien empujó originalmente a Estados Unidos, pues es Israel. Y luego puede uno decir otra vez, el ataque de Hamás a los civiles que dejó, ¿cuántos? Más de 1,000 muertos, ¿no? Israelíes, en un acto festivo, en una fiesta musical. Sí. Eso lleva a un proyecto que tiene Israel desde hace tiempo de realmente eliminar a Gaza, de quedarse con ese territorio para completar bien la estructura territorial de su estado. Y como digo, ¿por qué existe Hamás? Jamás no hubiera existido si no es porque le quitan su cuna, el sitio donde estaban los palestinos, y que hacen pomada a Palestina, porque a base de bombazos, híjole, no dejaron prácticamente nada de Gaza, y Cisjordania pues, está allí en la cuerda floja. En esa circunstancia es que Trump decide, pues sí, le hago caso a Netanyahu, me voy a la guerra, quedo bien históricamente, porque bueno, voy a hacer lo que no hizo Biden, lo que no hizo Obama, lo que no hicieron los otros. Voy a limpiar el escenario en el Medio Oriente de este tipo de peligro de los ayatolas y de esta forma de vida que no es compatible con la Europa occidental y su civilización. porque recordemos que ahora anda muy defensor de la civilización occidental, tanto Trump como el secretario de Estado, señalando que ellos, Estados Unidos, son los herederos de algo precioso, que es la esencia de la civilización occidental, que se está perdiendo en Europa justamente por migraciones desde esta zona ahora en conflicto, de estas hordas islámicas que están llegando a Europa, y entonces Estados Unidos se ve como el centro, el defensor de una herencia que viene desde los griegos y que es la civilización más extraordinaria que haya habido, la occidental. Y entonces Trump, montado en esto, dice, ahora sí, voy a acabar con ellos. Pero quién sabe qué salga de esto, Julio. Está bien difícil que realmente, a base del dominio del aire, porque es el dominio que tiene Estados Unidos, el aire, Irán no tiene ninguna defensa contra estas dos aviaciones, la norteamericana y la israelí, pero entre las patas se están llevando a Naciones Unidas, al derecho internacional, a una estructura que más o menos, mal que bien, le servía a toda la comunidad internacional para que no viviéramos en la situación de un gran imperio al que de repente le llega un Nerón o un Calígula, como es el caso ahora, y hace lo que su voluntad le aconseja, sin guardar respeto a los derechos de los otros. Eso es lo que se está cayendo a pedazos. Ya la ONU, ni quien se acuerde de ella. Y esta otra organización que está apenas creando Trump, de este Consejo para la Paz, no va a ir a ningún lado. Entonces nos estamos quedando sin esos pocas defensas formales, legales, del orden internacional, que ahorita sí, ya se fueron al otro mundo en medio de los bombazos.
Sí.
Y finalmente es un ejemplo, es algo que es una lección para todos los que vivimos en la periferia del imperio. Cuando se le da la gana, caracoles, vaya que sí puede ser destructivo y
claro,
puede decir, ahí vi otro laboratorio de fentanilo, ahora sí ahora sí van a ver lo que les va a pasar. ¿Ya vieron ustedes a Irán? Bueno.
Oye, Lorenzo, y en este esquema, acabas de dar una plática en el contexto de Pemex sobre la situación petrolera de México, y citábamos al principio de esta plática los versos de López Velarde, y entonces te pregunto, en todo este contexto, México, ¿cómo está? Estamos con una dependencia de gasolinas del extranjero, nos ha protegido verdaderamente Pemex, somos más soberanos con Pemex. Ha sido una ilusión un tanto secuestrada por camarillas sindicales y por corrupción. En fin, ¿qué decir, Lorenzo?
No, así, una pregunta tan global como la que tú haces, pues merece una respuesta así también gruesa. Sí, sí estamos mejor. Realmente Pemex sí es una base de nuestra soberanía. Ahora, puede ser mejor, porque dependemos del gas, la gasolina, sí, dependemos de importaciones de gasolina un poco, pero sobre todo de gas, gas para la generación de electricidad, entre otras cosas. Y un país que tiene una dependencia en energía, ya lo han dicho muchos, es un país que es soberano a medias. Bueno, pero tenemos a Pemex, y Pemex bien llevado puede llegar a darnos el gas, la gasolina, la turbocina, todo lo que necesitamos, que no tienen. Bueno, pues ahí está el caso de Cuba. Cuba es un ejemplo dramático de la ausencia total de energéticos, de que tienen que venir de fuera. Nosotros podemos, debemos, necesitamos que Pemex, lo que el general Cárdenas quería originalmente, que era usar un recurso finito, un recurso estratégico como el petróleo, solo para consumo interno y no para andarlo exportando a las potencias industriales, como había sido el caso desde el auge petrolero de la segunda mitad del siglo XX, que no duró mucho, pero en fin, México se convirtió en el segundo productor del mundo y gran exportador de petróleo. Eso no. López Portillo volvió a ese punto con Cantarell. Bueno, ¿y qué resultó de eso? Un desastre. Cantarell ya casi se fue y México, ¿qué cambió radicalmente? No. Entonces, creo que debemos de repensar muy bien que Pemex es un puntal de nuestra soberanía, pero tiene que ser muy bien administrado, porque su historia está cargada de momentos de corrupción que desdibujaron ese papel que tiene Pemex. Pero ahora que la globalización ya parece haber llegado allá a un límite y están volviendo la protección y cada quien a lo suyo. Estados Unidos ya se convirtió en proteccionista, pues nosotros tenemos que ser mínimamente cautos y saber que la energía va a ser nuestra y que no la andemos desperdiciando y que tengamos una industria petrolera sólida que ya andaba tambaleándose, ya la andaba Peña Nieto poniendo a la venta de quién sabe cuántas empresas extranjeras, que la política que revirtió esa política López Obrador y que Claudia Sheinbaum quiere mantenerla, pues me parece realmente no solo bien, sino que es lógica, es no tener la soberanía energética es imperdonable en el caso de México en este momento. Mientras encontramos otras energías, gracias a la naturaleza tenemos el petróleo, no lo hicimos nosotros, no fue ninguna gracia del pueblo mexicano tener el petróleo, pero sí puede ser una desgracia mal usarlo y no debemos de correr ese riesgo otra vez.
Bien, pues Lorenzo, pues muchas gracias por esta posibilidad de asomarnos a este tema del petróleo en sus escenarios internacionales y nacionales. Y bueno, pues iremos viendo cómo se rediseña, se reconfigura una parte del mundo, el llamado Oriente Medio, y cómo seguimos en el continente, en el subcontinente latinoamericano, pues también viendo estas presiones por el mismo energético. Así es que...
¿Sabes, Julio, que Irán mandó una delegación a México cuando Mossadegh era primer ministro y todavía estaba el Shah, para ver el ejemplo mexicano a Pemex y el ejemplo mexicano de su expropiación? Eso le costó a Mossadegh el puesto y que cambiara el gobierno su naturaleza interna para darle al Shah todo el poder, y luego la reacción es que los ayatolas tiraron al Shah, pero quien quería la nacionalización fue Mossadegh, y quienes hicieron y vio en México un ejemplo, y quienes lo quitaron fueron los servicios de inteligencia de Estados Unidos y de Gran Bretaña.
Para variar. Bueno, Lorenzo, como siempre, muchas gracias y nos vemos la próxima semana, si es que los acontecimientos nos lo permiten, Lorenzo.
Mientras no nos bombarden, nos vemos
Así.
la semana entrante.
Así es. Lorenzo, gracias y seguimos en contacto. Hasta luego. Bien, es la 1:41 p.m. Vamos a otro tema relevante, que es el relacionado pues con la publicidad de Coca-Cola en la mañanera, la publicidad de Coca-Cola en el Mundial, todo eso, ¿qué implica? Vamos a hablar con el doctor Simón Barquera. Él es director del Centro de Investigación en Nutrición y Salud del Instituto Nacional de Salud Pública de México. Simón, buenas tardes.
Hola Julio, buenas tardes, qué gusto saludarte. Gracias por la oportunidad.
Gracias, al contrario, Simón, gracias, presidente de la Federación Mundial de Obesidad. Simón, ¿qué significa, qué implica esta ofensiva publicitaria de Coca-Cola, llegada incluso al escenario de la conferencia mañanera de prensa y vinculada a todo lo que se vendrá, a toda velocidad de publicidad relacionada con el Mundial de Fútbol, Simón?
Bueno, digamos, esto lo que nos muestra muy claramente es el gran poder político y económico que tiene esta y prácticamente todas las corporaciones de comida chatarra en el mundo. Esto ha sido visibilizado en una serie Lancet, que es una de las revistas más importantes del mundo de salud, en un número especial que se sacó sobre los determinantes comerciales de la salud. Y de lo que habla es que estas corporaciones de comida chatarra que están generando tanta obesidad y tanta problemas de enfermedades en el mundo, pues son corporaciones que se encargan de vender productos que son prácticamente no tienen costo ellos al fabricarlos, y entonces las utilidades las aprovechan muy bien y les ayudan a fortalecer su poder económico y político para mantener esa influencia y mantener ese tipo de ventas y ese y toda la externalidad negativa de esos productos, pues la paga la sociedad, porque pues 1 de cada 3 casos de diabetes mellitus están ocasionados por el consumo de refrescos en México. 1 de cada 7 casos de enfermedades cardiovasculares en México está causado por el consumo de refrescos, pero los costos de atender a esas personas que viven con esas enfermedades los pagamos los mexicanos, no los pagan estas compañías de refrescos, ellos se llevan sus ganancias. Entonces, pues es un problema mundial. A mí me gustó mucho cuando Cristiano Ronaldo hace años le pusieron un refresco así para que saliera en su revista el refresco y él lo quitó y dijo, no, agua. Porque eso es lo que tenemos que hacer. Todos tenemos que decir no, agua, porque estamos haciéndole mucho daño a los niños y estamos metiendo en un problema de salud a nuestro país, que luego el sistema de salud no puede resolver porque están sobrecargados los servicios de salud por esta demanda, por esta externalidad que causan estas compañías.
Simón, ¿qué tanto contradice las políticas de la actual administración federal relacionadas con la lucha contra la obesidad, la restricción a la ingesta de este tipo de bebidas, específicamente Coca-Cola, pues con esta publicidad que creo que tiene una predominancia importante por cuanto pareciera que no hay... que es el peso de estas corporaciones como Coca-Cola, se impone en un mercado sin las restricciones políticas y gubernamentales adecuadas.
Sí, mira Julio, hoy justamente se conmemora el Día Mundial de la Obesidad. Y entonces yo te diría que por un lado el mensaje del gobierno en salud está muy claro. O sea, la presidenta ha salido a decir, los niños no deben de consumir refresco, no debe de haber refrescos en las escuelas, el refresco hace daño, no queremos el mensaje, no queremos que los mexicanos consuman tanto refresco, y para eso se han hecho una serie de cosas como pues poner impuestos, el etiquetado de advertencia, sacar a los refrescos de las escuelas. Entonces el mensaje ha sido muy consistente. Hoy en la Secretaría de Salud se presentó un plan que se llama Plan de Aceleración para la Prevención y Control de la Obesidad. Y en el plan, pues uno de los objetivos es buscar que la población consuma menos comida chatarra, alimentos ultraprocesados, y buscar que se consuma menos refresco. Entonces yo digo que ahí no hay contradicción. Ahora lo que pasa es que estas compañías son poderosas y le buscan otras entradas. Ok, no puedo entrar con salud, no puedo estar en las escuelas, bueno, pero tengo el mundial. y en el Mundial, pues tienen, o sea, Coca-Cola patrocina a FIFA desde hace décadas, o sea, FIFA es Coca-Cola prácticamente, o sea, tienen una asociación, pero de décadas, y entonces FIFA es un embajador de Coca-Cola, el logotipo de FIFA en rojo no es ninguna casualidad, que FIFA organice torneos en escuelas o que haga actividades con las federaciones deportivas, inviten a niños, pues es realmente hay algo detrás, y yo creo que por ahí es por donde entran. Por ejemplo, Ferrero Rocher está entrando ahorita, que es otra compañía de comida chatarra, está entrando a través de agencias de Naciones Unidas en un convenio donde dicen que van a apoyar a las vacunas. Imagínate tú, una compañía que, por un lado, aquí en México, por ejemplo, combatió el etiquetado de advertencia hasta en la Suprema Corte y ahora están apoyando a las vacunas, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, así tratan de entrar y tienen ese poder político para decir, bueno, es que nosotros estamos apoyando el Mundial o nosotros estamos apoyando las vacunas y son compañías que lo único que quieren es vender productos que hacen daño y que cuesta mucho trabajo que la población los reduzca. Y entonces, bueno, pues a nivel de salud pública, imagínate, los que estamos viendo los daños de eso todos los días, pues sí lo vemos con un poquito de preocupación.
Simón, ¿qué tanto ha ido avanzando? Ya sé que es un proceso a largo plazo, no es una cosa de un día para otro, pero ¿qué tanto han ido avanzando positivamente? ¿Qué tanto ha impactado los sellos de advertencia de exceso de calorías, exceso de sal, exceso de sustancias nocivas? ¿Qué tanto realmente ha ido sirviendo? O, pues ahora sí que el estilo mexicano nos hace decir, bueno, ya ni modo, ahí tiene un montón de sellitos, pero no hay de otra, a comer lo que ahí esté. Y por otra parte, ¿qué tanto se ha avanzado en la reducción calórica mediante edulcorantes en bebidas como la Coca-Cola?
Sí, bueno, esos son algunos de los puntos más importantes que estamos nosotros investigando. Ahorita estamos evaluando el impacto de las políticas. Una de las cosas que hemos visto es que estas políticas siempre se pueden mejorar. Entonces, pues tenemos muchas sugerencias de cómo el etiquetado podría servir aún más, pero lo que hemos evaluado es que el etiquetado lo utiliza el 80% de la población y hasta el 40% de la población ha dejado de consumir algún producto gracias al etiquetado, y eso pues sí se está reflejando porque, por ejemplo, los niveles de triglicéridos, que es una molécula que transporta energía en el cuerpo y que está muy asociada con problemas cardiovasculares, han disminuido desde que se puso el etiquetado. La obesidad no ha aumentado ya significativamente en los últimos 10 años, no hemos logrado que se reduzca, pero no ha aumentado de forma significativa, y eso es también algo muy positivo. Y por otro lado, lo de sacar la chatarra de las escuelas, pues la implementación ahí va, o sea, no es perfecta, no va al 100%, pero está increíble que ya haya una ley que obligue a que no haya bebidas azucaradas en las escuelas. Ahora, estas políticas pues se tienen que defender todos los días, y esa es parte de las situaciones que se enfrentan, ¿no? Donde hay pues muchos actores, también hay muchos sectores involucrados. O sea, yo me imagino que si le preguntan a alguien del sector de relaciones públicas o no sé, de turismo, ¿qué le parece que se haga un evento deportivo y que haya aquí unas marcas que patrocinan? A lo mejor no le encuentran no le ven la problemática y el conflicto. Entonces ahí, bueno, nosotros desde la salud pública pues también tenemos que ser capaces de involucrar cada vez a más sectores y que entiendan cuál es el problema de tener a una refresquera haciendo estas promociones. Además, se acababan de quejar de que iban a quebrar con el impuesto, con el peso que le pusieron por litro al impuesto de aumento. Dijeron que eso iba a ser una catástrofe económica, y ahorita están haciendo descuentos a las presentaciones más grandes para que la gente tome todavía más refrescos, y los descuentos son mucho más que el impuesto que se les quería poner, y están haciendo promociones que cuestan millones, miles de millones de dólares. Está toda infestada la Ciudad de México de anuncios de refresqueras, y eso pues eso también es contra lo que lucha la salud pública, ¿no? Porque eso está neutralizando todos los esfuerzos que estamos haciendo para que la población consuma menos refrescos.
Simón, ¿en dónde reside el mayor porcentaje de acción para prevenir todos estos temas de obesidad y de consumo de bebidas y comida chatarra? ¿Mayoritariamente en decisiones del poder público o mayoritariamente en decisiones de los individuos por sí mismos?
Mira, qué buena pregunta, Julio, porque mucha gente que nos está oyendo debe de pensar lo segundo, debe de pensar, bueno, pues si alguien le está haciendo daño, pues que no lo tome ya, y si los papás no quieren que los hijos se enfermen, pues que no les den y ya, pero no funciona así, o sea, lo hemos estudiado por décadas y así no funciona. Lo que se ve es que cuando el ambiente se altera, los sistemas se alteran y entonces se vuelve que el default se vuelve que en cada esquina te venden refrescos, que no encuentras agua potable, que está lleno de publicidad digital, que desde que tienes 3 años estás viendo publicidad y caravanas y mundiales y estampitas y todo está lleno de estos refrescos, pues es muy difícil reducir el consumo. Entonces, los países que regulan más el ambiente para evitar esta publicidad y mejoran el acceso a una hidratación saludable, tienen mejores resultados. Entonces, hemos tomado buenos pasos ahí, pero sí, definitivamente es el ambiente el que detona estas conductas poco saludables. Es una trampa del ambiente. No se puede, por ejemplo, tener muy buenas intenciones de tener una vida sana si el ambiente pues no te lo permite, si no tienes dónde comer saludable, si todas las bebidas que tienes disponibles pues no son saludables, etcétera, ¿no? Entonces, pues eso es un mensaje que, y lamentablemente además no es intuitivo, es un mensaje que pues, se le tiene que demostrar a los tomadores de decisión, a los legisladores, enseñándoles la evidencia y eso hemos hecho, pero sí, pues tenemos que seguir trabajando para convencerlos, ¿no?
Gracias, Simón. Y para cerrar esta plática que mucho te agradecemos, te pregunto, ¿qué implicaciones se supone que tendrá el anuncio del director de Coca-Cola de que van a invertir $6,000 millones en México? Casi me suena, a lo mejor es una mala percepción, pero como decir, aquí está nuestro mercado principal y lo seguiremos manteniendo con una inversión de este tamaño, $6,000 millones.
Bueno, pues hay 8,000 millones de personas en el mundo y de estas 8,000 millones de personas en el mundo, 4,000 millones de personas van a tener sobrepeso u obesidad en unos pocos años si no modificamos la alimentación y la hidratación. Y en México esta compañía genera 40,000 muertes cada año asociadas al consumo de bebidas azucaradas y generan 1 de cada 3 casos de diabetes y 1 de cada 7 casos de enfermedades cardiovasculares. Yo creo que todas esas muertes no valen esos millones de dólares que ellos dicen que van a invertir y además los van a invertir, pero los van a recuperar y lo que recuperen va a ser en un capital que ellos van a llevar a sus países porque ellos no son una compañía nacional. Entonces, yo creo que pues ojalá y ellos puedan identificar formas de poder tener un negocio que no sea vendiendo productos malsanos que nos meten en muchos problemas, no solo de salud, de bienestar y de calidad de vida, sino también de desarrollo económico como una nación, ¿no? De productividad.
Simón, pues a reserva de lo que desees agregar, apreciamos mucho y agradecemos tu presencia en este programa hoy, Simón. Gracias.
Pues solo decir que estamos por el otro lado, el lado optimista, muy contentos de que en este día que se conmemora el Día Mundial de la Obesidad, México presentó un plan de 10 objetivos que pues es un plan que se considera modelo a nivel de la Organización Mundial de la Salud. La presidenta, con esos mensajes que ha hecho de que tomar refresco hace daño, es malo y no se desea, esos mensajes los están mandando a todo el mundo. Entonces yo creo que, bueno, tenemos que seguir luchando porque ahora sí que ese lado, el lado del interés común, predomine en las acciones, pues para que podamos desarrollarnos mejor como país, proteger mejor a nuestros niños.
Simón, muchas gracias como siempre y seguiremos en contacto. Gracias, Simón.
Muchas gracias, Julio. Muchos saludos.
Igual, hasta pronto. Bien, pues vamos a seguir adelante. Ya en unos minutos tendremos nuestra mesa de análisis político, que hoy va a estar, como siempre, muy interesante. Va a estar la doctora Concepción, Connie Delgado, va a estar Teresa Rodríguez de la Vega y va a estar Federico Bonazo. Así es que vamos a estar en unos minutos más, en 4 minutitos más. Mientras tanto, le voy compartiendo alguna información de estas horas. Particularmente le comento, el Instituto Nacional Electoral ha rechazado suspender la difusión de un spot de Morena tras una queja presentada por el empresario Salinas Pliego Ricardo, quien dijo que ese promocional le imputaba hechos falsos y afectaba su imagen. Es una información que está publicada y el resolutivo del INE establece lo que es sabido: el umbral de tolerancia de las personas públicas metidas en asuntos públicos, digo yo, como en este caso Ricardo Salinas Pliego, que está asumiendo un rol absolutamente de político y de actividad política. Bueno, ese umbral de tolerancia a la crítica es infinitamente mayor al de las personas que no tienen ese tipo de exposición voluntaria a la crítica y al análisis. Eso está absolutamente planteado y entonces, bueno, le dicen a Salinas Pliego que forma parte del debate y el análisis necesario. Por otra parte, la Secretaría de Relaciones Exteriores informa que 279 personas mexicanas han podido ser evacuadas de la región desde Israel, Jordania, Emiratos Árabes Unidos, Líbano y Qatar. Su salida ha sido vía terrestre, en su mayoría hacia Egipto, Jordania y Turquía, países que cuentan con espacio aéreo abierto. Se reitera que todas las embajadas de México continúan operando en situaciones de alerta y en contacto con nuestras y nuestros connacionales, tanto residentes como turistas varados, sin reportes de daños a su integridad física. Por otra parte, Estados Unidos reporta que hundió un barco iraní con el primer ataque submarino desde la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Esto lo reporta la agencia France Press. Dice que hay al menos 83 muertos, 83 personas cuando menos murieron en el hundimiento de una fragata iraní tras el ataque de un submarino de Estados Unidos en el Océano Índico frente a la costa sur de Sri Lanka, informó AF, es otra información, el viceministro de Exteriores de ese país, el general Aruna Fayasekara. Por otra parte, el jefe del Pentágono, el secretario de Guerra de Estados Unidos, Pete Hegseth, dice que 4 días después del inicio de la guerra contra Irán, Estados Unidos está ganando de manera contundente. Dice que van ganando sin piedad la guerra contra Irán y que comenzarán a utilizar bombas de gravedad de precisión de las que tienen un arsenal casi ilimitado. Eso es lo que dice el jefe del Departamento de Guerra, secretario de Guerra de Estados Unidos. Por otra parte, la Casa Blanca también informa que se va a reunir con, asegura que España acordó cooperar con el ejército de Estados Unidos, según lo que publica la OEM a partir de un despacho de la agencia EFE. Dice la portavoz de la Casa Blanca, Caroline Leavitt, aseguró este miércoles que en las últimas horas España ha aceptado cooperar con el ejército de Estados Unidos luego de que el presidente Trump amenazara con un embargo comercial contra Madrid por su negativa a que el Pentágono emplee sus instalaciones en bases españolas para las operaciones contra Irán. La agencia EFE también informa o reporta o consigna lo que Irán ha dicho respecto a un nuevo ataque de Israel y Estados Unidos contra una escuela secundaria femenina en la ciudad noroccidental de Urmia, en Irán, el cual dañó gravemente el colegio, pero no causó víctimas. Bueno, pues esta es alguna parte de la información que tenemos a estas horas. Son las 2 de la tarde, sin cortinilla, vámonos directamente, sin cortinilla, vámonos ya a nuestra mesa de este día. Hágase la luz, hágase la pantalla y ahí está Federico Bonazo. Federico, ¿cómo estás? Buenas tardes.
Hola Julio, buenas tardes. Connie, Tere, audiencia crítica y leal de Astillero.
Crítica y leal.
Leal con la mesa y con el programa,
sí, claro.
No con otras cosas.
Sí, Federico Bonazo, gracias. Connie Delgado Parra, gracias por estar aquí, buenas tardes.
Hola, ¿qué tal, Julio? Pues para mí un gusto estar nuevamente con ustedes, saludando a Fede, a Tere y a ti, por supuesto, y claro que a la audiencia leal.
Claro. Gracias, Connie. Teresa Rodríguez de la Vega Cuellar. Saludos, Teresa. Buenas tardes.
Hola Julio, Connie, qué gusto Federico y también un gran abrazo a la audiencia crítica, leal y generosa de Astillero.
Eso, muy bien, gracias a los tres. Connie, en esta sección hablamos de política, análisis y todo, pero como te darás cuenta, luego también se musicaliza el asunto porque ya platicaremos. Pero Federico, ¿qué onda? Ahí sigue la bataca, ahí atrás, sigue la música, ¿cómo va todo? Te has convertido ya en un personaje en mesas de análisis, en programas, opiniones, en la red con Jesús Escobar, en fin, ¿qué? ¿Ya no eres músico, Federico?
Ay, no le toques ese son.
El otro día Tere tuvo la paciencia de escucharme durante largos minutos el trauma que ha representado para mí este cambio de vida al que un tal Julio Astillero me orilló.
No, hombre, hijo de su tal.
Bueno, tú eres muy, en el buen sentido del vocablo culpable de este cambio de vida, porque bueno, sí, la verdad es que de golpe me invitan a muchos lugares, me honra, pero padezco el síndrome del impostor, Julio, muchísimo, digo, está viendo tanta gente que puede decir cosas mucho más profundas o aporte más que yo. ¿Qué hago yo aquí? Y entonces, bueno, ahí tengo una excusa personal que es legítima y es sincera, que es que yo soy un activista de izquierda mucho antes que un analista político, y allí donde haya un espacio para poder resistir argumentalmente a la derecha, si amablemente me lo ofrecen, amablemente lo voy a tomar. Pero sí extraño mucho la música. No, el Juguete Rabioso, mi banda, ahí está, con todo, estamos sacando las nuevas canciones de nuestro tan postergado tercer disco, de la música Vivo, tengo la fortuna todavía de seguir viviendo la música, pero sí, sí ha cambiado mucho mi vida, hago menos música, bastante menos de la que hacía hace 2 años, Julio.
Bien, Federico, gracias. Connie, déjame pasar con Teresa para preguntarle, Teresa, ¿qué tanto tu vida intelectual ha cambiado? Porque ahora le dedicas más tiempo ahí a la tocada, a la instrumentación, la pulsación, los trastes, todo. Digo, trastes del instrumento musical. ¿Cómo te ha ido en tu etapa evolutiva musicalmente, Teresa?
No, estoy muy estancada, pero me divierto y además, ¿sabes qué pasa? Que el son jarocho es un espacio muy amable para empezar a tocar, porque siempre es como muy comunitario y entonces las comunidades que se hacen alrededor del fandango son comunidades como que te arropan, es como una música que no le apunta como al talento individual, sino como a fundirte en esa cosa colectiva muy bonita que es el fandango, ¿no? Entonces cuando te ven así como tropezándote con las pisadas, siempre hay alguien que desde el gesto de que te voltea la jarana como para que veas las pisadas que ella está haciendo, o de plano va y te acompaña un ratito y en el rumor pues no se nota tanto tus regadas, ¿no? Entonces es un espacio muy lindo para aprender y como para acercarse a la música sin los largos y tortuosos muchas veces procesos de aprendizaje de tocar un instrumento, ¿no? Entonces ahí voy, muy torpe, pero muy contenta y muy divertida.
Bueno, Teresa, ¿y te gusta más estar concentrada en la lectura o el análisis intelectual directo o el estar sumida en el fraseo musical te produce otro tipo de reflexiones, otro tipo de intelectualidad?
Yo creo que son espacios bien distintos. Te digo que a mí del son jarocho sí me atrae como su musicalidad y su rítmica y como además como su lírica popular, pero me atrae sobre todo el fenómeno colectivo que lo acompaña. Es de verdad que las comunidades de soneros son comunidades muy interesantes desde el punto de vista de lo que comporta que las jaranas se fundan en un sonido en el que no se sabe muy bien y donde todo se va acomodando, ¿no? Es un acomodo espontáneo de un colectivo, entonces como que se intercambian miradas para saber quién va a empezar a cantar, quién se va a echar la siguiente décima, y de pronto hay cosas muy bonitas, gestos muy bonitos, como por ejemplo cuando se suben a la tarima y ya le toca a quien estaba bailando bajar, hay como un gesto de toque de hombro, como de ya acabó tu turno, y todo es como tan orgánico, tan orgánico, que creo que mueve ánimos colectivos y cosas muy bonitas. Entonces, sí estoy como musicalmente atraída por un género que siempre me ha gustado, que a mi mamá le gustaba mucho, entonces también es como un homenaje a ella, pero también me atrae mucho, y lo que me terminó por atrapar es como la generosidad, la humildad, la espontaneidad y la organicidad de esos espacios en donde se toca son jarocho. Así que no es tanto como un desafío como intelectual o de aprender un talento o algo, porque además pues en estas etapas de la vida no es que uno empieza de cero y se vuelve talentoso en nada, ¿no? Pero bueno, y no, yo sigo como muy comprometida con mi trabajo. El otro día platicaba con nuestra querida Diana Fuentes, y aquí nos dijeron en el chat que esto es una mesa diván, venga, platicaba con mi querida Diana Fuentes que un efecto colateral de crecer los tiempos que uno dedica al análisis político es que a uno le empieza a costar más tiempo los tiempos pausados del pensar académico. Tal vez a Connie le pueda pasar lo mismo, ¿no? Entonces, me está costando más trabajo el estilo de escritura académica, ¿no? Estos textos de largo aliento, estos textos largos, y un poco creo que tiene que ver por los ritmos a los que te pone a pensar el análisis político de coyuntura. Pero bueno, son cosas que hay que ir ajustando en los engranajes del bulbo interno, ¿no?
Bueno, Teresa, gracias. Y bueno, Connie, llegamos contigo. ¿Tú qué preocupaciones, qué gustos, qué tendencias musicales, de baile, literarias? ¿Por dónde circulas tú en este terreno de la cultura y el arte?
Pues fíjense que en mi caso, ya que estamos en el diván, desde que yo estudié mi licenciatura y me di cuenta que no era lo que yo quería hacer. Entonces renuncié a la academia y me dediqué al teatro durante 10 años. Entonces, fui actriz antes que todo esto. Fui formadora de actores y me formé como actriz. Estuve 10 años trabajando en ello y luego esto me llevó otra vez a la academia. Estudié mi maestría, mi doctorado justo después, ¿no? Y luego ya me quedé instalada aquí y pues en efecto, para mí, de hecho, la política tiene que ver con el arte del tú. Yo creo que por eso estoy aquí, por eso hago análisis político. Tal vez la gente diga, pero si la política es el egoísmo más grande y es el agandalle. No, en el origen la política tiene que ver más bien con la construcción de los lazos solidarios, con la construcción del mundo común. Entonces, para mí, el teatro me trajo a la política. Entonces, por eso estoy aquí.
Claro, Connie. Connie, ¿y qué género? ¿Por dónde transitabas más? ¿Drama, comedia, representaciones ligeras, profundas? ¿Por dónde ibas como actriz?
Pues era más, era rudo. Yo hice teatro universitario, entonces íbamos pues más bien por Rodolfo Obregón fue mi primer director de teatro, luego ya Margules, luego Luis de Tavira, pero digamos, claro, a veces hacíamos farsa, había comedia, pero en realidad pues nos interesaba como pues aquellas cuestiones que tenían que ver con la existencia del ser humano en términos de su conflictividad, ¿no? Todo aquello que te rompía la vida, la existencia. Strindberg, por ejemplo, Shakespeare, ¿no? Pero bueno, también hacíamos cuestiones de leñero, por ejemplo, o sea, era como muy variado lo que hacíamos, ¿no? Y en ese rango, pues, era transitar por muchos espacios en los que, de hecho, ahora me cuesta mucho trabajo ser yo, o sea, porque me dicen, yo soy muy tímida, entonces me dicen, bueno, pero si eres actriz, pues ponte en tono de actriz, pero no, aquí estoy hablando desde mi mismicidad, entonces aquí me estoy exponiendo, entonces es diferente que cuando uno se para en el escenario ¿no? Y que además llevas muchos meses de preparación para pararte al escenario, porque es diferente al teatro comercial, ¿no? Que es con el chicharito y rápido, picadito y al pie. El teatro que yo hice fue como la diferencia ahorita entre el periodismo y hacer un ensayo, digamos, un ensayo académico y un ensayo periodístico. Son tiempos distintos, aunque fascinantes los dos, ¿no?
Bien, Connie, gracias. Federico, para no salirnos de este carril, ¿qué opinas del periodismo, ya que te has aventado a la inmersión profunda en este ejercicio? ¿Cómo opinas de los claroscuros? ¿Qué es lo que te has encontrado? ¿Qué te satisface? ¿Qué repeles de este ejercicio intenso que, como dice Teresa y como también lo plantea Connie, pues la verdad es que la inmediatez de los hechos nos obliga a estar permanentemente con el análisis, la información constante, y a veces supongo, yo no soy académico, sino periodista, pero a mí me resulta muy difícil pensar en un texto a largo plazo. O sea, ¿a partir de qué momento? ¿Cuál es el momento? Hoy lo del Mencho es lo que define todo un análisis profundo, lo de Venezuela, lo de las próximas elecciones intermedias, ¿dónde? Y parece que el vértigo no da descanso y te trae con una intoxicación permanente. Pero ¿cómo ha sido tu inmersión en esa piscina, Federico?
Qué padre pregunta, qué padre pregunta. Yo no tengo ningún problema, espero que la audiencia tampoco, en que estemos en estos desvíos que me resultan muy interesantes, sobre todo porque la batalla política también se da desde el periodismo. El periodista, yo lo he ahora vivido en carne propia, antes lo sabía, porque tú ya lo sabes, Julio, y también se lo he dicho a la audiencia de Astillero, que yo vengo de una tradición de periodistas en mi familia, desde mi abuelo, pasando por mi padre, y yo que me había toda la vida negado a ser periodista, mira dónde acabé. Entonces, siempre lo digo lo mismo, pero el periodista tiene nos enfrentamos cuando somos convocados como periodistas o analistas a algunas mesas como esta misma, nos enfrentamos con un dilema que es, ¿qué hago con mi sesgo ideológico, con mis simpatías políticas? ¿Dónde las pongo? ¿Cómo las manejo y las administro sin que eso contamine pues una responsabilidad periodística que es ser en la medida de lo humanamente posible, el mejor vínculo entre la realidad y la audiencia, ¿no? A través de ese mecanismo que llamamos información, que bien lo sabemos, la información no por llamarse así equivale a verdad. La información puede ser distorsión, posverdad, mentira, puede ser información hecha y pergeñada para cumplir con una labor de propaganda política. Entonces, el periodista o analista se enfrenta, si es una persona honesta, a ese dilema, decir, bueno, aquí, aunque yo tenga que decir algo contra la opción política, por ejemplo, con la que simpatizo, pues si cumplo con la regla de ser un vínculo entre la realidad y la audiencia, pues tengo que decir lo que me parece mal. Por eso suele decirse que el periodismo es de izquierda, porque con la sola vocación de presentar la evidencia a la audiencia, en la evidencia quedan muchas veces desarmados o desnudados los intereses de las facciones políticas, los intereses de grupo, del poder económico. Es decir, la sola descripción de la realidad te lleva a contarle a la audiencia o a compartir con la audiencia la noción de que hay un pequeño poder muy concentrado que maneja los países, las sociedades, las ciudades, las comunidades, el mundo, ¿no? Y intentar confrontar a ese poder, bueno, es una tarea ya más militante, menos periodística, pero ese primer paso es sin duda periodístico, y muchas veces está uno en el dilema, ¿no? Y aquí me ha pasado en Astillero, a veces he tenido que ser crítico con la 4T, ¡fum!, te atizan porque te tratan de traidor, y cuando dices, no, a mí lo que ha hecho el gobierno me parece bien, te tratan de mal periodista que no está viendo toda la película. Es bien interesante encontrar ese equilibrio, pero bueno, creo que aquí en tus mesas de Astillero, en tantos otros espacios del periodismo independiente, siempre está la realidad narrada desde la mayor veracidad posible como un elemento, como una condición para presentarse ante estas cámaras de YouTube, Julio. Creo que eso es lo que le está dando validez y crecimiento a tantos espacios independientes, de periodismo independiente como el tuyo.
Gracias, Federico. Connie Delgado, ¿qué visión has tenido respecto a la evolución del periodismo, sobre todo en estos años recientes, en los cuales pareciera que hemos entrado en un callejón oscuro de toxicidad, de amarillismo, de insultos, de el morbo como elemento concentrador de audiencias, de la exacerbación de ánimos, la polarización. ¿Qué tanto el periodismo consideras que está hoy en una situación crítica o positivamente evolutiva? Y si además está en riesgo ese ejercicio de un periodismo que más o menos conocimos en el pasado, con sus virtudes y defectos. Connie.
A mí me parece que se está como manifestando en diferentes registros. O sea, por un lado hablaría de la parte positiva. Me parece que la apertura de espacios en donde se convoque a voces diferentes, donde pues se exprese tal cual son las cosas que uno opina, que implican un punto de vista. En efecto, el periodismo no es objetivo per se. El periodismo es objetivo justamente porque uno muestra desde dónde lo dice, desde dónde habla y presenta los contextos como son y entonces, claro, luego opina. Luego entonces el periodismo implica una postura política, implica una postura de vida, una postura de existencia. En ese sentido, el periodismo independiente me parece extraordinario lo que está pasando. Pero por otro lado hay un registro en el que se están dando competencias, competencias que en realidad son más de mercado que competencias de escucha, de diálogo, de comprensión y de acompañamiento. Yo creo que el periodismo independiente tendría que establecer vínculos de colaboración, ¿no? En efecto, esta idea de que pasemos de un canal a otro, ciertos analistas, eso me parece formidable. Pero cuando esto empieza a convertirse en cotos y que está empezando a suceder, ¿no? O sea, en términos de que ciertos canales organizan ciertas cosas y entonces son los enemigos del otro y entonces es como si nos echaran a pelear como gallos de pelea, como decía un literato que hablaba en términos de cómo el poder de pronto, cuando veía la posibilidad de diálogos distintos pero de diálogos en términos de escucha, pues empezaba a meter cizaña y entonces nos empezaba a enemistar. Y yo pienso que ese riesgo se corre en estos espacios. Sin embargo, esas contradicciones y esas dificultades están haciendo avanzar a un periodismo en otro nivel. Las reflexiones, la posibilidad, pero no solo eso, algo importantísimo, el vínculo con la gente. Es decir, hay una audiencia que está adentro discutiendo, conversando, criticando lo que estás diciendo. Y en esa interacción creo que allá hay una oportunidad extraordinaria del periodismo independiente hoy.
Gracias, Connie. Teresa Rodríguez de la Vega Cuellar, ¿cómo resolver la postura personal y la definición ideológica y política y partidista, si es el caso personal, con el ejercicio de la emisión de una opinión ante una audiencia en la que se procure ejercer el género de la opinión con sensatez, con equilibrio, con responsabilidad? Es decir, en concreto, cómo decir ante la audiencia lo que se debe decir, porque el análisis a eso te lleva, aunque vaya en contra o sea distinto de lo que quisieras como ciudadano en lo individual, Teresa.
Creo que a lo que hay que apostar es a hablar siempre desde una muy transparente honestidad intelectual. Y creo que la honestidad intelectual se construye de dos como cosas, ¿no? Una tiene que ver con la explicitación de los supuestos ético-valorativos de los que uno parte. ¿Y por qué digo que es importante la explicitación? Porque detrás de todo un abordaje de todo abordaje de la realidad, ya sea más pausada por la vía del pensamiento científico, humanístico o en la inmediatez obligada de la intervención en el debate público, toda construcción sobre la realidad está hecha desde un lugar de enunciación, desde un punto de vista. El problema es que cuando tú lo ocultas, eso no se pone a discusión, ¿no? Entonces directamente estás planteando tu lectura de la realidad y no estás explicitando los supuestos que dan luz a esa lectura, que la visibilizan, que la construyen, que apoyan en su formulación. Entonces, cuando tú los explicitas, los estás poniendo a discusión, es decir, esta es mi valoración ética de las cosas, desde ahí construyo mis opiniones y mis posiciones y mis relatos sobre la realidad y estoy dispuesta a que me digan si son o no equivocadas. El problema de la como pretendida neutralidad en la que se escudan muchos discursos que en realidad están intentando legitimar posiciones de poder, es que si no explicitas tus supuestos, pues no están poniéndose a discusión, ¿no? Entonces son supuestos ocultos que no están siendo sujetos o objetos de debate racional en ese momento. Por un lado, creo que la explicitación de los presupuestos valorativos que orientan todo análisis de lo social, pero también de los fenómenos de la naturaleza, es una cosa importante. Y la otra, creo que sobre todo en tiempos de posverdad y sobre todo en tiempos en que discursos perversos crecen en el terreno fértil del empobrecimiento del debate público, creo que hoy más que nunca es importante que intentemos solventar nuestras miradas, nuestras opiniones y nuestros relatos en posiciones ancladas en el conocimiento objetivo de la realidad, ¿no? En tiempos de negacionismo, en tiempos de terraplanismo, por ponerle un nombre muy genérico a todo lo que estamos viendo, en lo que ha venido deviniendo el pensamiento conservador y de derechas, pues a todo eso creo que hoy más que nunca hay que ponerle las herramientas del conocimiento objetivo y las herramientas del conocimiento científico, etcétera. Entonces, por ejemplo, a mí me parece no sé, algo que yo como aspiración guía generalmente mis intentos de participar en el debate público, es una de las cosas que yo más le reconozco a don señor Karl Marx, ¿no? Que tenía muchos trabajos periodísticos, o sea, tenía sus grandes obras de largo aliento, digamos El Capital, pero tenía intervenciones mucho más puntuales, de las cuales a mí me apasiona siempre mucho lo que alcanzó a hacer con el 18 Brumario de Luis Bonaparte. Es un libro escrito desde diciembre del 51, despuesito del golpe de Estado de Luis Bonaparte. Él se puso a escribir y escribió una pieza periodística, pero que está construida con una orientación ética en dirección de los intereses de la clase trabajadora explícitamente, pero también desde una postura analítica muy sólida, que es el materialismo histórico, que le permitió, por ejemplo, hacer una lectura muy profunda de la actuación de todos los sujetos políticos de la configuración de la época. Creo que eso a mí me da como una lección, un ejemplo de lo que humildemente aspiro a intentar, que tiene que ver con poner análisis en la mesa éticamente orientados y científicamente fundamentados sobre la base de abrazar unos esquemas analíticos que sean sólidos, pues, ¿no?
Bien, gracias, Teresa. Bueno, Federico, antes de que nos linche aquí la audiencia por estar en este ampliado diván, vamos entrando a los temas directos e inmediatos, y el que está ahorita moviéndose es el de la reforma electoral. Ya está en camino la iniciativa presidencial, con la reticencia del Verde y el Partido del Trabajo, incluso el Partido del Trabajo diciendo que esto sería un retroceso enorme que implicaría virtualmente regresar a los tiempos del partido único o partido de Estado. La presidenta ha dicho que en dado caso de que no se tuviera la mayoría calificada para aprobar esta iniciativa, podría tenerse un plan B, y ese personaje que dices, el tal Astillero, que en su columna de hoy publica que esto podría ser el plan E, el plan electoral, la bandera para 2027, de convocar a la ciudadanía a que se vuelque en apoyo de un proyecto comprometido con una reforma electoral de un alto calado. ¿Cómo ves todo este tema tan amplio, Federico?
Sí, le queda la última reforma pendiente de López Obrador que hereda Claudia, es esta, y no se está pudiendo resolver como se resolvieron otras, entre otras cosas porque si la reforma avanzara a fondo y fuera transformadora a fondo, implicaría vulnerar cierto estado de privilegio de algunos partidos, entre los cuales está el PT y el Verde, que deben estar cuestionando muchísimas cosas, algunas de ellas no solo las referentes, las más conocidas que vemos del nepotismo y de la reelección, sino también el tema de la fiscalización de los partidos, la propuesta de que en esta reforma hay una nueva ley electoral donde la fiscalización sobre los partidos sea mucho más estricta. Hay que ver quién fiscaliza, y luego la gran pregunta de todo diseño institucional: ¿quién fiscaliza al fiscalizador? ¿No? Que en esa cadena nos atoramos, sobre todo algunas regiones del mundo, de donde el Estado sigue entrampado en su propio funcionamiento muchísimo, ¿no? Y otra que no les debe gustar nada es la reducción del presupuesto partidista, ¿no? Luego, hay un tema que es muy interesante de resolver, y más que de resolver, de afinar la atención sobre él, que es el tema de la representación proporcional. Siempre lo conversamos en esta mesa y otras, porque allí hay nuevamente la disputa entre una concepción verdaderamente democrática del Estado y de sus poderes, y otra que es mucho más tramposa y que tiene que ver con coyunturas políticas. ¿A qué me refiero? Que Morena muchas veces la vemos legislando para el interés coyuntural propio, pensando y autoadjudicándose una responsabilidad histórica de cambio y transformación y proyecto popular, que en muchos sentidos lo tiene, pensando que gobernará para siempre y que entonces, si se alcanza un estado de sobrerepresentación, más allá de lo que diga el artículo 54 y este famoso 8%, que sigue siendo por ahora, a menos que eso también se modificara, el tope de sobrerepresentación que tienen las fuerzas políticas en el Congreso, de todas maneras hay una serie de maniobras que hablan de una Morena que considera: yo me quedo aquí un rato largo, yo voy a afianzar mecanismos de control de poder. Y ahí está la trampita en la representación proporcional, en los plurinominales, que al premiar, primero en el Senado se quitan, ¿no? Lo cual sería discutible si eso es virtuoso o no lo es. Da para un análisis exhaustivo, realmente confrontando ideas y argumentos a fondo. En teoría atenta con esta idea, para mí, la más noble y democrática que puede haber, que es la de la representación proporcional misma, es decir, que los partidos políticos tengan una representación, o mejor dicho, la ciudadanía a través de los partidos políticos esté proporcionalmente lo mejor representada posible en el Congreso. Eso no es el sistema que tenemos ahora, donde 300 diputados se escogen por mayoría relativa, es decir, el que gana, aunque sea por diferencia de un voto, se queda con todo el distrito. Asientan 300 de nuestros diputados al Congreso. Después están estos otros 200 que ahora, a la vez, según la propuesta de la presidenta, se dividen en dos maneras de ser elegidos. Una es la de la primera minoría, es decir, el premio al segundo lugar. Si Morena no gana en tantas entidades y distritos, seguramente sacará el segundo lugar en muchísimos otros. Esto en los hechos se puede traducir en una sobrerepresentación de Morena en el Congreso. Entonces estamos viendo lo de siempre. Los ideales democráticos de verdadera transformación en beneficio del electorado, en este caso, en beneficio de la ciudadanía que vota, que debería ser el objetivo único y máximo de todas las fuerzas políticas, y vemos que no lo es, que la disputa por el diseño territorial, electoral territorial, termina configurando o desvirtuando las mejores ideas y manteniéndonos en la incertidumbre. ¿Hacia dónde va la reforma electoral? ¿Logrará la presidenta doblegar o decidirá enfrentarse el bloque de Morena a sus aliados del PT y del Verde, o entrar en algún tipo de negocio que pueda desvirtuar muchísimo la idea original de una reforma electoral que no es trivial, que sería realmente útil y que tienen tantísimos de sus otros postulados propuestas que yo considero virtuosas?
Bien, Federico, gracias. Sobre este mismo tema que ya no necesita mayor presentación, Connie, ¿cuál es tu punto de vista, tu reflexión?
Yo creo, como lo mencioné en la semana pasada, creo que es una reforma muy loable en términos de que pone en el centro al ciudadano. ¿Y por qué digo que lo pone en el centro? Incluso en esta discusión de si no se aprueba, si se aprueba, no se aprueba, la apelación es nuevamente a llamar, a convocar a la ciudadanía para en 2027 que ejerza su presión sobre aquellos partidos que decidieron no aceptar el cambio, ¿no? Entonces, cuando yo reviso la propuesta de Claudia Sheinbaum, en efecto, en el centro está el ciudadano y eso es lo que más lastima y molesta a los partidos políticos, sobre todo a estos dos partidos pequeñitos, ¿no? Que son pequeñitos, pero que se han vuelto muy grandes y fundamentales en cuanto a la decisión, porque de ellos depende que se apruebe una ley constitucional. O sea, de pronto el partido más chiquito es el que adquiere un poder absoluto, aunque el poder lo tenga aparentemente Morena. Entonces, en este sentido, considero que se trata de una sí se trata de una ley, una modificación radical. Si, digamos, ¿cuáles son los escenarios de este plan B en caso de que no se apruebe? Bueno, esto lo han dicho muchísimos analistas, ¿no? En los últimos días, en términos de que el primer camino es las leyes secundarias, ¿no? La modificación de las leyes secundarias. Pero si pensamos en estas leyes secundarias, en efecto, pues no se cambia lo fundamental, que es las listas de plurinominales y el tema del financiamiento a los partidos políticos. Entonces sí, habría mayor fiscalización, mayor regulación de la inteligencia artificial, el adelanto de los cómputos distritales, el fortalecimiento de las formas de democracia participativa desde arriba. Pero en realidad lo que se necesita es una participación desde abajo. Y entonces, en ese sentido, me parece súper interesante dentro de este plan B, suponiendo que no se apruebe, ¿no? Que es lo más seguro, la ruta política me parece que es la más interesante en este sentido, porque va a mostrar que independientemente de la decisión de los partidos políticos, la ciudadanía puede tomar su propia decisión, ¿sí? Es decir, ya no se va a tratar simplemente de convencer al PT o al Verde, que por cierto, aquí vale la pena decir que el PT, cuando argumenta su líder del partido, cuando argumenta que dice que se va a convertir el riesgo de aprobar esta ley significaría convertirse en un partido de Estado, se le está olvidando que la gente votó por ellos justamente en 2024 porque querían que se aprobara esta ley. Entonces, el decir, entonces ahora no lo hacemos, en automático los convierte, pues, en una traición al ciudadano, ¿no? Eso me parece que es importante. Y entonces, en este sentido, ir al 27 implica un triunfo para Claudia Sheinbaum, aunque no gane la reforma, porque significa, en efecto, poner en el espacio al ciudadano para que califique y juzgue a los partidos políticos y mostrarle que la fuerza de su voto ahora ya tiene sentido. Como lo señalaba, antes la gente decía, salir a votar es cualquier cosa, ¿para qué voy a votar si no pasa nada? Hoy la ciudadanía sabe que salir a votar es fundamental. Entonces, aunque pierda Claudia Sheinbaum la aprobación de esta ley, va a perder ganando, porque en efecto significa deslindarse digamos, de estos partidos políticos que además con el surgimiento de estos nuevos partidos son los que pueden perder más, ¿no? Entonces, ahí me parece que pues en efecto se trata de una reforma que aunque pierda, ya ganó la ciudadanía.
Bien, Connie, gracias. Teresa Rodríguez de la Vega, ¿qué nos dices sobre este tema, por favor?
Creo que tiene varias aristas. Primero creo que tú acertaste muy bien, Julio, en estimar que la presidenta está adelantando una posible plataforma o el centro de la plataforma de campaña de Morena para el 27, ¿no? Y en ese sentido creo que es más adecuado hablar de un plan E, como tú lo ponías en tu columna, Julio, que en realidad el plan B que salió hoy de una pregunta puesta en esos términos por parte de una reportera en la mañanera y ya empezó todo el revuelo, ¿no? Creo que sí, el plan alternativo tiene que ver con aventar hacia la elección del 27 una plataforma política con una bandera muy potente, que es la bandera de los plurinominales, ¿no? ¿Por qué? Porque es una Claudia Sheinbaum que está abrazando una de las demandas por las cuales incluso se ha filtrado cierto pensamiento de derechas en otras latitudes del mundo, ¿no? Que tiene que ver con cómo acabamos con los vicios endémicos a la clase política. Y centrar la agenda de la reforma político-electoral en el tema de los plurinominales es la manera de Claudia Sheinbaum de decir, soy la primera en atacar los mecanismos inerciales de preservación de la clase política y de sus intereses como clase política en el poder, ¿no? Entonces creo que es muy, muy, muy hábil, le da un contenido a su propuesta política y a la plataforma electoral del 27 para Morena, muy poderosa, porque pues se pone del lado de la crítica a las prácticas detestables de las clases políticas, cuyo leitmotiv ya es solo mantenerse en el poder, ¿no? Independientemente de cuáles son los proyectos de nación o políticos o de intereses de otros sectores en disputa, ¿no? Creo que es muy importante. Creo que también algo que no se ha dicho es que la reforma tal cual está planteada, a mí me cuesta mucho trabajo pensar en esto del partido de Estado que están diciendo, porque si no se mueve el hecho de que en la Cámara de Diputados, en la Cámara de Senadores es otra cosa, porque efectivamente la desaparición ahí de los plurinominales le da a Morena la posibilidad de tener por la vía de primeros, segundos lugares, pues un Senado muy pintado, muy pintado de guinda, ¿no? Porque ahí donde no gana, pues entra en segundo lugar sin ningún problema. Pero más o menos ya era así, solo que quitando los plurinominales, pues la hegemonía de Morena en el Senado está más o menos garantizada, ¿no? Lo cual hace que no se tendría por qué repetir, por ejemplo, la necesidad de UNES, lo cual pues no podemos sino considerar como virtuoso, ¿no? Pero en la Cámara de Diputados es interesante que pues no parece estar sobre la mesa que se rompa la regla que dice que ninguna fuerza puede tener sobrerepresentación por encima de los 300 distritos que componen por la vía de la como zonificación territorial de los distritos electorales, ¿no? Entonces, en realidad lo que está haciendo es que Morena no va a tener que negociar para construir una mayoría relativa que no puede tener solita, para construir una mayoría calificada, no va a tener que negociar con otras estructuras partidarias que tienen poder de veto hacia reformas constitucionales, sino con legisladores en el individual, y ya vimos que Morena es muy eficaz para eso de atraer legisladores independientemente del sello político con el que lleguen a su representación, a su curul, ¿no? Pero además me parece que algo que no se ha dicho, que es interesante poner el acento ahí, es que en el rasero de una democracia partidocrática, que la reforma electoral para nada rompe, y que Luis Hernández Navarro acá lo dijo muy bien hace unos días contigo, Julio, en ese rasero sí es una reforma que apunta a mejorar la salud de la democracia partidista, no la democracia en general, porque no hay mecanismos claros de consulta popular que puedan frenar o darle al pueblo capacidad de veto respecto al gobierno, por ejemplo, a la ciudadanía, o a abrir canales de participación político-electoral por fuera del esquema partidocrático. Pero en el rasero de la democracia partidocrática sí está incentivando mejores prácticas al interior de los institutos políticos que son los partidos, porque anclando las plurinominales, la representación proporcional al territorio, es decir, a personas que se hayan puesto a trabajar en territorio, pues los está haciendo pasar por los mecanismos de toma de decisión y de repartición de candidaturas territoriales, ¿no? Entonces, sí va a quitar del escenario unos Ricardo Anayas, unos Lili Telles, que no podrían tener a costa de castigar electoralmente en esas demarcaciones a su partido, candidaturas. Y yo creo que eso incentiva la democracia interna de los institutos políticos, incluso la de Morena, ¿no? Es decir, ahora quien pongas de candidato va a importar incluso en los lugares en donde puedas no ganar la elección. Y eso va a meter, creo que, dinámicas interesantes, mucho más virtuosas que la dinámica de las listas, que me parece muy afortunadamente puesta en el foco de la censura pública. Y creo que eso ya es una gran victoria de la presidenta. Así como una gran victoria de López Obrador fue que todos volteáramos a ver al oneroso, impune y perverso poder judicial y se ganara esa batalla sobre la base de esa visibilización y ese señalamiento público. La presidenta está haciendo ahora eso con las plurinominales y con entonces contra una clase política anquilosada que ha sido verdaderamente una piedra en el zapato para los procesos, así sean muy acotados, de transformación. Entonces creo que es más o menos virtuoso en el centro político que se le ha dado.
Bien, Teresa, gracias. Federico Bonazo, Coca-Cola presente en todos tus eventos y todos sus acontecimientos, la chispa de la vida política también. ¿Qué tanto, Federico, ves esta presencia de publicidad apabullante de la Coca-Cola que se viene con el Mundial de Fútbol? Platicamos hace unos minutos con Simón Barquera, que es un hombre con una especialización y un activismo en materia de atención y combate a la obesidad, contra la comida chatarra, las bebidas chatarra, pero él dice, pues FIFA y el Mundial son Coca-Cola. se nos viene el mundo encima con la Coca-Cola por todos lados. ¿Qué pensar en ese poder apabullante de estas corporaciones y las políticas como las que la presidenta Sheinbaum ha ido impulsando de tratar de establecer cierto acotamiento en este terreno, pero también el peso apabullante de corporaciones como Coca-Cola, Federico?
Creo que lo sucedió en la mañanera, que yo ponía en un tuit que si lo vio López-Gatell le debe haber dado un patatús.
Sí.
A ver, no quiero trivializar el hecho, porque creo que lo simbólico tiene un carácter muy importante en la vida política de un país. Sobre todo nuestras izquierdas que viven de aportar desilusiones del orden de lo simbólico y luego de lo material también. Hablo pensando en todo el conjunto de Latinoamérica, donde la acumulación de defecciones de las izquierdas, a veces incluso en terrenos más simbólicos que materiales, generan una acumulación también de desilusión que después tiene una repercusión en las urnas. Por lo cual yo siempre considero que lo simbólico tiene un enorme carácter político y que nuestros líderes no deberían despreciarlo como a veces parece que lo desprecian. La pregunta es, pues, ¿qué necesidad? Ya sabemos que la Coca-Cola es patrocinador del Mundial, ya sabemos, aunque lo podamos cuestionar, yo soy de las personas que piensan que no se puede llevar a cabo una Copa Mundial en un territorio como el de Estados Unidos, donde hay campos de concentración con personas latinas o portación de aspecto latino, que es un hecho racista, absolutamente deleznable, con el que no se puede convivir sin denunciarlo, y mientras Estados Unidos está bombardeando a Irán, o sea, perdón que abra este paréntesis, ¿qué va a pasar con la selección iraní, cuyos 3 juegos en la primera fase están en Los Ángeles y Seattle? ¿Van a participar o no van a participar en el Mundial? O Infantino va a decir, no, pues que se quede Irán ahí, que entre Israel a la Copa Mundial. Vamos a permitir ese tipo de delirios, de violaciones más absolutas de las reglas de convivencia y respeto entre las naciones. Bueno, eso es la Copa Mundial. Es una obscenidad que haya hoy un supuesto escenario montaje teatral de festejo universal del deporte con estas condiciones que está viendo la humanidad, con Irán siendo atacado como ha sido atacado ahora, con una guerra en Asia Occidental como estamos viendo ahora. En fin, ya eso plantea un escenario que dices que esto no puede avanzar. Bueno, Coca-Cola es patrocinador de esa disque fiesta. Ya lo sabíamos, es inevitable. Estas corporaciones, porque así lo dictan las leyes de la política de hoy, tienen un poder enorme y no podemos hacer nada ante ese poder. Bueno, suponte que yo te concedo que así es, que no podemos hacer nada contra el poder corporativo. Pues por lo menos no les des el micrófono en la mañanera. ¿Para qué? ¿Qué sentido? La presidenta hubiera podido eludir ese momento, porque ese momento también es munición para toda la derecha que se va a agarrar de eso para atacarla, defenestrarla, quitarle legitimidad y poner sobre la mesa un problema que es tan añejo como la política misma, que es la de la congruencia de los líderes. Mucha gente dice, pues esto es un acto de profunda incongruencia. Estamos teniendo una mañanera que trata del tema salud. Hay una campaña contra la obesidad y la diabetes y la presidenta festeja, no es porque ella lo haya dicho, como te dicen algunos críticos de la crítica que uno puede haber hecho al evento, oye, pero ella no mandó a tomar coca a nadie, ¿no? Pero con el logo de Coca atrás, sosteniendo estos 25 infames boletos que Coca-Cola le regala a la población, 25,000, no 25, pero bueno, son gestos de subordinación, ineludiblemente se leen como gestos de subordinación al poder corporativo. ¿Para qué se hubiera podido ahorrar la presidenta el mal trago que ha suscitado la mañanera de ayer en mucha de la opinión pública de la izquierda misma, de la 4T misma?
Bien, Federico, gracias. Sobre el tema, Connie, ¿cuál es tu punto de vista?
Yo creo que nuevamente, como tú siempre señalas, Julio, cuando dices que hay que presentar una noticia, primero hay que presentar el contexto, ¿no? Hay que hablar del contexto en el que se inscribe todo lo que sucedió anteayer en la mañana. ¿Qué significa el contexto en términos de quién es Coca-Cola? Coca-Cola no es simplemente un patrocinador de la Copa Mundial. Si nos vamos más bien, ¿quiénes son los socios hegemónicos de estas grandes marcas que mueven el mundo, pues es BlackRock. Entonces, cuando hablamos de que cuando Claudia Sheinbaum sube la copa y atrás está el letrero de BlackRock, en realidad de lo que se está hablando ahí es de un escenario en el que lo que se está mostrando es el inevitable sometimiento de nuestros países a esos capitales. No es fortuito que hoy se esté creando una geopolítica, una lucha geopolítica por los espacios distintos. No es fortuito que hoy estemos ante la crisis de la democracia en el país más importante que fue el paradigma de la democracia, Estados Unidos. No es fortuito. O sea, mientras la tasa de ganancia es muy importante para los grandes capitales, nos dan hasta chance de ser democráticos, ¿no? Nos dan la oportunidad de decir que estamos entrando a procesos de democracia. Pero cuando estas tasas de ganancia disminuyen y estos grandes capitales requieren una mayor acumulación de la riqueza, entonces ellos están desplazando toda forma de política, de régimen de inclusión, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces, antes los políticos, digamos, representaban a estos grupos de poder. Estamos en una era en la que eso se está rompiendo, ese paradigma se rompe. Ya no necesitan tener intermediarios. Quienes quieren gobernar son estos grandes capitales. Por eso es que Trump está gobernando Estados Unidos, ¿no? Y en ese sentido, esta imagen es terrible. A mí me parece terrible la imagen que tuvimos de la mañanera, pero no tenemos alternativa. No es la buena voluntad de la presidenta que venga y que diga, no voy a hacer ese numerito, ese oso, porque me van a acusar los opositores. No es si quiere o si no quiere. Es una forma en la que estos grandes poderes le dicen, ¿quieres inversión en México? ¿Quieres Plan México? ¿Quieres que por tus puertos entren mercancías? Que además puertos que son de BlackRock, ¿no? O sea, BlackRock ha hecho grandes inversiones en México y en el mundo. Entonces, claro, estamos supeditados a estos grandes capitales. Entonces, suponer que la presidenta con el poder, que no es soberano, evidentemente no es soberano el poder que tenemos en nuestro país, y no es por falta de voluntad política, sino por las condiciones mundiales. Entonces, en este gran contexto, en donde BlackRock es el principal socio de Coca-Cola, donde las grandes empresas armamentistas son las que determinan la seguridad global, en ese marco se presenta el Mundial, la Copa Mundial. Y entonces, claro, Claudia Sheinbaum tiene que aceptar las condiciones. Y no es de que ella se hubiera, o sea, claro, lo ideal es que ella no hubiera permitido eso en el espacio institucional, pero era una de las condiciones. Cuando hablamos del convenio que heredó de Peña Nieto en 2015, en términos de que se hiciera, que fuera una sede en México, entre esas, digamos, elementos de firma, de contrato social, de contrato económico, aparecía que los funcionarios del Estado mexicano tenían que ser parte de la promoción de la Copa Mundial y por lo tanto tenían que asumir que su patrocinador más importante es Coca-Cola. Entonces, ¿qué va a hacer Claudia Sheinbaum? Y es lo que me parece a mí loable, ¿no? Ella, en medio de ese pequeñísimo espacio de acción que tiene, ella lo que hace es decir, bueno, perfecto, por un lado, planteo una ley, una política de salud pública que permita decir que esto se frene, que ya, digamos, subo el impuesto, y entonces mientras está levantando la copa con Coca-Cola atrás, el SAT está diciendo que hay un aumento de 10% de recaudación fiscal que está pagando Coca-Cola, justamente por eso que ella hizo. Entonces, su pequeño triunfo, pequeñísimo, es que tengo un poco de más de recursos para la salud pública y me tengo que someter, pero me someto con dignidad, en el sentido, aunque no se lea así por los opositores, pero, digamos, es como un punto medio. Yo diría que por ahí iría
Bien, Connie, gracias. Teresa Rodríguez de la Vega, sobre el mismo tema, ¿cuál es tu punto de vista, Teresa, por favor?
Yo no creo que la oposición, tal y como la hemos definido, es decir, como los sectores de las oligarquías mexicanas que fueron desplazados del poder político por Morena desde 2018, estén molestos con la propaganda que recibió la Coca-Cola. Es decir, ellos tenían pues su grandísimo cuadro en Vicente Fox, ¿no? Es decir, no creo, creo que tenemos que tener cuidado de no cometer eso que solemos cometer, de cualquier crítica a una actuación de la 4T, leerla como si viniera vertida desde la oposición. Y creo que la crítica de lo que sucedió como mensaje político desde ayer, desde la mañanera, no vino desde ahí, el contenido no viene por de ahí. Otra cosa es que lo utilicen, pero el contenido no viene desde ahí. Tiene que ver con el señalamiento de una incongruencia con una de las cosas que sí ha sido una actuación congruente de la 4T en términos de intentar atemperar los efectos en la salud pública de las grandes corporaciones alimenticias, ¿no? Entonces, yo creo que fue un tremendo error, y creo que fue un tremendo error que no puede ser justificado de cara a que esto fue pactado en el marco del acuerdo de Peña Nieto de 2015, porque en el 2015 hay un factor que no existía, que es la mañanera. Y yo creo que la 4T debió cuidar la mañanera. Creo que la mañanera es el más importante activo político en comunicación política de la 4T, y así la deberían considerar, y así la consideran. O sea, es una herramienta fundamental para la batalla que la 4T tiene contra los poderes fácticos mediáticos, contra la oposición, contra el poder económico, y creo que había que cuidarla, y creo que cabía la posibilidad de, con todas las concesiones que se le han hecho a la organización del Mundial por uno de los agentes más perversos de la configuración internacional hoy, que es la FIFA, es decir, está la triada Trump, Netanyahu y la FIFA dándole el premio a Trump de la paz. Bueno, todas las concesiones que se le están dando, y que ahí sí uno puede contextuar en la dependencia geopolítica, se pueden sostener sin afectar, sin ponerle una muy importante mancha, un muy mal mensaje para tu propia gente, no para la oposición, para tu propia gente, la gente que sí define su consumo gracias al etiquetado, la gente que encontró en López-Gatell una figura importante en la batalla contra las corporaciones en defensa de la salud pública del pueblo de México, un mensaje hacia esa gente. Creo que se podía cuidar, manteniendo lo otro y el pragmatismo que podemos tener como lectura en lo otro. Se tenía que cuidar el espacio de la mañanera, que reitero es uno de los más importantes activos políticos de la 4T en temas de comunicación y de capacidad de penetración en la opinión pública. Y sí hay una afectación de salud pública importante, es decir, el Mundial va a ser un momento de mucho consumo de alimentos altamente procesados y de bebidas altamente azucaradas. Va a ser un mes en el que de por sí está estudiadísimo cómo todos esos eventos deportivos de gran expectación mediática generan, incentivan el consumo de altamente procesados, y por supuesto que la publicidad de la Coca-Cola va a hacer que, como muy bien lo decía el médico al que entrevistaste, pues el consumo se vea muy incentivado en ese tiempo, y creo que el discurso oficial tendría que actuar consistentemente en otra dirección. Creo que no hay que exagerar, creo que conviene decir fue un error de comunicación política que hay que señalar, que hay que saber desde dónde se vierte, y no toda crítica viene desde la oposición carroñera, ¿no? Hay críticas que vienen desde los principios, y no exagerarlo, no sobredimensionarlo, pero sí señalar pues que hay que cuidar mucho más el importante portal que es la 4T como elemento de penetración en el sentido común, y también como de control de los poderes económicos y más.
Bueno, ahí hubo alguna interferencia de sonido, pero bueno, muy bien, Teresa, gracias. Bueno, pues como suele suceder, se nos ha ido el tiempo de volada. Federico, Connie, Teresa, postrecito. Federico, por favor, tu postre de este día.
Me parece que como postrecito, sí. No, es que me quedé clavadísimo con la charla que estamos teniendo acá. No quiero llamarlo ni siquiera debate, sino que me parece que Connie ha puesto sobre la mesa un realismo que siempre es un elemento a tener en cuenta. Uno no puede ni analizar ni vivir en la realidad, ni actuar sobre ella desde los sueños y las utopías y el idealismo, porque te das un golpazo contra la puerta de de la realidad, y eso no le conviene a ninguna causa. Pero por otro lado me quedé pensando mucho también en lo que dijo Tere, y en esta conversación cuando Connie dices se sometió con dignidad, yo ahí veo ya un oxímoron con el que no puedo estar de acuerdo, es decir, el sometimiento es lo contrario a la dignidad. Y remarcando que creo que es un hecho de no, apoyando lo que decía Tere, de que no es un hecho de mucha importancia, sobre el que no tenemos que hacer demasiada leña, sí creo que nos da pie a una conversación muy interesante. Aquí lo dejo porque es postrecito, pero creo que es una conversación fundamental que tenemos que dar como sociedad, ¿no? Estas izquierdas...
¿Quieres extenderte? Extiéndete, no tenemos restricción de tiempo. Adelante.
Bueno, gracias.
Digo, salvo que Connie y Teresa tengan cita a comer o algo, pero
entonces,
si no...
voy por un tequila, espérenme, no.
Eso, sí.
Es que es una conversación, es la conversación de la izquierda. A ver, lo que hemos tenido en este momento final de la mesa de astillero es la gran discusión que está dando la izquierda. ¿Hasta qué punto nos convertimos en gestores de estos capitales? Porque hay un fatalismo instalado que nos impide realmente desafiarlos. Ni siquiera los podemos desafiar en términos simbólicos, sino que estamos ya completamente sometidos a ellos, y ni hablar con la nueva faceta imperial, ya nos convertimos no en gestores del gran capital, sino en gestores coloniales, ¿no? Entonces, ¿en qué momento se le dice que no a eso? Entiendo que no le puedes decir que no en todos los frentes al mismo tiempo porque te destrozan, pero en algún momento en algunas cosas tenemos que empezar a decir que no. Es una conversación fascinante que no se resuelve ni aquí ni en 2 meses de aquí adelante, porque involucra el destino de la propia izquierda, cómo se piensa a sí misma y en qué momento la izquierda deja de ser izquierda cuando renuncia absolutamente a sus principios y se convierte en gobernanza, en realismo institucional, ¿no? Es una conversación bien, bien interesante.
Bien, sobre este tema, si quieres, Connie, o postrecito, como lo desees, digo, finalmente, si quieren postrecito, al final lo hacemos, porque esta discusión es interesante, Connie.
A mí me parece, quiero continuar con
sí,
esto.
Adelante.
Porque, o sea, en efecto, la función de un gobierno actualmente, o sea, no es un problema de decisión de la izquierda, es un problema de la posición que estamos teniendo como humanidad. O sea, hoy incluso el tema de izquierdas y derechas es muy complicado porque, o sea, cuando hablamos de izquierda yo lo reduzco a justicia social, ¿no? A inclusión. En este momento no puedo decir mucho más que eso. Y en ese sentido, el gobierno de Claudia Sheinbaum no tiene mucho margen de acción más que para realizar el pequeñísimo espacio que nos están permitiendo a todos los países latinoamericanos. Para empezar, por no hablar de otras partes del mundo. Y en efecto, la función de los gobiernos queda relegada a la gestión administrativa de lo cotidiano y a la legitimación de estas alianzas, ¿no? Para proteger los intereses de los grandes capitales. Sin embargo, en ese espacio, y sí, claro que es un oxímoron, ¿no? Decir, a pesar de que está sometida, ella logra reivindicar con un grado de dignidad el papel de México, ¿no? Cuando ella va, o sea, ella sale un poco de México, fue a sacar el papel México, Estados Unidos, en el centro del poder para decir, sí, me van a someter, me tienen sometida, pero aquí está México, en términos de A, B, C, D. Y entonces, cuando dice Tere, es que hay que proteger la mañanera, y además la mañanera no existía en la época de Peña Nieto, justamente diste en el clavo, Tere. O sea, los compromisos que se hicieron en términos de que el presidente, y eso está por escrito, el presidente iba a ser protagonista digamos, de estar paseando la copa y de participar en todo este proceso. Claro, no había mañanera, pero ahora hay mañanera. Y esa mañanera está involucrada en términos de que la presidenta tiene que hacer esa publicidad. Tal vez pudo no haberlo hecho en Palacio Nacional, lo pudo haber hecho en el Estadio Azteca, pero hubiera sido lo mismo, hubiera sido Coca-Cola con la copa, porque el compromiso está pactado. Y no es sí o sí. Entonces, ¿cómo le da a ella dignidad a esto? Esa dignidad, desde mi punto de vista, se lo da planteándose ella en la cuerda floja, como se plantea todo el tiempo su relación con Donald Trump, ¿no? Es decir, sí, me van a hacer este daño, pero al mismo tiempo yo contraataco. Y por eso señalo esto. Está levantando la copa mundial, pero está cobrándole 10% de impuestos más a Coca-Cola y a todas las bebidas azucaradas, ¿no? Y al mismo tiempo está instrumentando una política de salud, que eso implica dignidad, implica reducir el problema gravísimo de la diabetes. O sea, está haciendo, resistiendo, pero al mismo tiempo actuando. Cierro solamente con una frase muy hermosa de Ernst Bloch, ¿no? Que es, ella continúa con la utopía de la izquierda, de un gobierno progresista, pero no lo pospone, lo que ella está haciendo adobes mientras sueña con esa utopía. Y en ese tránsito encuentro un pequeñísimo espacio de dignidad que a mí me causa mucha emoción, la verdad. Gracias.
Bien, Connie. Gracias, Teresa. Sobre este tema, si es que tienes tiempo, porque luego recuerdo que a las 3 a veces tienes que salir corriendo para algunos asuntos personales.
Justo no, porque mis hijos hoy están en casa de su papá, así que no me toca ir a recogerlos.
Bueno,
creo que es una discusión fascinante que no vamos a, además de que sí tengo un gran postrecito, entonces no me quiero comer mucho tiempo, creo que es una discusión fascinante, que además es una discusión necesaria, que creo, Julio, tú has como insistido en mantener en el centro del debate, y creo que es importante. Yo creo que se trató de un error. Confirmo que se trató de un error y creo que es muy importante que un proyecto progresista que cuida su perfil político, porque creo que en términos generales la 4T ha cuidado su perfil político, se mantenga haciéndolo. Y sí creo que hay como grietas importantes en un discurso público que en un martes de salud convierte el portal más importante de penetración política de la 4T con el pueblo de México, que es La Mañanera, convierte en un portal publicitario para una de las firmas más nefastas que envenenan más a nuestras niñeces y juventudes y que nos tienen sumidos en el problema de obesidad y diabetes que tenemos. Creo que señalarlo no oculta todo lo otro, ¿no? Pero creo que de la misma manera que decimos el enaltecimiento al ejército abre heridas no para la derecha, no para la oposición que siempre ha sido militarista y autoritaria, no, abre heridas de la propia memoria política de la gente que soporta electoralmente a la 4T. Poner a la Coca-Cola en primera plana, reitero, en la ventana de comunicación política más importante de la 4T, no lo estaríamos hablando quizás, o no tan centralmente, si hubiera sido como a ver, póngame, estúdiese bien, equipo de jurídico de la presidencia, a qué estamos obligados en virtud de lo que se firmó en términos del el pacto de que fuéramos sede mundialista. ¿A qué estamos obligados? Sobre el margen de a qué estamos obligados, no voy a minar uno de los más importantes elementos de congruencia de mi política pública, que ha sido, ante el veneno de las grandes corporaciones, de los alimentos procesados y las bebidas altamente azucaradas, tenemos principios y se topan con la pared de los principios. Eso creo yo, o sea, la presentación de la copa en La Mañanera con él, creo que se pudo haber hecho de otra manera y creo que fue un descuido y es un descuido. Hacerlo en martes de salud es un descuido que atenta contra la importancia que tiene La Mañanera, reitero, no como portal hacia la oposición, sino como medio de comunicación con la gente que festejó, que incluso cambió sus hábitos de consumo de alimentos procesados por un muy fuerte y potente discurso oficial que ha sido muy agresivo, virtuosamente muy agresivo, contra la industria alimentaria. Entonces, creo que es una incongruencia y que señalarlo no quita que reconozcamos todo lo que se ha avanzado en muchos otros rubros, pero en términos de comunicación política es un error y es un error importante, porque si algo ha sabido hacer la 4T es
mantener abierto un canal importantísimo de penetración con la opinión pública que refuerza pues sus grandes discursos, antielitismo, cuidado de la salud pública, centralidad del Estado, atención a las causas, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces es como si, dijéramos, la presidenta ha tenido muchos peleas contra el elitismo, pero un día sale en la mañanera con unos relojes Chanel y diciendo, miren qué hermosa bolsa que cuesta $35,000. Es una incongruencia, y es una incongruencia hacia la oposición. No, es una incongruencia hacia el sentido común progresista y hacia el proceso de concientización del veneno que significan estas industrias alimentarias. Entonces yo sostengo que no es gravísimo, pero que es una incongruencia que no está de más señalar como para contribuir al debate. Ya.
Bien, Teresa, pues ahora sí creo que ya queda cerrado, o al menos que haya algo, Federico, postrecito, o ya el final de esta parte, Federico.
Yo insisto en que... No, no es cierto. Es un gusto compartir mesa con Connie, con los argumentos sólidos que ella presenta, estemos más finamente o no de acuerdo con ellos, creo que estamos en la misma trinchera de la justicia social todos, y que nos estamos preguntando cómo demonios enfrentamos un mundo donde el capital cada vez tiene más poder. Y ante esa pregunta estamos ensayando diversas respuestas, y ni hablar el placer que me da compartir con Tere y contigo. Julio, me despido. No traje un postrecito, hay que ver qué demonios está pasando ahí en Irán. El postrecito puede ser el último si las cosas siguen tan graves como se están planteando. Realmente terrible, ¿no? Cerremos con una frase de Jeffrey Sachs, este analista político de los Estados Unidos, que dice: Estados Unidos no vive más en un sistema de institucionalidad y de respeto a la Constitución, está gobernado por una banda de gángsters. Y esa banda de gángsters está causando un enorme daño internacional, y en algún momento tenemos que decirles que no. Hay que ver cómo se les dice que no, cómo les plantamos cara, pero en algún momento tenemos que decirles que no.
Gracias, Federico. Connie, postrecito, por favor.
Sí, solamente dejaría en el aire una pregunta. Si la incongruencia que vimos, porque si es una incongruencia en la mañanera con lo de Coca-Cola y la copa, es algo que pudo haberse evitado. Yo tengo mis dudas, solo lo dejo así en el aire. Bueno, y sí, también cerraría con mi preocupación en términos de lo que sucede en Irán, ¿no? O sea, lo que sucedió en 2025, el ataque que hizo Estados Unidos a Irán en 2025, nada tiene que ver con el momento presente. Fue gravísimo en aquel momento, pero ahora, digamos, se radicaliza todo. O sea, se desencadena una serie de acontecimientos sin precedentes que quizá podrían derivar en efecto en una crisis de grandes dimensiones que ni siquiera podemos imaginar. Entonces, pues estar atentos a lo que sucede y entender que no es una cuestión que está ya lejos de nosotros, está más cerca de lo que nos imaginamos. Por ejemplo, esto que estamos discutiendo ahorita en términos de si tenemos la soberanía y la posibilidad de actuar como un país autónomo, creo que está relacionado con lo que está pasando ahora en el mundo. Yo diría que no, pero claro, vamos a debatirlo y demás, pero pienso que no. Pienso que estamos en medio de una situación muy terrible en la que nos han quitado la poquitita autonomía que podíamos haber tenido. Y eso es muy preocupante. Muchas gracias. También.
Reabrimos pues la discusión y empezamos de nuevo. No, no es cierto. Teresa, postrecito, por favor.
Yo tengo una mirada más optimista, porque si tuviéramos tan poquito margen de maniobra, la 4T no tendría la penetración popular que tiene, porque no hubiera podido mantener una política que favorezca a las grandes mayorías, porque en realidad la sujeción también tiene que ver con la capacidad que tengas de virar tu política y de salirte del pacto de enriquecimiento obsceno de las oligarquías a costa del retroceso de los derechos. Y yo creo que la 4T puede seguir por ese rumbo, y que lo haya hecho y haya sacado a tantos millones de personas de la pobreza, quiere decir que tiene margen de maniobra soberano, por mucho que las cosas pinten como pintan. Y sobre todo creo, y ya con esto termino, sobre todo creo que el margen de sujeción no tenía que ver con cómo se presentaba y con qué logos detrás el momento de levantar la copa. Estamos amarrados, creo yo, por muchas otras cuestiones que tienen que más bien que ver con la capacidad de estas grandes corporaciones de extraer agua, de adentrarse, ensancharse y adentrarse en nuestro territorio, literal y metafóricamente hablando. Pero bueno, yo sí quiero poner unos postrecitos porque es semana de 8M y entonces les quiero proponer que tengamos un fin de semana así en el que nos veamos todos los días, básicamente. Porque este viernes le mandé por ahí a Alex unas imágenes. Este viernes mi queridísimo coro de mujeres, La Coraza, va a estar en el Teatro Bar El Vicio, en un concierto de solidaridad con Cuba. No sé si los estoy invitando o les estoy presumiendo, porque creo que felizmente ya hay así como boletos agotados, pero bueno, pues ahí están los datos de contacto por si todavía pueden mover por ahí. Va por Cuba, todo lo recaudado va a ir para medicinas, para la isla y los productos de acopio que hay. Luego el sábado tenemos este evento, ese ya no se lo mandé porque ya lo pusieron por acá, está esta fiesta, este guateque de homenaje a nuestro queridísimo Jorge Meléndez, por ahí andará Julio, yo llegaré en algún momento, no sé muy bien a qué hora, pero llegaré un ratito a brindar por nuestro querido compañero y a encontrarnos, porque pues sí, hay que festejar la vida de Jorge. Y después el domingo es la marcha. Y al final de la marcha, creo que es muy importante, cada 8M me parece que las mujeres tenemos la oportunidad de reivindicar los mejores feminismos, ¿no? Y los mejores feminismos durante la Primera Guerra Mundial fueron antibelicistas, fueron pacifistas, pero sobre todo, como la gran Rosa Luxemburg, fueron antiimperialistas. Y creo que este 8M es un 8M para poner tal vez en pausa nuestras afrentas locales y decir, las mujeres contra el imperialismo, contra el avance de la invasión yanqui y sobre todo no en nuestro nombre, no en el nombre y la funcionalización del feminismo blanco que quiere hacer pasar los derechos de las mujeres en Medio Oriente como bandera de la intervención imperial. Entonces creo que este 8M nos debe convocar en la generosidad con la que el feminismo suele y puede y tiene capacidad política y alcance para abrazar otras causas. Al término de la marcha que está convocada a mediodía, va a haber la proyección de reveladas en la glorieta de las mujeres que luchan y en el marco de esa, y ese es el otro cartelito que le mandé a Alex, en el marco de esa proyección del documental Reveladas de las compañeras cineastas, pues La Coraza va a volver a cantar. Entonces, si no alcanza boleto en el Vicio, puede huir usted a oír a La Coraza cantar en la glorieta de las mujeres que luchan en el marco de la jornada de lucha antiimperialista feminista de este 8M y me callo la boca.
Nada, al contrario. Gracias a los tres, Federico, Connie, Teresa, gracias por permitirme el privilegio de ser el organizador o convocante de mesas tan espléndidas como las que ustedes nos ofrecen. Gracias por todo ello. Federico, Connie, Teresa, gracias y nos vemos la próxima semana.
Abrazos.
Igual, hasta luego. Bueno, vamos a seguir adelante. Nos queda muy poca alguna información que vamos a compartir con usted para ir cerrando este programa de hoy. Déjeme aquí medio prepararme para decirle algo de lo que va sucediendo, de lo que tenemos como información de estas horas y particularmente es lo relacionado con la iniciativa de reforma electoral que ya se está enviando. Kenia López dice que ha recibido de la Presidenta de la República la iniciativa de reforma electoral. Dice, es una iniciativa que pretende reformar 11 artículos de la Constitución. A partir de este momento iniciará el proceso legislativo. Mi responsabilidad, dice Kenia López Rabadán, será garantizar un debate abierto, serio y plural. México merece reglas electorales sólidas, construidas con consenso entre las fuerzas políticas y con rigor técnico. Eso es lo que dice la presidenta de la mesa directiva de la Cámara de Diputados. Así es que empieza este proceso. Por otra parte, Ricardo Monreal, que como usted sabe es el coordinador de los diputados federales de Morena y por tanto el presidente de la Junta de Coordinación Política de San Lázaro, dice que no va a haber represalias de Morena contra el Verde y el PT por no acompañar la reforma electoral. Esta nota, vamos viendo qué más es lo que dice por ahí. Dice no, dice Ricardo Monreal, no, las represalias en los partidos no existen, no hay represalias, no hay actitudes de tipo negativo con ellos ni contra ellos. Luego añadió, dijo, ellos tienen su libertad. Yo he dicho siempre, son aliados racionales y razonables, no son cómplices incondicionales de nada, de nadie. Ellos tendrán sus propias actitudes y sus propias decisiones. Dijo que en caso de que la posición se sostenga del Verde y el PT contra de no votar a favor de la iniciativa presidencial de reforma electoral, dijo que será un desencuentro temporal, un desarreglo institucional legislativo temporal. Dijo que el intento de cabildeo lo coloca en la posición más difícil de su liderazgo legislativo y dijo, ya sabe usted que Ricardo Monreal es muy dado a este tipo de expresiones, dijo, mago no soy, ni tampoco voy a torcerle el brazo a nadie que no quiera, pero voy a tratar de empeñar todo mi esfuerzo por convencerlos, aunque ellos ya expresaron su posición. Bueno, eso es lo que está ahí. El dirigente del Movimiento Ciudadano, Jorge Álvarez Maínez, dice que Movimiento Ciudadano va a dar a conocer su propuesta de reforma electoral. Dice, mañana Movimiento Ciudadano dará a conocer su propuesta. Sería una alternativa mejor a la que plantea el gobierno, más democrática, más eficiente, más equitativa y más incluyente. Ahí nos vemos, dice, en lo que va a ser la presentación mañana a las 8:30 de la mañana, mañana jueves, en Río Becerra 27, piso 2, más democracia, menos gasto, es lo que propone Movimiento Ciudadano. En fin, pues son algunas de las informaciones recientes que podemos ir compartiendo con usted. Y hay desde luego también, España desmiente tajantemente que vaya a cooperar con Estados Unidos respecto a Irán, luego de que en la Casa Blanca la vocera dijo tal cosa. En un cable de France Press, el gobierno de España desmiente tajantemente que vaya a cooperar militarmente con Estados Unidos en su guerra contra Irán y reitera su negativa a permitir que aviones de Estados Unidos usen bases en su territorio. Eso lo dijo el ministro de Relaciones Exteriores, José Manuel Álvarez. Nuestra posición sigue absolutamente invariable y desmiento tajantemente cualquier cambio. El secretario de Seguridad y Protección Ciudadana, Omar García Harfuch, dice que por instrucciones de la presidenta Sheinbaum se reunió con representantes de la FIFA, con autoridades federales y con autoridades de la Ciudad de México, de Jalisco y Nuevo León para coordinar las acciones de seguridad rumbo a la Copa Mundial 2026. Eso es parte de lo que se tiene ahí. Alex Fernanda se batió con todo el entusiasmo para tenernos el spot del que se quejó Salinas Pliego, pero pues no lo podemos poner porque tiene fotografías y música con derecho de autor. Pero bueno, ahí anda ese spot del cual se quejó Salinas Pliego, pero que el INE dijo que no se puede evitar, que es parte de la crítica y el debate que se está dando. Bueno, pues ya, eso es lo que hay. Hoy cerramos este programa agradeciéndole su atención. 5 de la tarde viene Paco Cruz con su videocharla cruzada y yo estaré con usted a las 9 de la noche de hoy mismo. 9 de la noche, nos vemos en una videocharla astillada. Por hoy, muchas gracias. Hasta pronto.
Hacerse patrocinador de Astillero a través de Patreon es un proceso sencillo. Aquí tienes una guía paso a paso para hacerlo. Paso número 1. Crea una cuenta en Patreon. Ve al sitio patreon.com y haz clic en el botón Unirse, que está en la esquina superior derecha. Puedes registrarte con tu cuenta de Google, Facebook, Apple o usando un correo electrónico. Paso número 2. Busca la página de Julio Astillero en Patreon. Usa la barra de búsqueda en la parte superior para encontrar el perfil de Julio Astillero. Paso número 3. Elige el nivel de suscripción. Una vez dentro de la página de Julio Astillero en Patreon, revisa los niveles de membresía, lee las descripciones de cada nivel para conocer su costo y qué beneficios ofrece, y selecciona el nivel que más te interese haciendo clic en el botón Súmate. Paso número 4. Configura tu pago. Puedes pagar con tarjeta de crédito, tarjeta de débito o PayPal. El pago es 100% seguro. Revisa los detalles de tu suscripción y asegúrate que todo esté correcto. Haz clic en el botón de confirmación para completar el proceso de suscripción. Bienvenido a la tripulación. Asegúrate de revisar la página de Patreon de Julio Astillero regularmente para ver cualquier nuevo contenido y actualizaciones. Si tienes alguna pregunta, puedes enviar mensajes al equipo de Astillero a través de la plataforma de Patreon. Y en cualquier momento puedes cambiar tu nivel de suscripción o cancelar la suscripción desde tu configuración de cuenta en Patreon. Siguiendo estos pasos, podrás apoyar a Julio Astillero y al periodismo en resistencia.
Well, I appear to have made it onto YouTube, I think, but not onto Facebook. Is anybody here? Oh, wait, you are here from Facebook. Okay, I can't see that. Let me just say, as you know, this has been a long time coming, figuring this out. And I've been at it for about 5 hours today, which is why stuff doesn't always happen earlier when I want to change things. And like all kinds of technology, it's not difficult, but it's kind of like being a mouse and you go down certain places and you have to learn which places you need to be in. So it appears anyway that I'm hearing from people on YouTube, and now I'm not seeing Facebook and it's not showing up on my Facebook page. So if anybody is here or could tell me that it's gone through to Facebook, that would be really useful. Still seeing YouTube. Any Facebook people here? Yeah, there you go, Facebook. Okay, thank you. All right, so I didn't get to say hi to Danny yet because I don't know if she was here or not. I will figure this out more fully, I promise, but this seems like a good idea because as you have heard, Meta is going to be changing how it uses Facebook and the preservation of videos there. And because there's just a lot more ways to use YouTube right now. And my agent and manager, my wonderful agent and manager who has been with me for at least 3 of the 5 hours, and I have something up our sleeves that we're hoping to do going forward. And so we really wanted to make YouTube come up and running. And I will start advertising. I'm starting to do interviews, and we will have our first interview. I think it's going to be our first. I don't think I'll sneak one in before that, on Friday with Ben Wickler of the Democratic National Committee about gerrymandering. So let's do that. Okay, now I'm going to get into today's material. I'm not going to do a full hour, I don't think. I think what I really should do is cut these down a little bit and do more of them. So we'll see how this comes out, not least because I haven't really stayed on top of the news today because I've been so deeply buried in this whole system of being able to stream on a bunch of different platforms. So let me start in a couple, but I will cover the things that I think you're concerned about. Let me start, as I always do, with the easy questions to get out of the way. And the first of those is a number of people are very concerned that President Donald Trump might be a Russian asset. And they want to know about a recent story that came out saying that he was recruited in 1987 by Russian operatives. And my answer to that is, I don't know. You don't know. But also that in what way would he be acting differently if he were a Russian asset? Let me tell you off the top of my head what we know about Trump and his connections to Russia. And they are deeply embedded in the American story, in that what happened with the collapse of the Soviet Union was, and this is really important to remember, because I think we're seeing something very similar in the United States right now, is that oligarchs rose in part by privatizing the things that had previously been run by the Soviet government. So they took under their control the factories and the means of production that previously had been owned by the government, and they used them to become enormously wealthy. And this, of course, was full of corruption, full of inefficiencies. It was, really basically the looting of a country. But when that happened, those people needed to find a place to put all their illicit funds. And what they did is they put them into democratic countries. And that's really important, sort of in a larger concept, because if you want to protect the economy and if you want to protect your money, you want it to be in a country that is living under the rule of law. Because, the leader of the country can't come in and say, gee, a nice factory you got there, my nephew wants it. And, we'll buy it from you for, a third of a cent on the dollar or whatever currency you're in. And you don't want to have people be able to say, gee, I feel like I need to raise money for something. And all of a sudden, I think that everybody who produces things made of aluminum should pay me 80% of what they have. Because that's what you live under when you live under a system that is not governed by the rule of law. And of course, I made up those examples of the ways in which a leader could exert control over business, but you can imagine them yourself. This is exactly what happens. The people who are in charge tend to gather things into their own hands. And the reason that I'm spending a little bit of time on this is because I think if you look around you right now in the United States, and you look, for example, at the attempt of billionaire Elon Musk to insert his Starlink and his AI into different aspects of what is now publicly owned material, you will see that we are looking at something that looks very similar. Anyway, when those oligarchs look to park money in democratic countries, they had to do so by investing in things. And it's pretty clear that when we had a major downturn, at least by the middle of the 2000s, and we know this, by the way, from Eric Trump, who told, I think it was a golfing magazine, this, we know that the Trump organization got a lot of its money from Russia. And that made sense. The United States becomes a money laundering capital, as does London, by the way. Because of the way our Patriot Act is written, there is an exemption for real estate that is normally you have to tell the government who owns your business, if it's a big business, and not all of it, but big pieces of it. And you didn't have to do that with the Patriot Act for real estate. And so real estate becomes a really big place for people to launder money and to buy up places in democracies. And we know, again, from Eric Trump, that the Trump organization was doing that. So again, I'm not telling you anything that you can't Google at this very moment if you want to, but that's, from at least then we know there was a money connection. But I have outlined repeatedly over the last several weeks the connections that we know, and I'm not going to talk about the Miss Universe pageant and all the other many trips and connections that the Trump organization and Donald Trump himself had with Russian oligarchs. But of interest to us is his relationship with Paul Manafort, and through him, Konstantin Kilimnik, and who was Manafort's business partner, and who Republican senators said was a Russian operative, and through them to Oleg Deripaska, who is an oligarch who's very closely connected to Vladimir Putin. And by the way, again, you can read all this yourself. There are, I get hate mail quite frequently saying that, I'm making this up. And the point is, I don't have internal sources. I don't have scoops. I actually look at the public record, at things that are available by people who testify under oath. So if you're at all interested in what I'm about to say, the place you want to look is the Senate Intelligence Committee report. And when this was written or published in 2020, the Senate Intelligence Committee was dominated by Republicans. They ran it. So this is, again, not something coming from the far left. It's literally coming from Republican senators. What they said was that after 2014, when the man that Paul Manafort had helped to put into the presidency of Ukraine, and who was a Russian, he worked for Russia. When he fell, in the revolution of 2014, when the Ukrainians threw him out, Paul Manafort, who had worked for him since 2004 and through him for Oleg Deripaska, had borrowed a lot of money from Deripaska. He lived a really high style life. You may remember, it was probably before a lot of people were paying attention, but you may remember there was all kinds of stuff about how expensive his clothing was and how he had, fancy boots and all kinds of things that cost thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. He had a pretty expensive lifestyle. Anyway, he owed that money because he was working at the time for the Russian group of people who were trying to run Ukraine. And when they got ousted from power, his money source dried up, but he owed $17 million to Deripaska. And he kind of went underground at that point for a while. And there's a number of fabulous articles, again, publicly available, about what he did in that time and how nervous he was. But in 2016, so that's 2014, 2016, 2 years later, his close friend, Roger Stone, was running Trump's presidential campaign in 2016, and it was not going well. If you remember the summer of 2016, it really looked like it was in the trash can. And that's when Paul Manafort came on. He did not take a salary, but he did instantly write to Kilimnik, who was his partner in Ukraine, but who was connected, as I say, to Russian operatives. And the Senate Republicans said he was a Russian operative, said, please make sure, and this is paraphrased, please make sure that Deripaska knows I just got this job, and can we use this job to make things better between the two of us, to do something about that, probably to do something about that $17 million debt. And what happened, according again to the testimony that is in the Mueller report as well, but is also in the Senate Intelligence Committee report, what happened then was that people acting on behalf of the Russians suggested, and this is in the Senate committee report and under Manafort's testimony, suggested that if Donald Trump, if they would help Donald Trump get to be president, if he would look the other way, if they installed their own governments in the eastern oblasts of Ukraine, essentially what Putin is trying to take by force now. And he could do so by saying he was going to create peace there, because there had been an ongoing war since 2014 in Crimea, Ukraine's Crimea. And that if he did that, and if he loosened up on the sanctions that the different countries, but especially the United States, had imposed since 2014, the 2014 invasion of Crimea, that they would, they'd be happy to work for Trump. And we do know that, in fact, they did a number of things that I'm not going to go into now. But what happened immediately after that was that the Republicans had always been really strong against Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And that softens immediately in the 2016 Republican platform for the committee that year. It was pretty dramatic at the time. Again, Google it if you're interested. You'll see a lot of articles about it. And from then on, Trump really has appeared to be, he never speaks against the Russians or Vladimir Putin. Throughout his first term, he constantly appeared to be kind of trying to make nice with Putin in a way he didn't with anybody else. And then, of course, we fast forward to the present, when he has switched sides in the fight over Ukraine. And this is especially dramatic because the whole point of defending Ukraine is partly that under the Budapest Agreement in, I think it was 1994, Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons with the promise that Russia, the UK, and the US would protect its boundaries. And of course, now we've switched to the other side, but also because keeping Russia out of Ukraine, out of the sovereign territory of Ukraine, speaks directly to the principles of the United Nations and also of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. The principles of the United Nations say that those signatories to it will honor people's boundaries, borders, and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, was organized to make sure that Russia would not push into Europe. And so with us switching sides now, it's a really, really, really big deal that that we are essentially overwriting about 80 years of American history in order to, and European world history in order to side with Russia. So to go back to the very beginning, and actually there was just an announcement, there's going to be a NATO meeting held soon, and the United States has not been invited. And if you listen very carefully, you can hear Eisenhower rolling in his grave. I mean, for Eisenhower, the need to protect NATO is literally the reason that he ran for office in 1952. And that whole structure, world structure, was what the modern American Republican Party was based on. And now he's just thrown that all out the window for Russia. So when you ask, is he a Russian operative? My answer is, I don't know. But do we need any more information than what we've already got? I said to someone the other day, I feel like a lot of what we're doing now with this administration that is not being transparent about anything is trying to find the elephant by finding the shape around it. So instead of being able to say, yes, here's where he signed on the dotted line, we're doing the shape outside that. And I would look at the shape outside that and I say, you know, I don't see how he could have been acting differently if he were a Russian operative or a Russian asset, not an operative. I'm sorry, that's a different thing. So, you know, I don't need, there've been all kinds of articles written for years about his work with Russia. And to me, I don't need any of that stuff. And I don't need to believe there's that PP tape or anything like that. I can just look at what he's done and say, this is not a good direction for the United States to be going in. All right, so that was an easy one to get out of the way, but I want to add here, I think it's really interesting because you can see me on Facebook. I've got Facebook open on another screen and it's not there. So I'm glad you're checking in. All right. So a couple more things that I want to start with that seem big. And that is what's going on? I mean, this is, so it's kind of funny to have to say this, but it's hard. I said to someone the other day, it's very hard right now to report on America because the United States presidents always wanted to make things better. Now, you don't necessarily agree with what they were doing. That is, you know, certainly there are presidents I liked and presidents I didn't like, and there were some that I did like that did things I didn't like, and vice versa. But there was a baseline that if you were in the White House, you were trying to do what was best for Americans. You were trying to make them more prosperous. You were trying to make them healthier. You were trying to make them safer. And that's sort of the definition of a president, right? But now we appear to have people in the White House who are not prioritizing those things. To the contrary, they appear to be working against them. So rather than trying to make us more prosperous, this administration has deliberately crashed one of the best economies in the world. Instead of trying to make us healthier, they're madly slashing programs that promote global health, which of course protect us, as well as slashing research for cancer, for example, here at home, which is, you know, exactly the opposite of what one would be accustomed to seeing in the White House. And in terms of keeping us safer, it certainly seems as if you could not do something more dangerous than to try to dismantle NATO, because the whole point of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization was essentially to create a very, very, very large defensive organization so that if any one of those countries who were signatories to NATO were attacked, all of them would jump into the fight. So it's rather like having, you know, a lot of bullies on one side, but then you have a whole bunch of people on the other side, so that if they start to kick at one person, all of those people say, "You really sure you want to kick him?" And the bullies back down. Well, if we back away from that, of course, Russia's plan was that it would splinter. It appears that that is not the case, that in fact, European leaders are stepping into the breach in Europe to try and solidify European strength. And NATO leaders across the globe are now organizing without the United States, which itself is really interesting and a really interesting story that I won't go into today. But so what do you do when you're trying to understand the United States and the president and his sidekick, who does not have a constitutional role in our government, are ripping everything up. Like, how do you even grapple with this? And this is one of the things that I've been watching a lot in the news is people are trying to make sense of it. They're trying to say, well, why is he doing this? Or maybe he's doing it because of this. And you see this sometimes on the right where they're saying, well, this is 4-dimensional chess. He's playing 4-dimensional chess against China. And they're trying to come up with all these different reasons. Heather Long in the Washington Post on March 6th said, why is she really came out, and she's a very good economics writer. She came out and said, why is he doing this? Like, why would you crash this economy? Literally, all the dude had to do was go golfing and leave stuff on autopilot, and we'd be better off than we are today. Why is he doing this? And there are, I think, a number of things to consider when you're trying to figure that out. So the first of them that I think it's really worth remembering is something we have not talked a lot about since before the election. And that's that there is not a monolith. There is not one group acting in the White House. They all have different ideas and different aims, but you can divide them roughly into 3 groups, maybe 4. One is Donald Trump himself, who wanted to stay out of jail. He was under criminal indictments. He needed to get the protection of the White House, so he wasn't going to go to jail. And he is also, and I think this is really important to remember, he is mentally deteriorating. And that I just can't believe that is not headline news everywhere. And by that, I don't mean I disagree with his policies. I mean, he's having trouble understanding people. He's having trouble talking. He keeps going back to the same phrases, very simple phrases. He keeps falling asleep in meetings. He'll be 79 in June. He's not a healthy man, mentally, at least. Although, mind you, again, I'm not, this is only on observation, and I am not a doctor, but I'm looking at him and saying, this is a man who is doubling down on his ideas about the way the world should work. They are not necessarily rooted in reality. They maybe were never rooted in reality. He was always a very good performer. But when you're trying to make sense of his tariffs, which again, people are back and forth. Well, he's doing this, he's doing this, this is smart. There isn't a rhyme or reason to that I can see, and I know tariffs really well, except that he doesn't want to be wrong. He wants his world to be right. He wants that late 19th century fantasy of his to be right. And it was never rooted in reality. So put him aside. Then you got Musk. Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency, which again is not necessarily legal. It certainly doesn't look legal to people like me. He's got a very different thing going on, and he's not necessarily the same as all the other oligarchs in this difference. He has always been hard up for cash. He has needed contracts from the US government to stay afloat because his actual products don't produce a lot of money yet. They have always been kept afloat by venture capital and by government contracts. And he needs that money. He also seems firmly to believe that he can save humanity by taking us to Mars. The idea that a lot of people might have to be sacrificed. There's a longer theory behind this, by the way. But some people might have to be sacrificed. But if, in fact, we really throw our eggs into the basket of interplanetary travel, we could save humanity. And that's, in his head. A lot of sort of tech people think along those lines, but that's not the same way I think Trump thinks. But then there are also other oligarchs who are interested in protecting their businesses. So Jeff Bezos, for example, of Amazon, is probably dead set against the tariffs on China because everything that he gets comes from China for Amazon, right? Not everything, but a lot of it. So they're not necessarily working together, except they want to make a lot of money. And then there's a group that we have not paid enough attention to lately, and it's very, very, very important. And that's the Christian nationalists who are led, and there's a lot of overlap, by the way, here, but who are led by Christian Vogt. I'm sorry, not Christian Vogt. I'm drawing a blank on his first name, Vogt, V-O-U-G-H-T. That's going to bother me. Maybe somebody can throw it in here. it's going to make me nuts. Anyway, he is the one of the key writers of Project 2025. And as we now know, Russell Vogt, thank you, Russell Vogt. And as we know now, more than 2/3 of the executive orders that have come out of Trump were written almost identically to Project 2025. And they have a very different thing going on. They are very interested in getting rid of the current US government because they want to replace it with a theocracy. They want to get rid of abortion rights. They want to get rid of equal rights for women and racial and gender and ethnic minorities. And they are trying very quietly, by the way, you're not seeing much about them at all in the news, trying to replace our current government with a theocracy. So you have these 3 and maybe 4 different groups that are all sort of vying for power in this administration. Now, why would any of those people want to crash the economy? Well, let's do it backward. The Christian nationalists would like to crash the modern day state. They want to get rid of Social Security, for example, and Medicare, and all of the things that they think break down traditional societies that are governed under a patriarchal system in which churches, for example, provide welfare protections and so on. It never worked, by the way, but that's the thought. It really never worked. Maybe I'll write about that someday. The Trump and Musk and perhaps some of the oligarchs, not all of them. There, of course, it's a little bit difficult to draw broad brushes for people like rich people, because there are very wealthy Americans who are also trying to do good. But these oligarchs I'm talking about, there is a huge advantage to crashing the economy. And think about what that looks like. If you crash the economy, it looks very much like I was saying before about the Russian state after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Stuff gets cheap. Stuff gets cheap in a hurry because everyone's out of work and prices come down. We get deflation, and all of a sudden housing prices collapse and real estate prices collapse. And what about doing that at the same time that you're stripping the US government for parts? If in fact they manage to crash the economy, I would absolutely predict that in 5 years, we're going to see an even greater concentration of wealth among a very small group of people, because they will have managed to have bought up the valuable pieces of the American government at fire sale prices and turned them private. So, for example, we have Musk trying to get in to the business of the FAA. And remember, when his Department of Government Efficiency boys all went into the governments, the first place they went was to the data. They have stripped that data, and that will enable them to create, theoretically anyway, incredibly powerful AI, and that they insist is the wave of the future. Although, for my part, I can't stop looking away from the fact that the only time anybody the only way they get people to use AI is by not letting you work around it. That's sort of an interesting sidestep. Anyway, so my big thing is NOAA, the organization that studies climate and oceans and air currents and weather and so on. You privatize that's big business. I mean, you think about all the places, and my big thing, and I'm actually going to be interviewing somebody about this, the public lands. You sell off the public lands. There's all sorts of ways in which the things that we now enjoy as ordinary people and in small businesses could be monopolized. And you see that already happening in places like Montana, where there's a big effort to sell off the public lands there for private use. So there is, if you think about it, and I'm a little tired of people sort of blindly going, why is he doing this? When quite literally we have a model for this. It's not identical, but we have a model for this in what happened in the USSR when it fell apart. Now, just as a marker here, a reminder that the United States had an incredibly strong economy Like normally you do something like this because you have a weak economy and maybe you're trying to fix things or whatever. We had an incredibly strong economy that they are deliberately crashing. And scholars of authoritarianism will tell you that this is a way to destabilize a population, both by taking away its economic stability, but also by taking away its health. Because if you create a destabilized population, a poorer population, people tend to turn on each other, and it's much easier for a strong man to consolidate power. And in a time when we are stripping our security as well, our national security, by getting rid of, for example, our exchanges of information with other countries. You may or may not have been following this yesterday. The Five Eyes, which has been in place since World War II, not in that exact form, but it has been the exchange of information, one of the strongest alliances of sharing information in history, between the UK, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and the US, is now considering starting a Four Eyes without the US. So that idea of isolating us from our friends and our allies and our partners and leaving us much more vulnerable to whatever is out there is another way to say, well, we'll be able to create enough disturbance that we can have a strongman rise. All right, so if that's the case, and that's why they might be doing that. You ask some specific questions in that, and there's some specific questions that some just out of the blue, I looked at it and somebody said, there's no evidence that JD Vance wears makeup. And it's like, this is what I love about the United States. We have a sense of humor, in the midst of, you keep whistling in the dark, right? All right. So you've asked a lot about Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. And I'm going to answer that quickly because I want to get to a larger picture of what we can do. And by the way, I'm noticing that this new setup does not actually have a clock on it. So I don't know where I am time-wise. I'll figure this out one of these days. All right. So, somebody just put that. That's really interesting. That's what abusive partners do, alienate you from your friends and your allies. That's absolutely right. And lots of us have been observing that the Republican Party is essentially an abusive partner to the United States and the people who live in it. And I hadn't thought about that angle of it, but that's really true. So I keep hearing they're never going to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. That's just a Democrat saying those things. And my answer to that has become that the reason they have not privatized those things in the past is because there's been such an outcry against it every time they tried. And of course, remember that pieces of all of those things have been, not all of those things necessarily, but certainly Medicare have been privatized. So we have, for example, Medicare Advantage, which is a piece of Medicare, but it's a privatized piece of it and much less efficient, much less cost effective than Medicare itself, and is the heart of the attacks on United Healthcare, I think is the name of it, where the man, Brian Thompson, who was killed in New York several months ago, where he worked because they simply used AI to decline the filings, the referrals for huge percentages of their subscribers, which returned huge profits to that company. But of course, the subscribers often had expired by the time those things were challenged. So they have already done this in some ways, but there's a couple of things to be watching. So first of all, there's the overall picture here is that the Republicans are simply lying. Trump certainly too, but the representatives who are trying to explain to their constituents why what they're doing is a good thing, why what Trump and Musk are doing is a good thing, are simply lying. So they're saying, for example, oh, Biden had tariffs. It's just like Trump. Why are you picking on us? Absolutely not true at all. Biden had specific tariffs on specific goods to protect specific industries, which is common, and pretty much nobody thinks it's a bad idea. Everybody does that because, well, for various reasons. But Trump has just said everything from Canada, which is, just a completely different thing. It's not even the same kettle of fish. They almost should call it something different. So the thing that the big lie that is really bothering me these days is when Republican representatives are coming out and saying, you know, the Democrats are lying when they say we're going to touch Medicaid or Medicare or the Children's Health Insurance Program, because we don't even mention that in the continuing resolution or the budget resolution that we passed in order to talk about how we'd fund the government going forward. And that is such a sleight of hand, because here's the real story. What they did in that budget resolution, which is just a blueprint, it's not a law, it's just sort of a walking papers for the way the government's going to operate going forward, is that they told the House Committee on, I wrote it down here, the House Committee on Energy and Commerce, which is not necessarily something you're paying close attention to, but the House Committee on Energy and Commerce oversees Medicare, Medicaid, and the Children's Health Insurance Program, and a bunch of other stuff too. But they told that committee that it had to cut $880 billion over the next 10 years. The big ticket items for that committee are Medicare, Medicaid, especially Medicaid, and the Children's Health Insurance Program. So even if they cut everything else that they oversee completely, zeroed it out, they still only get a little bit of the way into that $880 billion. They are going to have to cut in probably Medicaid, possibly other things, to get to that $880 billion, if in fact they hold to that and they get there. So I think one of the places to start here is to assume that anything you are hearing, that when they say the Democrats are lying, we're not going to, you should always want to hear, and here is the proof, and it should be proof that you believe. So, for example, a different example, a Republican representative was on TV today saying that sources had told him that the man who was just arrested near Columbia University for participating in the Gaza protests of last April had been paid by terrorists. Well, you know, I could tell you, I'm going to juggle fish right now. You know, you can say anything, but where's the proof? And the answer was he didn't have any. That was just something he was saying because they are constructing this fake reality. And that is going to be very important going forward, to recognize that they are trying to sell us a fake reality so we stop paying attention to the real reality. Now, you've also asked about Social Security, and this is another place to pay really close attention, because if you look at what's happening with Social Security, you are seeing leaders in the Republican Party, beginning at the top with Elon Musk, talking about all the waste and all the fraud and the idea that people are collecting Social Security payments at 150 years old. That is all crap. That is all, you know, the 150 years thing was because they didn't understand that the default number, if there wasn't a birth date, would fall back into 150 years ago because nobody lives that long. It's a way to create a separate category. And certainly there's been no evidence that they're showing at all of this kind of fraud that they are talking about. And as somebody said recently, if there's this much fraud, why aren't they charging anybody with anything? But they're softening up the idea that they can cut Social Security, especially, but also Medicaid and Medicare, because it's all about waste and fraud. And it's really not. Remember that we had in our system an entire organization, the General Accountability Office, that oversaw all these programs and found waste and fraud. The FBI also had its own group dedicated to finding healthcare fraud. Remember, they found Senator Rick Scott had committed healthcare fraud, which almost always, by the way, comes from the doctors, not from the people who are getting the Medicare or Medicaid. And we also had inspectors general for each of the departments that Trump fired when he got into office. So if you really were trying to go after waste, fraud, and abuse, you'd be working with those people, not firing them. All right, so yes, they are setting up the idea that they can cut Social Security and they will only be cutting waste and fraud. There's another aspect of that as well that Josh Marshall of Talking Points Memo picked up the other day, and that's that one of Trump's executive orders calls for ultimately stripping the U.S. down to essentially a skeleton crew. The idea that when we go into a shutdown, there's a very small skeleton crew really that keeps things operating, and that is the end goal, is to reduce us to that size. All right. So where's the problem here? The problem here is that Americans don't want this. And the idea that Trump is doing so based on a mandate to destroy the United States government is, again, part of that fantasy world that is not true. It's simply not right. People don't want to cut veterans out of our government system, which is 30%, almost a third of our federal employees are veterans. So you sit there and you say, well, we should get rid of the waste and fraud and stop homeless veterans. You are literally creating homeless veterans by taking their jobs. So Americans don't want this wholesale destruction of the US government. Oh, at least that's what the polls say. At least that's what it looks like to me. You might disagree. Maybe that is something you want. And in which case, there's going to be a lot of people hurting, and you're probably going to need to think about how you can help those people. Because if the government isn't going to provide these services, somebody else is going to have to, or you're going to have to be comfortable watching people die, watching people suffer, which I'm not. And I suspect a lot of the people listening here are not. But so where's the rub here? The rub here is that Americans don't want this, and they're pushing back against it. And that's the piece that we are not overplaying, I think, in the media. Perhaps we're underplaying it. And it's a very hard thing to put your finger on, in the sense that there's only so much bandwidth everybody has. And you can't cover everything every day because there's just too much going on. So, for example, I wrote a letter yesterday in which what I talked about was the drop of the stock market, because it was a very dramatic drop. After 3 drops, but slower drops, it plummeted. And there was also the arrest of Mohammed Khalil, for the Gaza protester, without any apparent warrant for his arrest or any apparent use of the legal channels, which is just it's a whole factory of red flags for those of us who study authoritarianism. So I really felt like those were the only 2 things I had space to talk about, even though there was other big news to be had. And so one of the things that I think is getting less play than it should is the degree to which people really are pushing back against Trump and the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk, and the Doge brothers. And what do I mean by that? I mean, first of all, that there has been such a popular pushback against what Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency and Trump are doing, that Republicans are not holding town halls anymore. They're not talking to their constituents, and they are they're starting to soften up their language about their support for these actions. And at the same time, well, that's itself interesting, Democrats are stepping into the breach and starting to hold town halls. And I would love to see that become even more pronounced, that people who lost elections last time around hold those town halls where they talk about what they're concerned about. And one of the things that people have asked me repeatedly is, why aren't the former Democratic leaders stepping up? And some of them are. By the way, some of them very much are, but I would suggest that we are in a new historical moment. That is, I keep comparing it to the 1850s, when the whole world has changed, and the leaders that we have now, some of them will continue to be leaders, but we as people are going to throw up a whole new set of leaders. So if you think about the 1850s, for example, leading into the election of 1860, nobody had heard of Abraham Lincoln in 1854. I mean, maybe he'd been a legislator for a single term, hadn't done much. He's one of the guys who belonged on Wikipedia as, oh, remember there was a name, I saw the street sign, who was that guy? But circumstances changed. He listened to the people, and he came to articulate what they wanted. And if you think, those of you who know your Civil War history, if you think about the period from the 1860s into the 1850s into the 1860s, one of the big leaders in the United States was Stephen Douglas, and his time was over by 1860. I mean, he just he didn't make the transition, and then he died very, very shortly after Lincoln was elected. But many of those leaders just could not hear the new era. What I am seeing is Americans like you and me speaking up about what we care about in this moment and forcing the leadership, not only the political leadership, but also the legal leadership. And I hope soon the academic leadership and the media, of course, to start to articulate a new set of principles that I hope harken back to old ones, of course. But let me show you what that looks like. So first of all, we've got these increasing voices, and it is getting warm. So I expect we'll see more and more people out on the streets talking about, we don't want to sell the country out to billionaires. We didn't elect Elon Musk, and we don't want to turn our country over to a few rich guys, basically. You're seeing that articulated a lot, which, by the way, is a very powerful message and has worked in the past to bring people together. But you're also seeing the rise of a new media. So that, if you think about it, yesterday, the Washington Post lost Ruth Marcus, even one of their legal reporters. People are leaving the legacy media, which served an older politics. It served an older time. And that's not to say that some of those writers aren't going off and doing great things in new places. I think Jen Rubin's The Contrarian and Norm Eisen's The Contrarian is a great step, but there are a lot of people doing really exciting new work. And those people, some of those people are making the transition into a new era. A lot of them will not. And those who don't will fall behind, and you won't remember them going forward. Similarly, the lawyers seemed like they were dancing around for a bit. What should we do? Should we play with Trump? Should we not play with Trump? And now they are coming together to stand against him as well. And similarly, business leaders who were perfectly happy to play footsie with him are looking and saying, wait a minute here, you've just destroyed the economy that was working for me. And you even have people like Mike Pence, just saying, coming out and backing free trade. And when people back free trade right now, what they're saying is, would you stop it with the stupid tariffs, Donald? So look for those words, free trade. And I hope we'll also start to see people in and of course, doctors. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned doctors and scientists who are already marching. And I hope you will also see the leaders of academia and all of the professions saying, we don't want an oligarchy. We don't want to sell the country off for parts. So if you're looking forward to what you can do going forward, one of the things I would say, and I know people are frightened, and I know what's happening with your bank accounts is terrifying, and especially for us older people, but it hasn't happened yet. I'm not to say that it's not going to happen. What I'm trying to suggest is that now is the time to put your heart and your soul into protecting those parts of the American polity that you care about, whether it's insurance for children or vaccines or Social Security or NOAA or the different pieces of our government, which is, after all, us, need our protection. And I can tell you that it's working. I would say, let me go back, our protection and our changes. I mean, that's not to say that everything was perfect before. We can make things better. And now is the time, when all the cards are up in the air, to start to push for making those things better. Now, if you don't think it's working, let me give you just a little bit of a heads up here. I am watching both Trump and Musk very closely. And one of the things that you might have seen today is that Trump just made a big show of how wonderful a Tesla was at using the power of the presidency to really boost Tesla, which is Musk's car company. And why would you do that? Where does that come from? And where it comes from, I think, is that Tesla's stock is plummeting, which hurts Musk's bottom line. But these attacks these protests against his car company and the associations of him with the Nazis, the different ways in which he's been associated with them, have really hurt his brand. And hurting your brand in the 21st century is huge. And that slide, which is showing up in the slide of his stock and in the fact that a number of countries are ceasing to use Starlink, are turning to other kinds of communications, has the potential to destroy him financially, which would, in fact, change the entire equation, right? What about Trump? I think we can all speculate on why Trump is clinging as closely to Musk as he is. I think there's a couple of reasons for that. But Trump's being very interesting lately, too. So he keeps doubling down on these tariffs that everybody is saying are a nightmare. Why would you do that? Well, you would do that if you have a personality that says, I can't ever be wrong. And I have wedded myself to this fantasy because I can't expand my brain enough to make new decisions. And so I'm going to just double down on this, and the world is going to have to see things my way. But it's not. The world is not seeing things his way. And I think you can see his desperation to be popular again by the fact that he has been advertising the comeback of his first season of The Apprentice. It's 20 years ago. I think it's actually 21 years ago. Under what circumstances would you, in your lives right now, boast about something you had done 20 years ago? You would do that if you felt things weren't going very well right now, unless you were doing it sort of as like, oh yeah, that was a really cool experience. That was fun. But your life has moved on from there. He's going back to that. You can also see it in the number of people who are starting to be really uncomfortable about the stock market and in the growing number of protesters. So what I would say to people is there's so much out there that's scary. It's true. And there's lots of stuff I didn't even mention here today that's scary. But this isn't over yet. And in fact, the momentum is on the side of the people who are standing against Trump and Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency. So put your oar in whatever way highlights your own strengths that you do well and that you can use to help other people. And I want to do a plug here for a woman I met through the work that I do here on Facebook, who just decided, a couple of women who just decided a few months ago, I guess now, that they were going to start to use their social media pages to spread inspiration and to spread actions and to spread things that they could do. And they now have thousands and thousands and thousands of followers. And, you got to check them every day to see what they're up to. That's something that they just decided to do. And other people who are helping people like me with technology. And there are many, many ways in which you can amplify the voices that care about the United States of America. And I want to push one more thing, and that's that we are coming up. You probably know this, but we're coming up on the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And it's in July of next year of 26. And this April 18th is the anniversary of the guys hanging the two lanterns in the Old North Church in Boston, and Paul Revere and William Dawes riding to warn the leaders of the revolution, what was not then the revolution, except in people's minds, in Lexington and Concord. And that's ancient history in a lot of ways. It's 248 years ago, but it's also today's history. And if you think about what those people were up against, the strongest army in the world, and, the government and the soldiers all through Boston, and all the things that it seemed impossible to overcome. And yet they just kept doing the next right thing, the thing that they did best. In the case of one of the guys who hung the lanterns, he knew where the key was to the church. That was his really big contribution, so just keep doing the next right thing and not worrying too much about where this will come out. And with luck, and I think with a lot of hope, we don't have to assume we're going to go to the darkest of places, that we could, in fact, make this an opportunity to make America be what it always could have been. And if it helps you take inspiration, the fact that I appear to have figured out how to stream on Facebook and YouTube says that anything is possible. Thank you for being here, and we'll hope to keep this going as it is here, but I'm going to be adding a lot more onto this YouTube channel, and I'll advertise the interview I'm going to do with Ben Wickler. And from then on, I'm just going to talk to cool people. So if there are cool people you want me to talk to, let me know. Thanks for being here. So we'll try this again. No, Sid, you haven't. No, you are not lost. There were two streams going, and one simply collapsed, and the other one I shut. So I don't know if this is the right one or not, as somebody just asked, but currently this is the only one. I'm totally sorry about this. And we'll do what we can from here. And you people are back. So look at it this way. On the way, we've lost thousands of people who are running around on the internet now going, where is she? Where is she gone? So we'll give them a little bit of time here, but, and Facebook is back. I'm happy to see that as well. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of time to come back on, and I'll run a little late. I'm sorry that I'm later than usual. That is, I aimed for a half an hour this time, so I'm going to end up probably going a little bit beyond that. And I'm sorry about that. It's been a weird day in terms of many things, but also in terms of the way the internet has been working. I don't know if you saw earlier today, I did an interview, a terrific interview with Senator Tina Smith, and she was in mid-sentence on a roll, and she just disappeared. She just went. And there is that sort of moment where you're like, what do I do now when the person I'm interviewing is gone? Fortunately, I had a pretty good sense of what she was going to say and where the rest of the interview was going to go, so I could cover until she could come back, but it's been that kind of a day. All right, so I'm going to jump into things now, and I'm as you know, often I sort of focus on one thing. There's a lot going on, so I'm going to try and answer your questions, and they will therefore mean that we have little snippets of things. So if people are coming in late, with luck, you won't feel like you missed too much, and then we will be able to wrap it all up at the end. So you asked for me to start with the arrest this morning of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. And yes, that was really a surprise. If you opened up your phone in bed as I do and saw that first thing, you thought, whoa, because there is, I think, a growing sense around the globe that the Epstein files are about far more than the sexual assault of children. Although in a way that's everything, right? That is the fundamental basis on which the whole concept of exerting power over other people led for these depraved people who sexually assaulted children. But it is increasingly appearing, and by the way, I'm going to hedge this, my words really carefully here, because as I've said to you before, the Epstein files are raw intelligence. So you cannot take everything that's in them at face value. But you also can't dismiss everything that's in them. And I am not in a position to be able to make good decisions about what is real in there and what is not, simply because I don't have access to the files. And as I think I've said to you before, when you look at files and when you're able to cross-check them, you can have a pretty good sense of what's viable and what's not. But I don't have that here. So I'm going to have to wait before I say anything definitive to say, you know, these things have to be vetted. Although emails that are in the files, certainly a lot of them seem to be legitimate. They're not all apparently legitimate, but a number of them are legitimate. So like I say, I'm going to hedge what I say very carefully. But the more we learn about the politicians and the businessmen, business people, and academics around the globe, and also intelligence services that had ties to Jeffrey Epstein, the more it looks as if this is indeed a vast criminal enterprise, as a member of Congress recently described it. And as that becomes clear, that's going to cause ripples everywhere. And by ripples, I mean in governments, and I mean in financial circles and in academic circles and in intelligence circles, because it seems to be clear that this man and his associates, and I'm going to leave that open because in a criminal enterprise, there are almost always other people involved, were very well connected and have had an outsized influence on global affairs now for at least 20 years. And just as an example of what I'm talking about, I'm going to suggest you look, for example, at Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon was instrumental in getting Trump elected in 2016. He has been all over this concept of virtual politics, in which people who were trying to sway political events in certain countries flooded the zone with disinformation. He was very much part of that. And it turns out he was a close associate of Jeffrey Epstein, and they were working together on many things. So you're going to see more and more of this. But one of the reasons, there are two reasons really, that the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was a bellwether of what might be coming. The first is that he is a senior member of the royalty, of the British royalty. And there has not been a senior member of the British royalty arrested since 1647, during the English Civil War, when people loyal to Parliament arrested the king, King Charles I. And so that right there says members, and you knew, by the way, that the UK was taking the involvement of this man in Epstein's circles very, very seriously, because among other things, last October, they stripped him of his royal titles. And, you know, they don't strip the royals of their titles on a frequent basis by any stretch of the imagination. So you knew that they were taking it seriously. But this was, again, sort of historical, that they arrested a senior member of the royal family. Again, hadn't been done since 1647. There is also significant in that arrest the fact that they did not arrest him for the accusations that have been made against him for sexual assault. They arrested him for misusing his position in the government by allegedly or by apparently providing non-public government information to Epstein while he was representing the UK as a trade envoy. So he's basically giving him inside information from the government. And just think of what that looks like and what that means, to have the idea that trade information that was not supposed to be public was going to Epstein. What was he doing with that? And again, one of the things to be watching with Epstein and the stuff around Epstein is that one of the currencies that group of people used was information that other people did not have. And they used that information to garner extraordinary wealth and power, and to exercise that power over our globe's most vulnerable people. But that exchange of information is obviously enormously valuable, and this is unlikely to be the last person who gets swept up in that kind of the repercussions of the Epstein case. But we're not even where I am most interested in terms of the global impact yet, and that's financing. And, I did that interview the other day with Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon, and talking about the fact the Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, is sitting on information about how Epstein used the banking system. So his bank accounts, who's putting money into them, who's taking money out of them. And Bessent is guarding that like, a dragon on his hoard of gold. So Wyden has been using every tool he can to try and shake that loose, because I think once we start getting into the financing, then it's going to be even more extraordinary. So that was the first thing that happened that I saw this morning anyway. But then the other thing that happened is that in South Korea, the former president of South Korea, Yoon Suk-yeol, has been sentenced to life in prison. He's a 65-year-old man. He's been sentenced to life in prison after his attempt in December of 2024 to sort of do a self-coup. He was the president, but his popularity had slipped dramatically, and he wanted to cement his power by taking over the courts and the legislature in South Korea. You may or may not remember it. It was just an absolutely fascinating night. I still remember I was actually in a restaurant in Washington, D.C., and when the news broke, and you might want to look at my you can search my old letters. You might want to look back at that, because it happened quite late at night. So many people in South Korea went to bed, and then the president declared martial law, and he sent troops out to stand around the National Assembly building so that the lawmakers couldn't get inside to stop him. And there were just astonishing video of like the lawmakers climbing in windows to get in there, and they managed to vote against the imposition of martial law within a matter of, I think it was 3 hours. By the next morning, he had lifted the martial law. But what that meant is that many people in South Korea went to bed that night. This whole thing happened, and they woke up the next morning and it was over. But it happened that there was a U.S. journalist there for another reason, who happened to be where all this was taking place, and she kept a running feed of what was going on, and it was just absolutely fascinating. And again, that has played out today in that first of all, the assembly went on and impeached Yoon and arrested not only him, but a number of people who were part of his coup. And a number of them, 5 of them now, have been sentenced to quite long prison sentences. But this morning, he was sentenced to life in prison. The prosecutors had asked for a death sentence, but they gave him life in prison because they said, well, he didn't tell the military to kill protesters, which he could have, and so they gave him, between his age and that, they only gave him life in prison. But those two things, I think, were really interesting to start the day, because then you turn to the United States. Now, remember, in the U.S., theoretically, the law is king, right? Thomas Paine, we have no king. If we have to have a king, the law is king, and nobody is above the law. But the radical right, embodied as it is now by the Republican Party, has been working for a long time now to create what they call the unitary executive. And that idea of the unitary executive used to be very much a fringe theory, but the idea behind it is that because there are 3 branches of government, and they are all supposed to be independent, that nobody can check the head of the executive branch. And this really started to become more mainstream in the Republican Party during the 1980s, when members of Reagan's administration recognized that the American people that the American people did not like what the Reagan administration was doing. And so they wanted to find a way to put in place, as Reagan's Attorney General Edwin Meese said, to put in place a system whereby it didn't matter what the voters did. They were going to be able to keep Reagan's policies in place no matter what. So they start to talk about ways to make the president more powerful. And, you know, one of the ones that is proposed actually by Samuel Alito, who was working at the time, he's now Supreme Court Justice, who was working at the time in the Department of Justice, was the idea of signing statements, for example, the idea that a president could simply say when he signed a measure that he was only going to do certain parts of it, that he was going to interpret it however he wanted. And they knew at the time that Congress would be incensed over that. So they began to work it into our system in bills that nobody paid any attention to. And it sort of sprang to everybody's attention during the George W. Bush administration, when you may or may not remember, but that was shortly after Abu Ghraib, we discovered that the United States and its partners were engaging in torture. And John McCain, a Republican of Arizona, just went ballistic over that because he had been tortured during the Vietnam War. And he's like, we are not going to do this. And this is not going to happen. So Congress, in an appropriations bill, said, no torture. And George W. Bush, in a signing statement, said, I will do whatever it takes to, and this is not a direct quote, but I'm going to do whatever I think is necessary to protect the American people, essentially saying, I don't care what Congress says, I'm going to torture people, or I'm going to have people tortured. That concentration of power in the president has been in defiance of what the American people want, and even what Congress wants, has been growing in the Republican Party until, with the court case, the Supreme Court case of Donald J. Trump versus United States of July 2024, the Supreme Court said that a president cannot be prosecuted for crimes committed as part of his official duties, and that there is in the Department of Justice an understanding, it's based on a memo, by the way, it's not a law, it's not, you know, a court decision, that a president will not be prosecuted while in office because that's a waste of their time, theoretically. Although Trump, by the way, has been thrown around lawsuits like, you know, Pez there in the White House. So apparently he has time for his own lawsuits. He just can't answer the lawsuits. But with that decision, the Donald J. Trump versus U.S. decision, the Supreme Court was actually, I think, doing something a little bit different than simply concentrating power on the president. They were ultimately saying that we, the Supreme Court, get to decide what is and is not a presidential duty that is okay. People kept saying, why doesn't Joe Biden just take that out for a spin? And he did, in fact, over things like the excusing of educational debt. And they said, no, you can't do that. That's not part of your official duties. So it was pretty clear that the Supreme Court was taking to itself what was a presidential duty, that it was going to be able to decide that. Nonetheless, where it has left us, and they also said then and later on in a couple of decisions that the president has to be given great leeway in terms of the way he handles foreign affairs. So Trump has been doing all kinds of wackadoodle stuff and saying, hey, I'm just engaging in foreign affairs. This is just national security. So where we are as of this morning is the country from which the United States of America broke in 1776 to avoid tyranny and establish the rule of law as the basis of our government is requiring less accountability from its president than the UK is demanding from a royal related to the king. And that's a real eye-opener right there. We know from Jamie Raskin, a representative from Maryland, that Trump is cited in the Epstein files that have been released. Remember, no more than about 50% of them have been released, and there are rumors now that it's actually much, much lower than that. But in what's been released, he appears more than a million times. And yet, he is not answering for that. And similarly, the former president of South Korea, who did try to do exactly what Trump tried to do, or very similar to what Trump tried to do on January 6th, 2021, is now in prison for life. And similarly, of course, Jair Bolsonaro in Brazil is in prison for his attempt at a coup. And the United States so far has not done anything to Donald Trump. And that's something that we are going to have to grapple with, where our failures were and why we are continuing to fail on that front. But if that's the way we started, today was also, or where we are right now, is also very odd for the rest of the day and what Trump has done. So Trump had his first meeting today of his so-called Board of Peace. Now, if you remember one of the last few days in which I talked to you, I talked about how after World War II, the US and its allies and partners embraced the idea that you could prevent a further world war by working across the globe to secure representative democracy, to have free trade or relatively free trade, and to have a number of international organizations that kind of normalized getting along with each other, so that people went to each other's countries and there were students who went back and forth, and you read about each other in each other's papers, and so you created this web. Well, Trump has been actively working to destroy this, and pretty clearly his Board of Peace, is designed to replace the UN, the United Nations. He's made that very clear. So it had its first meeting today. And honestly, you could probably write an entire book around this first meeting, because it was held at the U.S. Institute of Peace, which was an independent organization created by Congress in 1984. And if you remember, early on in Trump's term, people from his administration just went and seized the building and basically fired everybody who was in it. So now they have renamed it. And again, none of these renamings are official yet, and there are lawsuits over all of them. But they have renamed it the Donald J. Trump Institute of Peace. And this is where they held which it's quite close to the White House, by the way, in Washington, D.C. So this is where they held this Board of Peace meeting. Now, who's on this Board of Peace? If you remember, they released a document that was supposed to organize the Board of Peace. And it basically said that lots of people, lots of different countries could be part of it. But if you wanted to be a permanent member, you had to kick in $1 billion. And Trump has basically all power. He gets to say yes or no to all decisions, and he gets to expend all the money. And it honestly, to me, it looked like almost a way to make him forget about being president. So now he could really be, the grand poobah of the entire globe, and maybe they could push him out of the presidency because he's really erratic. And that showed today in a really big way. Currently, 27 countries have agreed to be part of the Board of Peace, although as far as we know, they haven't ponied up any cash, because you can come even if you don't put up the $1 billion, but you won't become a permanent member. And Trump gets to decide who represents you after if you're not going to be a permanent member. So the people who have said they want to be part of this are countries who are themselves accused of human rights violations, like El Salvador, Belarus. They're those tier of countries, those people who are either rising authoritarians or they are desperate to get along with Trump because they depend on U.S. business. They depend on having a good relationship with the U.S. economy. So you have those 27 people, while the majority of our former friends and allies have said we're not doing this. So the list of countries that have said no, outright said no, well, first we got to move Canada out, because Trump yanked Canada's invitation after the leader of Canada, Mark Carney, insulted his foreign policy at Davos a month or so ago. Austria, France, Germany, Greece, Ireland, Italy, New Zealand, Norway, Poland, Slovenia, Sweden, the United Kingdom, Ukraine, and the Vatican have said they will not be part of Trump's Board of Peace because they support the United Nations. They don't trust this, the way this organization is put together. And they are concerned about the fact that, who he's trying to pull together. So what happened today was, through my mind are running the words bonkers and wackadoodle. But where I'm really going with this is I think we saw a demonstration of a rising dictator who has lost it. I mean, so Trump left these people waiting on stage while they were listening to his playlist of music. And then he got up and just sort of free associated and said, just watch it. I mean, he just said just crazy stuff. And then he announced that the US is putting $10 billion into the Board of Peace. Well, he has no authority to do that. Congress is the only body of our government that can appropriate money. And here's a news flash: the revenue measures all have to start in the House of Representatives. So that's something people tend to forget. And someday maybe I'll give you a whole thing on taxes, because the way that the government is set up to handle revenue measures is actually really quite interesting. But he just sort of said, we're going to do this. And it was, in my notes, because I was writing about this today, in my notes, what I really wrote was the Trump show. That's what it felt like. It was just the Trump show. At the same time, there was something else that came in the news today that you probably didn't see. It was an exclusive out of the Washington Post, including from a man who has just left the Washington Post, a great journalist, Jacob Bogage, in which they identified, these two journalists, Bogage and Lena Sun, identified that the White House, along with the Department of Health and Human Services, which is the one run by Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who has also looked quite erratic lately, is proposing, and I'm sorry, I know I sound incredulous, but I really am incredulous, is proposing a new organization for the United States that essentially replicates the World Health Organization. The World Health Organization that we just pulled out of because Trump's, had all these political reasons he was mad at it. He didn't like the way they handled COVID-19 and so on. But they're talking about recreating a version of the WHO under Robert Kennedy that is US based and that will cost us $2 billion annually, compared to the money that we used to put in the WHO, the World Health Organization, which was $680 million. And experts are looking at this and saying, wait a minute, we got so much bang for our buck at $680 million that you're now asking us to recreate this for $2 billion a year, and it's not going to be nearly as good. And again, I think what you're seeing here, I'm trying to look at the big picture here. I think what you're seeing here is this idea of America first is really Trump first, Trump's people first, he wants to get rid of the trade and the international organizations that actually make people's lives better and are less expensive than trying to go it alone. Because if you bring it home and you put up walls, then it's possible to get rid of oversight and to put a lot of that money in your own pocket, is my guess, is what's really going on here. Paul Krugman had a great segment on Kennedy and the extraordinary value in, the extraordinary grift in the alternative treatments that people like Kennedy support. That's not really my lane, but there's just no other reason that you can look at getting rid of the UN and getting rid of the WHO and then saying, oh, we're just going to recreate them here in the US. Give me billions of dollars, without seeing that this is, yet another way to fleece the people in the United States of America. On that front, I'm going to jump a little bit here because I'm not quite done with Trump. But I do want to call your attention to an interview that I did this morning with Senator Tina Smith of Minnesota, because there's something else happening right now that has really flown under the radar screen. And I'm not going to write about it in my letters tonight, but I am going to write about it before the weekend, probably tomorrow night, unless something dire happens between now and then, if not then Saturday night. And that is that the Republicans under Donald Trump are trying to use a law in the US to just basically turn over our wilderness lands to developers, miners, real estate development, and so on. And that is the issue. The reason it's in the news right now, and you may not be seeing it, is seeing it because there's so much else going on. I think what you're seeing right now is Trump really hammering Minnesota, really trying to hurt Minnesota, because Minnesota is a Democratic state in the midst of a whole bunch of Republican states. And he keeps insisting he won it 3 times. He did not. He lost it by a lot 3 times. And it has a very high rate of voting as well. And he's trying to get the voting records and all that. But the Boundary Waters canoe area, which sounds less impressive than that actual extraordinary protected land is, currently is protected from mining. And there has been an attempt for years now for a Chilean company to come in and mine at the headwaters of the Boundary Waters canoe area, which also includes Canada, by the way, although it has a different name there. And Congress under Trump, and of course, Congress in both chambers is controlled by Republicans, is trying to use something called the Congressional Review Act to strip away the regulations over public lands going way back. Now, in the past, the Congressional Review Act was designed only to enable Congress to look back for about 60 days. So if the president put a new kind of regulation on something, the Congress had about 2 months to say, nah, we don't want to do that. But this Congress is using it to go way back, to go back many years, and they are expanding it beyond regulations into other kinds of orders as well. And the trick to this is that because of the way the CRA, as it's known, is written, a simple majority vote in both chambers makes that regulation moot. So they're trying to do that. It's already the CRA for the Boundary Waters has already passed the House of Representatives, and it's supposed to come up before the Senate next week. I thought there was actually a date scheduled. The senator says she doesn't think there is, but and she would know. But this is very serious, because if they do this through the CRA to the Boundary Waters canoe area, they can go after any of the public lands in any state. And they've been very clear. The Trump administration has been very clear that they intend to do this. And while this is an issue for conservation because of pollution, of course, especially for the Boundary Waters, one of the things that really jumps out to me is that outdoor recreation is an enormously big business in the United States, but it's mom and pop organizations. You know, the people who run the hunting trips, and the people who run the canoeing trips, and the backpacking trips, and the restaurants that support those people, and the small stores, and all of those things really help to reinforce democracy, because it's a much, it's people have enough to eat, and they are independent thinkers, and small businesses are actually what drive this country, not the big ones we pay so much attention to. And if you turn over our wilderness areas to these giant corporations, a very, very few people get extraordinarily wealthy. And we lose access to those wilderness areas, and that's hiking, and that's camping, and that's fishing, and that's hunting, and that's photography, and that's, all the things that you do in those wilderness areas. But you're also going to lose all those businesses. So if you think, for example, if you live near a resort area, and I always think of if you're outside of Zion National Park, people go out there for the national park, and you all should. It's a spectacular national park. But if you take away that national park, those towns are going to die. I mean, it's not a place that you would end up otherwise. So, so that is true across this country for wilderness areas. And I really want to call that out because I feel like people don't know it's happening. And please do, if you're interested in this. I'm thrilled to say that I've been able to do these interviews with a lot of people, and I would like to do more, but of course I'm pretty busy writing the letters and all that. But they've been really spectacular because I do insist on prepping ahead of them, both for them and for me. And they come prepared really to explain to you what they care about and why and what you can do about it. And Senator Smith was no exception. She was really terrific on this. And I made her promise to come back because the reason that I reached out to her is I wanted to talk about agriculture, which is something else we're not talking about. And she's on the Agriculture Committee in the Senate. And if you ever want to play Richardson trivia, I have admitted this before to my friend Joanne Freeman. My favorite committee in Congress is the Agriculture Committee. And nobody pays any attention to it, but it's actually really cool, as are the ag journals. So, so she's going to come back and talk about that. But please do look at that. So let me go back to the other material. If that was this morning with Trump on the border peace, where he fell asleep, by the way, and this weird thing with the WHO, that's not all that Trump did today. It is alarming that he has caused a giant, weirdly, I just picked up the language there of the Declaration of Independence. I did not intend to do that. But he has caused to have erected on the Department of Justice his own portrait, a giant portrait of himself. Now, he tested that out earlier this year on the U.S. Department of Agriculture. It didn't get a lot of attention, but he put a giant picture of himself up there. I think he also showed up on another building as well. It might have been Commerce. I could be wrong about that, but he was on USDA. Now he has put his own image on the Department of Justice, pretty clearly announcing to us all that he is in charge of the laws in this country from now on. This is 100% dictator material. And he also today put 2 new people on the Fine Arts Commission that was supposed to be in charge of, not be in charge, one of the organizations in charge of approving his grand ballroom now, which completely dwarfs the original White House. 2 new people went on this morning, including his 26-year-old former executive assistant, executive assistant who does not have any experience in fine arts. And they are now, everybody on that commission, a Trump appointee, and they approved his plans for the ballroom. Now, that is in a lawsuit, and there is also somebody else who has to sign off on it. But there too, what you're essentially seeing, I think, is a president who is obviously making dictatorial moves, but is also completely out of touch with reality. The guy has lost it. And we're watching this. I'm sitting here watching this and being like, I can't believe that the Republicans are sitting and letting this happen. That being said, another thing, and the reason I started late today, although obviously I screwed up so much of the technology, it went even later. There is a buildup of U.S. forces around Iran, quite serious forces. Now, if you remember, Trump insists that he got rid of Iran's capability for enriching uranium back when he hit those underground facilities with the bunker buster bombs there. But now, of course, he insists that they have to stop the program that he says he already stopped. We don't know what he's going to do with regard to Iran, but there was just as of this afternoon late story out of the Wall Street Journal that he is thinking about a limited strike to force Iran to stop its enrichment, which is, of course, ongoing. And if they refuse, then he will go after Iran fully. Now, there's a lot of things wrong with this. One of the things that that is hugely problematic is Trump is making these decisions without Congress, and Trump is bonkers. And in addition to those things, and those right there are non-starters, I would like to point out to you that something that is increasingly concerning to me, and that is that he's just putting all this on our tab. The tax cuts that he's given to the wealthy and corporations are sending our deficits and therefore our debt. Remember, deficit is the difference in what we take in and put out in a year, and the debt is the accumulation of those deficits. These things are going through the roof. We are spending money like nobody's business, and we're not getting anything for it. That is, when Biden and even Trump during COVID was putting, things on our tab, we were getting education or new roads or new hospitals, or we were investing in the US. This is simply we're having things go bang to make Trump feel good. And I am really concerned about that and about the what that's doing to our finances, which I've written about quite recently. They're problematic to the point that the Wall Street Journal is talking about higher taxes. And by the way, just so you know, the U.S. has the money to take care of all these things. But the way our tax structure has been since the first set of the George W. Bush tax cuts, we have moved from being in the black to being deeply in the red. We could fix that, but there has to be political will to do it. So this is what we're watching right now. And we're also watching all of this taking place as Trump is increasingly under pressure from the Epstein files. As you know, the New Mexico has put together a commission now and is now reopening an investigation of Epstein's Zorro Ranch. So he's under pressure there. He came out this afternoon and said that it was a real shame that they had arrested the guy in the UK, but Donald Trump had been exonerated, which is just, that's child thinking. I didn't take that cookie. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. And now we all know I didn't do it, when you're sitting there covered with crumbs, right? He's got that pressing down. He's got the extraordinary unpopularity of the federal agents from ICE and Border Patrol, that is causing his popularity to plummet to the point that, of course, they have said they're pulling troops out of Minnesota. And in fact, it appears what they have, not troops, I'm sorry, federal agents out of Minnesota. And what it appears that they have done is not actually pulling people out of cities, or rather pulling people out of cities, but putting them into the suburbs and in more rural areas. So you're seeing more rural arrests everywhere, including close by me here in Maine. So I think they're trying to make it look like they're not doing what they are continuing to do. People are really unhappy about that. And at the same time, you've got this midterm election coming up. So today has been just this really weird day where you're watching other countries deal with an unstable leader or a leader implicated in crimes, while we, on the other hand, are watching our president kind of go rogue and be behaving in such a way that the history books will call out today as a day that really stands out. And then this afternoon, he went to Georgia for what was supposed to be a speech on the economy, and that went just as well as you can imagine. So it's been an odd day. And I think that I got to almost everything that you asked about. I was trying, it's kind of a game for me to see if I can put it into a story, the questions that you ask. But let me end with yet one more question. Somebody asked if resistance to Adolf Hitler looked like resistance to Trump. And I am an Americanist for the millionth time. I do know about some of the facts around Hitler and other people as well. But I am trained as an Americanist. And what that means is that while I know historical theories, general historical theories, literally my doctorate, my master's degree and my undergraduate degree, that's actually in history, but they're in my master's is in literature and art in the United States of America. Like, you take me to Italy, I'm lost unless I read a book. But by God, I can do American stuff. History, same thing. I know American history really, really well. But off this continent, I'm flying, like everybody else is. That being said, if you look at Hitler's rise, there are many parallels there to what I see in the rise in the late 19th century of the reactionary movement in the American South. And in both of them, I think, but my ground is much more secure in the American South. No, there was a majority of people who did not like what was happening, because it's not just about race in the South. It's also about class, and it's about who's getting all the money. But what they didn't have in the South, and also I believe in Germany, but I'm outside my ken there, is the ability to communicate with each other and to say, hey, we got trouble over here, please come help me. And to be able to say, hey, we're all in this together. In the American South after the Civil War, the newspapers and the means of communication were overwhelmingly controlled by former Confederates. So the stories that came out, the information that came out, was all incredibly skewed. There would be a riot where a whole bunch of white guys would kill a whole bunch of black guys, and it would show up in the paper as Black People Riot, And when the KKK visited people, they did it in the dead of night, and nobody had a telephone. We don't get telephones in the White House until 1876. So, and it certainly wasn't going to be in the American South. I mean, when I was growing up, we didn't have phones around here, So in the 1960s, not everybody had that. So we have now this ability to create pushback that in that era, individuals did not have, small groups did not have. And that really matters, especially in a country this big, because as people communicate about things like the Congressional Review Act, or that ICE is showing up in, a small town in Maine, or any of the kind of things that normally would have flown under the radar screen, we get to hear about. And that really, really matters. So in this moment, again, speaking up is huge. And speaking up, again, the senator today said, please do call every senator. And it was really interesting because I asked which one specifically, and she said, we're not allowed to tell you to call other senators, but think about who might be interested. And I'm thinking, okay, what she's basically saying to us is call any senator who's vulnerable, right? Susan Collins in Maine, light up her phones, right? And anybody who's trying to get reelected in 26 in the Senate, is vulnerable on this particular issue, because we know Americans don't want to turn over our lands to a few international companies, right? This is a Chilean mine for the Boundary Waters, mining companies. So speaking up definitely matters. And showing up for your neighbors. I said that thing about the torches yesterday or Tuesday, and I still love that. I think that's really important. But I also really want to call your attention to what's happening and what the trend seems to be in the United States. So, okay, so you got the halftime show, the Bad Bunny halftime show, and people reacting to that. You've got James Tallarico getting such incredible publicity for what happened on Colbert when the FCC tried to make that not be aired. And I do want to do a little bit of a shout out there. I am a huge supporter of Tallarico. I had him early on in interviews and so on. But it does seem to me unfair that he's getting the kind of publicity he is getting because of this, when Jasmine Crockett is also a terrific candidate. They're just very different. We need them both in our system, but they can't both be senators, the same senator from Texas. So if you're from Texas, you make your own decision. Don't let Brendan Carr or Stephen Colbert make that decision. They're both very strong candidates in very different ways. And those of us who don't live in Texas, I just feel like you should stay out of personally, I think you should stay out of elections that aren't your state. That's me. But you're seeing this change. But have you looked at the fact that after Bruce Springsteen released that song, whatever, I don't remember the name of it, from Minneapolis, now he's announced he's doing a tour. He's going to be doing an anti-ICE tour. Springsteen is going back on the road to do this. And today, EE.UU released a song. And that change in popular culture reflects a movement. It doesn't just reflect people trying to make money or whatever. I promise you, Springsteen and EE.UU don't need any more money. It is showing a movement. These guys don't need to come out of retirement, and they haven't come out of retirement for other stuff, but they are getting on board a movement to defend American democracy. And I do want just to call out the fact that, you know who started that? You did. I absolutely love this. This is a popular movement. This is a grassroots movement. This is, you know, Alex Preddy and Renee Good, but it's also all those people who showed up in their on those incredibly cold days in Minneapolis, and who, you know, are buying out restaurants so that workers don't have to be unsafe around federal agents. This is truly an American movement. And I got to tell you, you know, when I watched the rise, not just of Trump, I mean, it was back George W. Bush, I was like, oh crap, we're in trouble. It really felt like people like me were, you know, crying in the wilderness, right? And I think probably it felt that way to a lot of you too, when I said things like, you know, go arrange flowers or go stand on a bridge. But all those little things have added up, and they've made a difference, and they are continuing to make a difference, and more people are getting involved. And if you need to take a break, by God, do it, you know, because we'll be here, and other people will be here too, helping to move the cause forward. But as I tell you to call and to pick up your torch and to do all of those things, you know, do kind of take a deep breath and realize that when you have people like Senator John Ossoff of Georgia giving that amazing speech last week that I haven't written about yet, but I will, or Governor J.B. Pritzker of Chicago talking about principles and love and building a system that gives us better housing and education and healthcare, that you did that. That's because these elected people are listening to you, and the musicians who are supporting this cause are listening to you, and the artists who are making great art, and the people who are paying for billboards to put Epstein files with Donald Trump's face on it, they're listening to you. And that, on the days when you have a hard time getting up and picking up your torch again, maybe that'll help. So thank you for everything you're doing, and I'll keep doing my part. Sorry this went on so long, and sorry that I screwed it up so badly at the start, but I will be back on, I think, on Saturday morning with Joanne. I will be back anyway. She's been busy. I will be back at 10:30 on Saturday morning, but usually we try and do it because we have such a good time. And I'll be back if anything else big happens, which who knows, but otherwise I will see you next Tuesday for Politics Chat, or I might even have to move it early because I'm back on the road again next week as well. So thank you for being here, and keep the faith. Hey folks from Atlanta and Decatur, Georgia, Hickory, North Carolina, Raleigh, North Carolina, Middleton, Massachusetts, London, England, Indianapolis, Indiana, Galloway, New Jersey, Middletown, Connecticut, Evanston, Illinois, which if you have not been, you should go to the Baha'i temple there, which is spectacular. Plymouth, UK, Ambler, Pennsylvania, Albany, New York, famous historical town, as is Newborn, North Carolina. This is always so much more fun for me than actually doing the talking of this. But today we're going to get down to it because I spent the day doing a 4-year retrospective of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And that is very important work, but it's the kind of work when you write, I always think of it sort of as just grinding it out because, there's not a lot of stuff there that's going to change what anybody thinks about what happened and what is happening. But I think it's really important to keep a record and to show change. So I wanted to do that. But for me, it's much more fun to write when there's kind of a challenge. Like, how do you take 57 different things and put them into a story? That to me is fun. That's one of the reasons that, I'm pretty decent at doing these letters, is because I like doing them. I like the challenge of it. To me, it's like Sudoku, but with words, right? So I totally forgot about Politics Chat, as you know, because I put up questions for it later. But in the process of trying to figure out what I was going to talk about, my friend Rebecca Solnit said, Heather, why don't you give the State of the Union? She said that 35 minutes ago. I am about to give my State of the Union. My State of the Union. One thing you should know before I start with this, I am going to try and incorporate all of your questions as well. So it's not sort of a vague retrospective. It really is designed to be delivered today, which is February 24th, 2026. But one of the things you should know is that when presidents can't honestly or believably say this, what they really want to say is the State of the Union is great, right? But often you can't do that. So when you don't do that, you start your State of the Union by saying what you are thankful for, what the country should be thankful for. So let me get started then, and I will be a lot faster than President Donald Trump, who is tonight giving the State of the Union and is projected to talk for over 2 hours. A reminder for those of you who don't want to watch it, there are 2 other live streamed events at least going on tonight. One called The State of the Swamp from the National Press Club, where there is a phenomenal lineup of speakers, and one from the National Mall, where there is another terrific lineup of speakers. And those, people keep saying, am I going to watch Trump? No, no. What I will do is what I always do, which is catch the replay, and then I can speed it up. I do that. And by the way, I do that with all politicians, not just Trump. You can watch them, at 2.5 speed. And that's good, frankly, if you're looking to get the arguments. But I will watch the others because I'm really interested in what they have to say in this moment. All right. So you ready for my State of the Union? Your comments have stalled. So that probably means you're all running. Here we go. Yes, somebody said you don't have to applaud at the lines for me. No, you don't. All right. Let me start my State of the Union this way. Fellow citizens, another thing they always say, fellow citizens, in the midst of an unprecedented attack on our democracy and our way of life, we can be grateful for the traditions that are enabling Americans to reclaim their democracy. In finance in the United States of America, in July 2025, the Republicans passed a measure called the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which extended tax cuts for the wealthy and for corporations while not extending them for lower and middle income people. Those tax cuts are adding dramatically to our deficit and to our debt. But at the time, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, said that the monies that were being used for these tax cuts would be made up by tariffs and by extraordinary economic growth. Last Friday, the U.S. Supreme Court declared the tariffs that Trump had enacted primarily on April 2nd, 2025, the ones he called the Liberation Day tariffs, were unconstitutional. The reason the Supreme Court said they were unconstitutional was because Trump had imposed them under a law called EE.UU, which is an emergency law that enables the president to take some control of the U.S. finances in times of an honest emergency. And Trump had declared an emergency, 2 emergencies actually, to put his tariffs in place. One of the emergencies he declared was drugs coming over the border from Canada and from Mexico. Another emergency that he declared was the longstanding trade imbalance between the U.S. and a number of its trading partners. He declared those 2 emergencies in order to use, or that enabled him to use EE.UU to put massive tariffs on whole ranges of other countries. The Supreme Court said that he could not do that, that the Congress controls taxes and that taxes are tariffs. And that's in our Constitution, that it's Congress that can levy revenue measures and tariffs are part of those revenue measures. I'm going to talk more about that in just a minute. We're talking about finances now. In the process of that, then, there are no longer tariffs that are going to be bringing in the money that was theoretically going to cover for the tax cuts in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. In addition, those tax cuts were supposed to be paid for by extraordinary economic growth. But in fact, the uncertainty created by those tariffs and by the inflation created by those tariffs have meant that economic growth in the United States has stagnated in the year 2025 and going into 2026. Hirings are off, economic growth is off as well. At the same time, the United States has dramatically changed the way it spends money. So it has been cutting its social services, it's been cutting its investment in scientific research, it's been cutting its investment in health and education and housing. At the same time that it has dramatically ramped up the amount of money that it spends on immigration and customs enforcement, or ICE, on Border Patrol, or Customs and Border Protection, which is the oversight agency for Border Patrol, dramatically pouring billions of dollars into that, and also pouring billions of dollars into the military. In fact, so many that in Trump's 2026 proposed budget, they've asked for such an increase in spending on the military that they have delayed it at this point because the military and people who are responsible for spending that money can't figure out where they could possibly spend that much money. So there's been a really dramatic change in our finances between at least trying to fund some of the things that are good for the American people, and instead pouring them into the military, into sweeping the country for undocumented and newly illegal immigrants because of the ways in which the administration has changed the rules after people had already taken advantage of them, and detention and deportation of those people. So many people, I am one of them actually, are concerned about the financial situation in the United States as both our deficit and our debt are increasing dramatically at the same time that we are slashing funding for the programs that Americans want and need and pouring money into things like ICE and Border Patrol. In foreign affairs, the position of the United States in foreign affairs has changed dramatically in the last year. First of all, the way that the United States has stood with regard to Ukraine and Russia has changed very dramatically. Since the 1994 Budapest Memorandum, when Ukraine gave up the nuclear weapons that were stockpiled in its country by the Soviet Union, and the UK, the United States, and Russia all promised to honor Ukraine's sovereignty, the United States has always stood in a bipartisan fashion behind Ukraine. When Russia broke that Budapest agreement in 2014 and invaded Ukraine, the United States stood behind Ukraine to resist that invasion and then occupation by Russia. When Russia invaded again 4 years ago today in 2022, the United States under President Joe Biden and Secretary of State Antony Blinken were instrumental in pulling the U.S. allies, partners, the European Union, NATO, together to resist Russian advances into Ukraine. They did so by creating a coalition of the willing that would aid Ukraine both with military supplies and with humanitarian financial aid. They did so by coordinating that aid to Ukraine. And they did so very crucially by imposing sanctions on Russia and by cutting Russia out of the SWIFT system, the SWIFT banking system. The SWIFT banking system is a system that comes out of Belgium that enables countries to transfer money across boundaries easily and safely. By cutting 7 major Russian banks out of the SWIFT system, that coalition really hampered Russia's ability to fund the war and to support their economy. 3 years into that war, by the end of 2025, it looked as though Russia had not been able to make the lightning strike that it had planned to, but it also was stuck in a stalemate. It looked as if its economy was collapsing. It was not going to have the number of men that it would need to continue to fight the war. And in fact, it is now importing people from other countries to put them in the front lines. But the only thing that might be able to make the Russia survive and continue to grab land from Ukraine would be if Europe gave up or the United States under Donald Trump supported Russia. As soon as he took office, actually even before he took office, Trump's administration began to work more closely with Russia than it did with Ukraine. So even before Trump took office in December of 2024, Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, was already talking to Vladimir Putin about Ukraine and about going forward and what that would look like in Ukraine, cutting out the seasoned diplomats. Witkoff was a businessman a billionaire who doesn't even speak Russian. But beginning, as I say, back in December, according to a slew of writers from the Wall Street Journal, Witkoff was already talking with Putin. He traveled to Russia in February of 2025 and came back to the United States on February 11th of 2025. And the next day, Trump had an hour-long phone call with Vladimir Putin. 2 days later, on February 14th, 2025, Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance ambushed Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky in the Oval Office of the White House with Russian media present, telling him he was ungrateful for the help that he had gotten from the U.S. in the war and making it clear that they were trying to force him to accept a deal with Russia that would give Russia all the land that it had occupied in its initial lightning strike. Zelensky did not agree to that. You may remember Trump ended up screaming and sort of ranting and then walking out of the room saying that would be great on television and then asking Zelensky to leave. On the heels of that was February 14th. On the heels of that, J.D. Vance gave a speech at the Munich Security Conference in February of 2025, in which he told Europe that it was destroying itself and that the United States was standing against what he considered the degradation of European society because it permitted immigrants to come into those countries. This is part of the United States embracing white nationalism, embracing the great replacement theory, the idea that if people of color come from India or Africa into European or American countries, they will pollute them, they will destroy that society. He made it clear that the United States was not going to continue to stand against Russia. He never mentioned Russia or China as a threat. And he insisted that Europe must get its act together. This was rather like throwing an ideological bombshell into the longstanding relationship between the United States and Europe, and it was designed almost certainly to create such a rift between the U.S. and Europe that Europe would fall apart and NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, would fall apart in the face of Russian pushing into Ukraine and then perhaps into NATO countries. That's not what happened. On the heels of that, what happened was that Europe began to work even more closely together and began to say that they would step up and replace the money that the United States was no longer putting forward to help Ukraine. The United States has not passed a package to help Ukraine since December of 2024. I think it's December. Sorry, this is off the top of my head. Since 2024. The Europe has taken over and is for the United States what the United States was doing previously, and is providing that material assistance. There still needs to be more of that, but Europe has stepped in, and it has also stepped in to supply Ukrainians with more information or more intelligence, and to work together militarily and to build up its own defense systems. It became very clear after the Munich conference in 2025, not this next one of 2026, but of 2025, that Europe needed to look to its own defense, and it has begun to develop its own defense industry. And it and Ukraine as well is building its own defense industry. It is now the leader in drone technology. Similarly, on this side of the Atlantic, Canada is doing the same thing. Canada is very aggressively building up its own defense industries, and these groups are working together not only in defensive alliances, but also in trade agreements that include a massive trade deal that the European Union just recently cut with India, becoming the largest free trade organization on the globe. That both trade and defense now is increasingly moving away from the United States, rather as if the United States is being isolated. And those organizations are indeed standing against Russia. So when Trump took office, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent suggested that Russia might be readmitted to the SWIFT system and the sanctions taken away, which Russia is desperate for. When that happened, the EU, under which the SWIFT system operates, actually tightened its regulations, did not loosen them. In this reworking of the relationship of Europe and the United States around Ukraine, there has also been a worldwide change in terms of the way foreign affairs work, with the United States suggesting that it might not backstop the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which has managed to create a system in which countries could negotiate their differences and to prevent world war since World War II, since 1945. There was real concern that Russia's plan and desire to create a global system that's centered around Russia, China, and the US as superpowers that other countries had to kowtow to suddenly got a sideways blow a month or so ago when Mark Carney, the head of Canada, at Davos, at the World Economic Forum in Davos, said, we're not going to do the world the way that Putin and Donald Trump and perhaps Xi Jinping want. We are going instead as middle countries to work on a system that he called variable geometry, that echoed that of the original European Union idea. That idea of variable geometry simply said that the middle countries would work to create sort of ad hoc committees to deal with issues that they cared about. So that if you cared about the fentanyl crisis, for example, you would work all together in that group to try and solve that crisis. If you cared about trade, you would do it with a different group of people. That's actually based on an idea that was put forward and implemented by President Joe Biden and Secretary of State Antony Blinken that got almost no coverage, although their focus was on the United States being central to the diplomacy of that variable geometry. They called it diplomatic variable geometry. Carney has said, we will cut the United States, Russia, and other countries out of being the major parties in that variable geometry, and this will be run by the middle countries. That's a huge difference in foreign policy. Part of that change for the United States is that Donald Trump, as president, has used the tariffs that are now illegal, or that the Supreme Court has acknowledged are illegal, to pressure other countries and other companies to enrich himself. It has been a personalized foreign policy that led to extraordinary corruption. That extraordinary corruption did things, for example, like had the man who operates one of the United Arab Emirates' largest sovereign wealth funds investing $500 million into the Trump family and the Witkoff family's World Liberty Financial cryptocurrency company a few days before Trump took office, thereby putting $187 million directly into the accounts of the Trump family and at least $31 million directly into the accounts of the Kushner family. We saw how that played out yesterday when Reuters had an exclusive report that the Chinese are producing DeepSeek AI technology with the most advanced NVIDIA chips. What is the connection between those two things? After the UAE invested in the World Liberty Financial cryptocurrency company, the Trump administration okayed a deal that would enable the UAE to purchase NVIDIA's most advanced chips. The Biden administration and administrations before that had said, absolutely no way can this happen because those chips will end up in the hands of the Chinese. Here we are, the chips ended up in the hands of the Chinese. This is considered a dramatic problem for national security because those chips can also be used in advanced munitions for war. Hang on. So I got to figure out what the next topic is. Take a breath. Hold on. I'm getting there. Part of that corruption has shown in a number of the decisions of the Department of Justice under the Donald Trump administration, which has dramatically weakened our justice system and the rule of law. First of all, as you know, the Supreme Court in July 2024, during the Biden administration, decided that Trump or any president could not be prosecuted for crimes committed as part of his official duties. That would not only change the entire basis of our government, it would give Donald Trump what he thought was free rein to do whatever he wanted, so long as it was justified as part of national security, which was sort of a carve out that the Supreme Court made clear he could have. That has developed into the Trump administration exercising strikes against, I think it's 8 different countries at this point, including against small boats in the Caribbean and in the Eastern Pacific, allegedly coming from Venezuela and allegedly, according to the Trump administration, being manned by people who were dealing drugs. They have never shown any evidence of this. This is simply something that the Trump administration is doing on the authority of the president, suggesting he is above the law. Similarly, after the Supreme Court did finally stand against Trump with the decision about the tariffs under IEEPA, Trump came out and said this was a ridiculous decision. He has been attacking the Supreme Court, and he has also been saying that he will simply issue tariffs under a different system, under a different legal system. The legal system that he is suggesting he can use is almost certainly illegal. His own lawyers said to the Supreme Court during oral arguments over the IEEPA tariffs, the Liberation Day tariffs, that they could not use those tariffs similarly because they can only be used under very specific circumstances, which don't exist right now. What is clearer about those tariffs that Trump is threatening to put on, they do end in 150 days. He says by then he'll have found something else, is what he has been saying on social media since the Supreme Court on Friday made that decision. And that is, he insists he has the right to use tariffs without the approval of Congress, even though the Constitution says he must defer to Congress for tariffs. Similarly, there are many ways in which Trump's Department of Justice and his handpicked judges are trying to protect him. That is, yesterday, I think it was, Eileen Cannon, a judge that he appointed in Florida, has prevented the release of Special Counsel Jack Smith's second report. This is the one that detailed his investigation and his charges against Trump for retaining classified documents after he left office in 2021, and then willfully lying about those to keep them in his own hands. It is standard procedure for special counsel reports to be made public. Cannon has gone out of her way to hide that report and to hide it from the American public, which raises the question of what might be in it. Many people thought there would not be anything spectacular or unexpected in that second report. The more she hides this, the more people are thinking there may be something there. It also reflects on the Epstein files. What Cannon is doing reflects on the Epstein files, because the Department of Justice, by law, was supposed to release all of the Epstein files by December 19th, 2025, and then within 2 weeks explain what redactions it had made and why, because they were not allowed by law to redact anything other than victims' names, identifying material, and obscene pictures of them. Sexually compromising pictures of them. Instead, what the Department of Justice has done is